Hola, hola. Hola, 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 hola. Hola, hola. Hola, hola.
Hola, hola, hola. Good morning, Ultralytics YOLO Vision 2024. We are going to be kicking off our exciting program very shortly. If you'd like to grab that last cafelito of the morning and make your way to your seats, you are very welcome. We will be commencing very soon. If you're joining us online, welcome, 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 and good morning. Please let us know in the comments and share the love. Use the hashtag YV24. We want to feel the love from all over the world. Last year, YOLO Vision had 70 countries represented, 1,200 registrations, 18 sessions, 6,000 Bilibili views, and involvement of over 500 startups. And my dear friends, we had over 12,000 YouTube views. So we are absolutely going to try and smash those numbers this year and make it even bigger and even better. So wherever you are in the world, do please tune in, do please share the love, use the hashtag YV24, and feel free to spread a bit of FOMO, hashtag FOMO. Okay, we are capturing this moment for posterity. We want to hear from you wherever you are in the world and make sure you're joining this vibrant, thought-leading community wherever you are. We're here in the Google campus in Madrid, broadcasting live, and we've got a fantastic, a packed arena full of thought leaders, full of brilliant minds, full of some of the pioneers in the industry. And we're really coming here today to design an amazing future together. So if we haven't met already, my name is Oisin Lunny. I help great people, companies, and organizations tell their best stories through the magic of podcasts, through digital experiences, and also through IRL events like the incredible YOLO Vision. And it is such a privilege and a pleasure to be back here for the second year running. Last year in Madrid, in this very space, on this very stage, was absolutely incredible. I learned a lot. I mean, I am starting from a much lower bar than everyone else here, I'd imagine. But really, it was incredible. It was, full of the future. It was a time to meet the future and to meet the people kind of building the future. So I wanted to start really by saying thank you to some of our amazing sponsors. In particular, I would love to thank the good people at Intel and also the good people at Seed Studio. We really could not do this without you. We thank you from the bottom of our hearts, and we appreciate your partnership for YOLO Vision 24. And I would love to say a huge thank you to the good people at Google for Startups here in the heart of Madrid for this magnificent venue. It's absolutely beautiful. And of course, for the state-of-the-art streaming and live broadcasting equipment. It is just honestly an honor and a privilege to be here among you all. Okay, so let me tell you a bit about what's going to happen today. Now, we are here at the heart of Madrid in Google for Startups for YOLO Vision 2024. Remember the hashtag, folks, YV24. And this is powered by Ultralytics. It's the only conference in the world that explores the latest advancements and real-world applications of AI models in computer vision. And it's taking place today in real time. Here we are. It's in person and online. It's live streamed on YouTube and also on Bilibili. And we are bringing together researchers, engineers, and practitioners for the third year in a row to share knowledge, innovation, and progress. So what can you look forward to today? You may be thinking, well, lots of cool stuff, all the good stuff, in fact. We have an exclusive product launch from the good people at Ultralytics. We have keynote speakers from industry leaders and visionaries driving the future of technology. And we have live demonstrations in which you will experience cutting-edge solutions and innovative products in action. Oh, yes. And right here, we're going to bring together experts and thought leaders, and we're ready to push the boundaries to the new frontiers of vision AI. Now, YOLO Vision is really, born from a community and for a community, powered by Ultralytics, and it is to unite the open source vision AI community. Now, I met some of you last year, and I love to connect. In fact, my personal motto is ABC, or always be connecting. It's ABC because it has to be really easy for me to remember. I basically spend my life traveling the world and speaking to interesting people at conferences and events. And I'm a great believer in the power of great ideas and great communities. And really what Ultralytics have created with YOLO Vision is a great community of great people with great ideas. So I encourage you to connect, to build your network, to smash that connect button on LinkedIn or your favorite business social networking platform, and really just to see where it will take you, because, one can never tell where one's connections are going to be in, 2 years or even 2 months. Life moves fast. So I encourage you to connect as much as possible. If you are joining us via the live stream or on demand, please do feel free to reach out and connect with any of the speakers, our wonderful experts here, the team at Ultralytics, and indeed myself. If we connect, I will send you a mixtape, but that's another story for another time. I have a little show on a radio station in Brighton, and I like to share some nice music every 2 weeks. Okay, I'm wondering, do we have Glenn in the house? Brilliant. My dear friends, could we please welcome to the stage, a little bit unplanned, so sorry about this, but give a big hand to the main man, Mr. Glenn Jocher. Glenn, how are you doing, mate? Great to see you. Listen, I thought I might pull you up on stage just before we kick off. I mean, obviously, we're going to be leaning heavily on your expertise today.
I know, absolutely. Thank you so much for the invite, Oisin. Yeah, and that was
No
a
worries.
tremendous intro. I think as a presenter, you're unbeatable. This is the second year that you're helping us out with the event, and there's nobody that I'd like better here. This is YOLO Vision, and let me introduce myself. I'm Glenn. I'm the founder at Ultralytics. I've been doing this for a few years, and we are here in Madrid for the second year in a row at Google for startups. We go quite a ways back. We were here before coronavirus in person, building the seeds of what we have today, some of the greatest edge detection models and computer vision models out there. So I'd like to give a huge thanks to Oisin for that amazing intro, to the team that has helped us put this together, Google for allowing us to so kindly use their venue, and for everyone that has come here from all sides of the world to see what we have in store today. So we'll try not to disappoint. We've got a few surprises in store, some great talks from thought leaders and experts in the AI space, and I think we're going to have just a great event overall. And last but not least, we have an amazing after party. It's at the Four Seasons Hotel in the center of Madrid at possibly the best cocktail bar in the city, which is Isa. So that starts at, I think, 9:30, and we'll see you there after this.
What can I say, Glenn? You had me at cocktails. Big round of applause for Glenn Jocher. Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you for spontaneously coming onto the stage. That's brilliant, man. I thought I'd put you on the spot. Just get the adrenaline flowing first thing, right?
I like it. Impromptu.
Hardcore. All right, my friends. We're actually, that's perfect timing, because we're going to just segue in to a panel that we're going to be hosting now on the stage. And this is all about YOLO in the age of generative AI. Now, of course, there's a big story around YOLO Vision in terms of, moving towards AGI. I know that you're a huge kind of advocate of this. This is like a real passion for you.
Absolutely,
and,
yeah.
Yeah, that's brilliant. So we're going to actually get into some of the nuts and bolts now. And we are delighted to be joined by our dear friend who has traveled all the way from Xi'an he was born in Xi'an in the Sichuan province in China, and he's currently living in Chengdu, which is a place I had the pleasure of going a few years ago. And we had a great old chat earlier about the joys of extremely spicy food in Chengdu, particularly the hot pot. I said that was great fun. My dear friends, would you please join me in welcoming to the stage? He's the co-author of YOLO V8 and a senior machine learning engineer at Ultralytics. Give it up for Jing Chu. Welcome to the stage, Jing. Thank you. Yes. Awesome. All right, I have a mic with your name on it, Jing. Oh, there you go. There you go. Look at this, Mike. So have a seat, guys. Fantastic. And of course, it is always a delight to welcome the founder and CEO of Ultralytics in person, Glenn Jocher. He's here, the main man. Brilliant. And we are also going to welcome, by the magic of technology, Ao Wang, who joined us from Tsinghua University. So have we Ao in the house? Oh, have we Ao in the house? Right. So this is completely live, just in case. This is not an AI version of Ao. He is joining us in real time. Ao is currently working towards his PhD degree in the School of Software with Tsinghua University, and he is the co-author of YOLO V10. And yes, he's joining us by the magic of technology, I believe it's called. Well, I tell you what, while we're giving Ao a little bit of time to join us using the magic of video, it'd be lovely just to get a quick overview from your good selves. Just a little bit about, you know, your background, how you got to where you are. Now, Glenn, I don't want to put you on the spot again, but I love the fact in your bio, it's like it says you founded Ultralytics to lead the United States National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. That is so awesome. Talk to us a bit about what that is and how it's led you to where you are today.
No, absolutely. So we've done quite a journey to get to where we are today. So I founded Ultralytics initially not for AI, but for particle physics. A few agencies around Washington, D.C., intelligence agencies, were interested in a new type of particle called an anti-neutrino. It's very strange. It oscillates into different flavors. We don't understand it very well, and there's a lot of science to untangle there. And so I created the company to engage in this R&D, and I worked on this for about 5 years. And this is how I started getting into more of the data science, data analysis, and ultimately into the machine learning that transformed into YOLO and what we have today. So the applications there were really similar to computer vision. You're detecting particles, you're classifying them, and a lot of the same architectures and techniques in anti-neutrino detection work just as well for person detection, which is kind of strange, but that provided really a great springboard to come into the computer vision space, which is, I'd say, equally challenging, but possibly a bit more rewarding in that you can impact more lives directly.
Well, hashtag mind blown. I mean, that's pretty incredible. It's not, I do a lot of conferences, and I can assure you, it's not every day you get to hear about neutrinos on the stage. This is pretty advanced stuff. Coming over to your good self, Jing. Now, I know you're very passionate about AI, and this is really driving you and is driving you to where you are today. So talk to us a bit about, you know, what kind of, you know, makes you jump out of bed in the morning and, you know, kind of throw yourself at YOLO.
Yeah, because like I'm very passionate about AI since I'm in college, and like 2 years ago, I'm keeping learning and exploring the AI, and like 2 years ago, I met Glenn and in GitHub, and like we were developing the YOLO V5 together, and we finished the YOLO V5 and the final version, right? Yeah, and then we created the YOLO V8 like together. Yeah, which is like an incredible journey. Yeah.
Yeah, GitHub is it's an incredible way to share. People that you've never met before come and help you. You can contribute to their work. So it's a great community, and it's really a great way to get started in AI.
Yeah, great ideas and great minds come together in this great community for sure. I'm just going to do a little gesture to our wonderful AV team at the back. Do we have sign of Ao joining us or not? Más o menos, question mark. Okay, we're just going to crack on, and if Ao can join us, we will direct some questions at him. And Ao, if you are watching us on the live stream, we're really sorry. We are trying. We got a team at the back of this room trying to connect with you.
It's quite a team back there working.
Oh yeah,
on
phenomenal team. Yeah, the best of the best here. So we're doing our very best. Right. So I thought I might just start with, you know, a bit of a techie question directed at your good self, Jing. Now, could you talk to us a bit about the key differences between generative AI models? So, you know, we have large language models, we have VLMs, visual language models, and also diffusion models for image generation, and also we have computer vision models like YOLO. So you could kind of, imagine I know very little about this. I mean, you don't have to imagine very hard, but you're explaining it to me and pointing out the differences.
Yeah, I mean, I think the most difference between the generative AI models and the computer vision models, it's like the generative AI models are designed to generate data and generate contents and images and pictures. And for the traditional computer vision models, it's designed for analyzing the existing images. So it's one for generating and one for analyzing existing data. And another difference I think is the deployment. Actually, I mean the size of model are very much different. The generative AI models are quite large. People, if want to deploy the models, they need to deploy in super powerful servers and maybe cloud services. And for computer vision models, especially YOLO, we could deploy the models in some edge devices and a mobile phone. And yeah, I guess that's all.
Nice, Glenn. What say you?
Oh yeah, so
we got Al. Brilliant.
I think we just got him. All right.
Can we get a round of applause for Al, please? Fantastic. Welcome, Al Wang. Great to see you. Good morning.
Welcome.
Hey. Oh, so Al,
I just have
started. We've explained that there's some technical stuff happening. So you're very, very welcome to join us. We have literally just started talking about the differences between, different Gen AI models, between Gen AI, LLMs, VLMs, diffusion, etc. Jing has just kind of explained to the novice, me, how this all fits together. And Glenn, you were kind of jumping in there with some more detail.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think for me, the difference is really about the size of the models and the price tag, the size of the price tag associated with training them. Probably also collecting the data set to train them. So we're talking orders of magnitude, probably three orders of magnitude is 1,000 times larger. So for the YOLO models that we work on, they're small, they're fast. We can train them in a few hours or a few days. And the smallest YOLO model that we have is about 1,000 times smaller than the smallest LLM. So 3 million to 3 billion parameters. So the difference is enormous, I think, when you look at it technically. And of course, the edge in the cloud deployments. The large models just aren't suitable for edge. And what we see in the computer vision space is typically people want to run their own models. They want to run their inference, train the model, and so on. So it's really different, and they both have their applications. I don't think they directly compete to the level that I was seeing originally. So I think in this space, there's room for everybody. And I think LLMs, have also contributed greatly here at Ultralytics on the R&D side, helping us code up those Python functions and train these models. So.
Excellent. And that's, a very different overhead in terms of servers, in terms of energy use, in terms of environmental impact as well. I mean, this is all like tick, tick, tick. This is music to my ears. But Ao, I wonder, would you like to jump in and just kind of introduce yourself to the good people here in the Google for Startups campus in Madrid, and also the many people joining us via the live stream. Just talk to us a bit about the kind of work that you're doing and your kind of personal relationship with this field of AI.
Yeah, of course. First, I'm very sorry to be late because some network issue, and then I'm Wang Ao, and I'm from China. I'm graduating from the Tsinghua University, and in my school, I actually first major in the software engineering. That sounds like not very related with computer vision or the Gen AI. Then, after graduating from school, I started to learn the computer vision and the deep learning. And actually, I first learn the famous YOLO model, and I tried the Ultralytics framework, and it is very amazing because at that time I have actually very little experience with object detection or the computer vision, but I can just use the Ultralytics framework to implement some very amazing features like detecting various objects and so on. So I get more interested into this area, and I started to learn more about the computer vision and the YOLOs, and then we are also working on the YOLO models and try to make it more fast and more accurate. Thank you.
Boom. Watch this space. I love it. All the way joining us from China. Fantastic.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I love that description, the famous YOLO model. Absolutely, yeah, and here we are. This is just brilliant, uniting the world. So Glenn, you actually mentioned that there are, a lot of improvements in terms of overheads, in terms of the server overheads, how quick and agile this kind of YOLO code is. But, talk to us a bit about the influences or improvements to to computer vision models like YOLO that are maybe adapted from or linked to or influenced by Gen AI models. How does that kind of upstream work from Gen AI to computer vision?
Yeah, that's a tough question. So let's see. So Gen AI is it's a real novelty for us. So this really exploded last year with ChatGPT. Before that, the term LLM, I don't think you'd ever heard of that. And before that, it was called NLP, which is natural language processing. So I think there's a lot of effort around NLP, a lot of effort around computer vision. But I think what you've seen really is not just attributable on the software side. So it's not just algorithms that have evolved and improved, but it's also the hardware. So if we take a step back and we go to the true origins of machine learning, it's really around the 1970s in the United States that scientists kind of created this theory for mathematical interaction that really mimicked the human brain. Unfortunately, they wrote this down on a napkin and they had no computers to really test it on. So this kind of stayed in the theory section. So in science, there's theory and then experimental scientists, and these guys were really theoreticians. So unfortunately, they just did not have the hardware to realize the idea. But this is pretty common in science, actually. And then maybe decades later, the hardware finally catches up or someone creates an experiment to validate an idea. So what happened is Jensen Huang here, he started NVIDIA. He had this idea to parallelize CPUs. CPUs typically run in series. They operate really quickly, but they do one thing after another. And Jensen's idea was to create a processor that did things slower, but many things in parallel. And this is actually similar to the human brain. The human brain operates very slowly, actually. Signals travel on the order of like meters per second. So it's incredibly slow, but there's so many signals traveling at the same time. And this GPU technology started in gaming and then evolved into AI and into things like cryptocurrency, and it's really taken off. And so I think not just that, but also I think node processes have shrunk. The energy used to train the models has shrunk, and we see that everywhere. So not just in the cloud for training, but on the edge for deployment. And this has allowed much larger models to appear. So whereas, say, 10 years ago, a 3 billion or a 70 billion parameter model was unheard of, it was impossible, except perhaps on a government supercomputer. Now, startups can recruit investors, buy a bunch of GPUs, and get to town training these LLMs. And also the data required to train them is now much more prevalent. So now the text data, it doesn't require as much labeling because the text data is its own sort of label. Like the next tokens in a sequence are all you need to train a model. And so I think these three things coming together have really propelled the LLM field. The same is true for computer vision, but perhaps to a lesser extent. We've benefited from the hardware, but on the training data, we still need to manually label data. And this is something that is getting some interesting updates too with models like SAM and SAM2. But for the most part, for specialized data data that's not very common, we still need human annotators, and that's a bit of a bottleneck in computer vision.
Fascinating. My goodness, that really is fascinating. It's a proper history lesson there from the origin of this whole thing. And I believe we have a speaker from NVIDIA joining us.
That's right. Yes, we do. Yes.
Awesome. Awesome. Yeah. Although only the best people here.
Not Jensen, unfortunately, but
not yet. Not yet.
Maybe next year.
Excellent. Excellent. That was completely fascinating. So I'd just like to kind of throw that open to Ao and Jing. Is there anything you want to add to that? You don't have to add anything, but you know, that was pretty cool. Yeah.
Well, I think like for generative AI models, mostly the architectures are like transformers and attention mechanisms, right? And actually for like traditional computer vision, we also have like transformer-based architecture. Yeah, and it improves accuracy a lot. Yeah, but slightly slow down the speed. Yeah, and I remember the first object detection model that used the transformer is, I remember, is DTR, and I think this is the first like end-to-end model, end-to-end object detection model, and their idea is to like treat the object detection as a set of prediction, and yes, and then they just output a set of bounding boxes and categories. Yeah, and they support like end-to-end training. And the first time they don't need the NMS as post-processing. Yeah, and after that, yeah, I guess this is the first time like using the transformer-based architecture in object detection. And after that, like 2 years ago, the original DTR models are like extremely slow actually. And like 2 years ago, there's another model based on the DTR called RT-DTR, which was made by Baidu team. Yeah, and they were using like a hybrid architecture that uses CNN and also transformer. So for the backbone, they use the CNN to like gain a faster speed, and in the neck part, they just use some transformer-based layers to capture the global context information and to gain like better results, better accuracy, and maintain the faster speed. So yeah.
Fascinating. My goodness, like real kind of hands-on examples. Really, this is the kind of state of the art is happening in the field right now. I wonder if we could come over to your good self, Ao. I mean, have you come across any examples of this overlap between, Gen AI, computer vision, etc.? Anything that you're seeing from your side? And I just grand piano in the background, so I'm getting serious Zoom background envy. That is brilliant. But yeah, Ao, what's your take from over there about this overlap between Gen AI and computer vision?
I first feel like that recent years have witnessed the significant advancement from both the Gen AI and the computer vision, like the larger and larger language models, and also the different versions of YOLO models. And I think both of two can actually benefit each other and become better. For example, I first learned that the masked image modeling pre-training in the computer vision, and is also inspired from the pre-training of the Gen AI, and it brings the notable benefits for the models in the field of computer vision. And also the lightweight architecture models in the field of computer vision also inspire the models in the Gen AI to become more lightweight and more suitable for the edge devices. For example, there are more and more small large language models, and they become more light. I think these are also inspired from the lightweight models in the computer vision field. For example, the YOLO series models. So the two of these can actually benefit from each other and become more advanced in the future.
Phenomenal. Thank you so much. Excellent. Thank you. I'm going to throw this question out to all the three of you. Are there any specific Gen AI models or tools that you've come across that you use, that you like, that you think are useful? You want to just give a shout out? Yeah, do you want to jump in? Okay, cool.
Sure. I'll go ahead and take this one. Yeah. So I think the whole coding experience for developers in general is just transformed. I remember when I first started working on ML, I'd never done Python before, and it wasn't too bad because I'd been using something else called MATLAB before. But I tried to make an iOS app, and that was a painful 6 months for me just to get this thing out the door. And now you can just kind of ask a question, code will be generated. And so I really find myself moving away from the low-level coding to sort of, I guess, like orchestrating architectures more and just getting the code from Cloud. So Cloud 3.5, I'd say, is my go-to for coding. I'd say for other tasks, I prefer GPT's 4.0. I think that's pretty good. I don't really operate on a lot of open source LLMs. I'd say the startups have made it just too convenient to use their cloud APIs. So I think for me, it's actually helped the computer vision field because it's accelerated the pace that we can innovate. It's sort of taken the mathematician from writing equations to using a calculator. So
phenomenal. So you kind of mentioned that you're kind of moving away from the low-level coding side of things. Do you find this frees you up creatively to look at bigger picture stuff?
Yes, definitely. And also, ironically, I think I've learned coding best practices from Cloud. Like after I saw the examples it started creating, I looked at my code and I thought, wow, nobody can understand this. It's I used to write very succinctly, to put it lightly. No comments, like really short variables. And my main motivation was to make the code as short as possible. And it turns out that works when you're just working by yourself. But as you start to build a team, that's not the best strategy. So now that I've seen what the LLMs produce, now I kind of mimic that actually. So I've started learning from the LLMs. So.
I love that. That's absolutely brilliant. You're LLM code teacher. That's so nice. Yeah, and I suppose like the LLM is going to bring you, the 360 vision, some of that context, because it's coming from all this different data sources. Yeah.
I guess the students become the teacher at this point.
Oh,
not sure what's next.
Nice. We're going to wait and see what the LLM has in store for us next. Brilliant, brilliant. I love that. Now, we have been talking about the history of this technology, the NVIDIA example, how this has come over to the field of computer vision. But talk to us a bit about this intersection between YOLO and generative AI in terms of it shaping the future of computer vision and artificial intelligence. How's that overlap going to pan out? What do you see possibly in the future? This might be a question for your good self, Glenn.
Oh, no. I was hoping to pass this one over. This is a really tough one. All right. Okay, so I have to say when we saw LLMs come out as in the AI space, this is a nerve-wracking space to live in because you never know what's going to happen. You never know when you're going to wake up and suddenly there's going to be a new technology that you've never heard of that's just going to put you out of business instantly or make you irrelevant. And so at first, I was looking at these models and I thought, okay, this might be something that's more robust than what we have in the computer vision space, where we have to train something specific. And I've kind of refined my understanding really to, I think, accommodate a wider variety of points in the application space. And so just like there's different size vehicles, like you can get a little bicycle, ride around by yourself, or if you need to move around 50 people, you get a big bus. And so there's not really kind of like the perfect vehicle for one size fits all scenarios. And so what we see is that in enterprise applications where organizations need to process lots of images, like a manufacturing site that's making millions of widgets a day, and they want to do, say, quality assurance on them. So this is something that they're always going to prioritize: energy efficiency, cost, speed, latency. And this is something that they need something really specific for. So they don't need a model that can do many different things. They just need a model that can do one thing very well and hopefully very cheaply and quickly. And so I think there's always going to be a space for both types of applications. Robust models that can, for example, describe a scene, but take longer to do that and perhaps cost a bit more money. And models that are much smaller and can do less things, but they do that quite well. And so I use the analogy of if you need to go see a doctor, then you probably want to see just a doctor, not a doctor that's maybe also a lawyer and a computer scientist and so on, because those aren't really your concerns at that moment. So,
absolutely. So tailor-made bespoke solutions for exactly that scenario, which is, you know, kind of elastic and expandable and iterative. Brilliant. I like that very much. Yeah.
But also, I guess to top it off, you know, I'd like to bring them closer together. I think there's architectural applications. I think in the computer vision models where we divide the scene into a fine grid that I think may be applicable to the LLM space. So I think you may be able to start combining localization with description, which is something that we're, I think, seeing LLMs struggle with right now. So.
All right, the student becomes a teacher, becomes a student, becomes a teacher.
So virtuous cycle, yeah.
That's fantastic. Brilliant. Now, I just spotted Hannah over there with a cube, the cube of power, and she is ready to throw this at your face, my friends. If you have a question and you're feeling brave and you're feeling like you're going to catch that, just put your hand up. We would. Yes, we've got a hand. Do we have a hand? Yes, we do indeed. Yeah, gentleman over there in the stylish green polo shirt. Oh, good catch, sir. Could you introduce yourself to our room and our gazillions of folks joining us on the live stream?
Okay, my name is Alberto Garcia. I'm working for an aerospace company, and we are dealing with computer vision issues. So my question is to Jean, that he already mentioned about vision transformers. And I would like to know if this is the future for the object detection models, and if so, what will be the challenges in terms of data set size, training, etc. etc. Thank you.
Yeah, so like I just take the example, like there's like a model RTDTR, which is a hybrid architecture, and like it's the first time like make the real time and end-to-end model, and also like there's another hybrid architecture which is actually YOLO V10, with like a bunch of CNNs, and I remember there's one layer which like the all embed attention mechanism, and that's actually improves the performance a lot. And the position he embeds the attention mechanism is the last layer of the backbone, which is like a very small feature map. And to that, like we could like the minimal additional computation, and meanwhile improve the accuracy. I guess maybe, I mean, I may be wrong, but I guess the hybrid architecture could be the future, maybe the future architecture for the computer vision, or especially object detection. Yeah, and meanwhile keep the speed and improve the accuracy. Yeah.
Fantastic. Did that answer your question? Excellent. Happy face, nodding. Excellent. That's what we like. Do we have another question? The cube of power is oh, there it is. Yes. Do we have another question? Just put your hand up. Or Al, do you want to jump in with any comments there? You don't have to, and I appreciate there's a little time delay, but just throw something at me if you want to just jump in at any stage. Any more questions? Do we have another question? Just put your hand up. Do we have? Yes, I'm seeing a hand being lifted from that. Yes, thank you. Good man. Thank you so much. We have eyes in the sky up there. Just a reminder, make all your friends jealous. Spread some FOMO. Use the hashtag YV24. And we have another question. If you wouldn't mind introducing yourself to the room. Thank you.
Hey, everybody. I'm Burhan, community ML community lead. I'm on YouTube and Discord, checking out all the questions coming in from the community. One of the questions came in was asking about if there were any plans for using meta training for improving model performance.
Meta training. I mean, as the non-technical person on the panel, could you expand on meta training? Is it like not the platform or the concept?
Yeah, there were a whole lot of details. I'm not quite sure.
Was it Mark Zuckerberg asking the question?
Maybe.
Zuckerberg. I'm totally anonymous. Did he have no legs and live only in the metaverse?
Was he wearing a pair of weird glasses? No.
Probably.
All right, Meta, all caps.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think we probably need a bit more explanation because that's not ringing a bell for me.
Yeah, nice try, Zuckerberg.
Yeah,
if that's your real name.
We tried.
If you wanted to throw a wrench in it, yeah, I think it worked.
Do we have any other questions from the community? Oh, we have a question. IRL, fantastic. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, we're putting Hannah through her paces there. She's racing down the stairs. This is Olympic level mic throwing coming up just down here. Great. Second row, right in the middle. Woo! Good catch. Look at that. Excellent.
Hi, I'm Maria, and I'm actually like the intruder here because I work in language technology. I'm an NLP engineer at Verenia. And this is why my question is about multimodal models. And we're talking about region here. But I actually would like to ask whether you see any actual enterprise application of some visual language model, or maybe vision audio models, or like some sort of mix and match of all the modalities you can possibly imagine?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think there's clear applications in the LLM space, and there's clear applications for computer vision. The most common computer vision applications would be in manufacturing, quality assurance, things like retail analytics, fraud detection for documents, and so on. I think for hybrid models, models like Lava, for example, I think like image to text models, that is something that we haven't played around with as much. I could see some applications, but it also, I always say that you should use the simplest tool to solve the problem that you have. So in computer vision, that would be, if you can get away with a classification model, do that instead of a detection model. I think in the hybrid approach, that would be something you'd have to look at too. So I think you need to find an application that could only be solvable by a hybrid model rather than a more specialized model. So I'm not sure. I can't think of any off the top of my head, but that doesn't mean they don't exist.
Tremendous. What an interesting question. This is great. I'm learning so much. I mean, I am starting from a lower bar, to be honest, but that's fascinating. Yes.
So, yeah, no, I think like one of the very first examples of computer vision applied at scale, I think, was Twitter. So in any type of social media, there's a lot of inappropriate content that gets uploaded. Before that, there were human reviewers. And now a lot of that is done by simple classification models. So I think an image to text model could accomplish the same. But you'd have to look at the flops and the energy, and you probably see that it's taking more. And so I think that's where the question mark raises in my head. There's got to be something that that a descriptor could do that a classifier wouldn't be able to do.
Wow. As with excellent. Okay, fantastic. We're getting a thumbs up from the audience here. Okay, my dear friends, I'm afraid that is all we have time for. We've got to change over the stage. We're going to go on to our next session. So please join me in showing your full appreciation for our wonderful guest all the way from China, Jing Chu. Thank you, Jing. Our wonderful guest, Ao Wang, joining us from Tsinghua. And of course, for Mr. Glenn Jocher, founder and CEO of Ultralytics. Absolutely awesome.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to change over the stage. Now is a little bit of time to have a bio break. Thank you. That was brilliant. Oh, yeah. We're going to change over the stage a bit. I'm going to multitask and talk and move chairs at the same time, which I know is pretty impressive, particularly for a room of computer programmers. You know, yes, check out my skills. Just a reminder to, you know, ABC, my personal motto, ABC, always be connecting, because you never know where connections will take you. And if you'd like to connect with me, I'm very happy to. I'm on all the socials, but, you know, LinkedIn is probably the best one. And if you connect with me on LinkedIn, I will invite you to my mixtape list. I'm a huge music nerd, and I do a little radio show in Brighton every 2 weeks, and I send out a playlist of old and new music. So really, really happy to connect with everybody. We are now going to move on to some big future stuff. So we've been looking into some models of the past. We've had a great deep dive there. We've opened up some interesting can of worms in terms of hybrid models, all this interesting stuff. And now we're going to take a step into the present. I would like you very much to welcome back to the stage Glenn, and he's going to take a step into the future and the present of the vision AI space. Please give it up for the founder and CEO of Ultralytics, Glenn Jocher. Yes.
All right, thank you, Oisin. After this one, though, you got to give me a break. I think 2 in a row is the max I can do right now. Okay, so everybody, thank you for joining us again. We've got a really special announcement today. We've got something that's been in the works for the last few months here at Ultralytics. We've been working on the next generation of object detection models. But before I talk about that, let me take a step back. I always like to start from the beginning. So our journey here in computer vision really starts in the particle physics space, as I mentioned before. And the ultimate purpose there is really to expand knowledge, to understand the universe better and the really mysterious laws that govern us. So the fundamental particles, their interactions, and of course, try and lead to a better understanding of what we're all doing here. So when I wake up in the morning, you know, I ask myself, like, why am I here? What is going on? And how did I come to be here? And I thought in the early days of Ultralytics that our anti-neutrino efforts might kind of yield a bit more information there. There's a set of fundamental particles, and what we know about the universe doesn't match up with what we see. So there's a disjoint there. There's something missing. There's information missing. And as I started getting more interested in machine learning, I realized that this might possibly be an avenue to answer some of those questions. And one of the things that I realized quickly in physics is that you begin to run into a roadblock of human knowledge. So when I started, I knew nothing. At my interview for the program, I went to the Wikipedia page for anti-neutrino like an hour before the interview. And I filled up on as much as I could. And then after I started, I had a bunch of physics professors to talk to. So really great guys at the University of Hawaii that are in astronomy. And these are very high quality scientists, the people that have been to Stockholm for not themselves Nobel Prizes, but for their colleagues. And I would pester them every day, I think to the point of annoyance. You know, I'd knock on the door, I'd say, John, I got another question, I don't understand this. And for about 3 to 6 months, I think, you know, I was getting a lot of good answers. And then after that, no more. And then, you know, I kind of realized there's nobody left to ask. And it was a bit frustrating. And this is when I realized, so if we have all this knowledge in our heads, but everybody is sort of an island unto themselves. We don't share this other than speaking it, putting it on paper, and it's tremendously inefficient. You know, the amount of information that comes out of your mouth is just a very small fraction of what's going on up in here. But LLMs and I think other computer vision models, as the hardware expands, they don't have this constraint. You can make these much larger, and importantly, the communication is very very fast in these systems. And so this compares to a human brain where the larger you make it, the longer it takes information to get from one end to another. So this goes back to what I said at the beginning too, that information flows very slowly in the human brain. And if we just had a bigger brain, I don't think that would really lead to a much smarter person, because eventually there'd be huge delays in communication from one end of the brain to the other. But an LLM can get much bigger, and GPUs to communicate very quickly, especially with these Mellanox connectors and NVLinks and so on that have really proliferated in the space. So even if you have GPUs in one server, you know, communicating with another server, the bandwidth that's available these days is very impressive. And of course, that's traveling at a fraction of light speed, not light speed because it has to go through media, but something close to it. And so this means that you could conceivably build something larger and larger that can scrape more and more knowledge, and that has access to pretty much all of human knowledge and might be able to deduct and reason at a level that a person can't. And so I think we're seeing a bit of that these days. We're seeing sort of a step in that direction. And I think the main question in the space is really whether such a model can extrapolate information that it's never seen before. So the training data, if you think of it as a space, whether it can step outside that. The creativity aspect. So this is really what got me interested. But of course, like, we're all very far away, and I thought my little piece of the puzzle could just be starting at the computer vision side, because I saw really close parallels with the particle physics. So in physics, we had these particles, you get a flash of light, and you reconstruct that. So you can imagine a bunch of, say, iPhone cameras sitting around a soccer ball full of water. And when a particle hits it, some flashes of light go off. You can measure the times, and you can use some fancy math to figure out what that was. Was it an electron? Was it a proton? And what was the energy? Was it energetic? Was it really cold and weak? And where was it going? Where did it come from? And so the government in the US was interested in this more for the intelligence application. So they wanted to build detectors that would measure neutrinos, which happen to come from nuclear reactors. If you could develop these sorts of sensors, then you could really help the IAEA and non-proliferation efforts and so on. But the scientists, of course, everybody's got their own motivations, and the scientists really just wanted to learn more about the particles, and myself included. And so we worked on this very, very intensely for 5 years. It was kind of an all-consuming effort, and ultimately it led nowhere. The technology was too immature. We weren't able to detect the particles we wanted, and the data analysis was not accurate enough to be able to filter the particles from the background, which was much larger. And so it ultimately broke down, and the government shut the effort down, which was it was a mixed blessing. So this was the end of the particle physics days for Glenn, and the beginning of the machine learning days. And so I had a lot more free time, and this is when I really started to devote my effort into open source. So this is around 2020. So I'd never done open source before. I'd never used Python. And I'd never done computer vision, but I was very, very interested. And I think that made a bit of a difference, and also the community. Under the government, I was not able to open source my work. They really frown on that. But now that I was free to pursue, I think, my own passions, I really dove headfirst into the open source community. At first, I had a bit of a fear that people were just going to run off with whatever I did. And I think that came true a little bit. But also there was another aspect that I didn't foresee, which was the collaboration effort. And so when I first created AI models, they were terrible. And everybody showed up at my GitHub repositories and told me that. And that was very helpful, actually, because every time somebody pointed something that was wrong, that gave me something to do. Like I knew what to fix. And so this turned into like the best debugging I could ever hope for. Because obviously, as a single person, you can only test so many things. But as thousands of users, you can test a lot of things and arrive at a lot of edge cases and really perfect the product. So I worked for about a year working on not something brand new, but building off of what had been come before. And so there's a famous phrase in science, if I see further than others, it's because I stand on the shoulders of giants. And I did the same thing. So I picked the best AI architecture I could find. And in 2019, this was YOLO V3 for computer vision. And this story is very interesting there. And it just got more interesting about a couple days ago. So a pair of academics at the University of Washington were working on computer vision algorithms. A few years before that, ResNet had gotten popular, and this is a big breakthrough, using convolution models to detect and classify images, mostly classify. And the breakthrough was that before that, we had fully connected networks, which were very expensive, and the weights were not convolutions. But of course, in an image and in lots of other domains, having a convolution kernel that can pass through these dimensions and scan for shapes that mirror what you're looking for is incredibly important. And if you can build that in a feature depth, then you can get low-level features and high-level features, and you can start to develop an understanding of the scene. And one of the main advantages and the big breakthrough that these two, Joseph Redmond and Ali Farhadi, had was that they managed to divide up a picture into tiles. So they turned into a chessboard, basically, and they just worked on each part of the chessboard. So they gave it a responsibility. They said, your piece is responsible for detecting things that are centered on your piece. And this gave the detection component of the algorithms a huge advantage, because no matter how bad that estimate was, it was still within that piece. And so this means that if you have a big picture now with an object detection based on YOLO, that you can't detect an object over here that isn't over here because the piece isn't that big. And so this was the main leap in the performance that they introduced, and also just passing through an image once. There were attempts at object detectors before that, and these were double passes. So it's essentially you do some work and then someone else reviews it. And this was you do all the work yourself and you just hand in the results. And this worked much better, twice as fast. And so it outcompeted the fastest detectors of the day, which were faster RCNN, and it became quite popular. It became so popular that Joseph got invited to a lot of speaking events. And he went to a TED Talk one day, he gave a speech, And a military officer approached him afterwards. He said, "This is amazing, and we'd love to put this in drones on the battlefield." And Joseph's, he had a bit of a reckoning because, until that day, he hadn't really realized what the potential uses might be. And he didn't like this, obviously. And he decided that the best way to prevent this would just be to stop working on it. And so he left the field, he got into teaching. And he had open sourced his work, though. And so other people continued from there, and myself included. His academic advisor, Ollie, he created a startup called Exnor, sold it to Apple, recently left. He's at the Allen Institute for Technology, and now he's working on LLMs. And they just released a few interesting models a couple days ago. Actually, they seem to be the most compelling open source alternatives, probably them and Mistral, I'd say, to the closed source models that you see out there, ChatGPT, Cloud, and so on. So this meant that there was nobody doing YOLO officially. The repo was there, it was public. It was really difficult to understand. It was written in C, and I did not know C, but I got to town working on it, reproducing it in something I was more familiar with, which was now Python, and just trying to make it easy to use for myself, because I'm kind of lazy and I like simple things. And so I did all this publicly, and people started using it. They started breaking it right away, and they said, "Glenn, this doesn't work, that doesn't work." And I kind of took it all personally, and every time somebody said something doesn't work, I would instantly start fixing it, because it turned into, I guess, a bit of an obsession of mine. And so I did this about 1,000 times within a year or two, until I ended up with something that was YOLO v3, but better. So I reproduced it, and I'd improved it. And I decided I need to launch something new, because it had substantially departed from the original models. It was outperforming them, it was doing different training augmentations, and so on. And so I called this YOLO v5. A colleague of mine, Alexei, who was in Moscow, released a similar version called YOLO v4, but working directly from Joseph Redmond's darknet repository in C. So this became immensely popular. I didn't realize this was going to happen. And towards the end of 2020, a lot of interest started coming in from startups and businesses, and I was able to start building a bit of a team. And I just happened to be here in Madrid. So my family's half Spanish, and I was just here hanging out in Madrid when we started monetizing YOLO. And so this was in the form of partnerships with other startups. So in the startup ecosystem and entrepreneurship, you typically have an idea, you have a product, and you want to get some traction. You want people to come to your product. And the startups were seeing a lot of traction on the YOLO v5 repo. And there's a lot of other startups in the space that do things like help you train models, help you log those, help you deploy them. And they all showed up at the door, like asking for partnerships. And this was great. So this helped the YOLO users onboard and offboard. So we call these on-ramps and off-ramps. Like, how do you arrive at YOLO? How do you leave? You leave with a trained model, and where are you gonna go with that? What are you gonna do? And so this was really the beginning, and this is the first point that we see here on the slide. And so once YOLO got popular, I think it started catching more and more attention, even from big companies. And so 2 years later, Meituan, which was a Chinese company, I think they're probably the world's largest delivery company. We just came back from China. We met with them in Beijing. We met with the YOLO v6 team, and they said there's 7 million delivery drivers working for them. I think hopefully not all full time, but they're also getting into drones. They're getting into robotic deliveries, and they developed their own version called YOLO v6 for this. And they're actually in production out there in the systems these days. I think they just passed 1 million drone deliveries, and they use YOLO v6 for obstacle avoidance on this. So the same year, YOLO v7 came out, and this was by the original authors that launched YOLO v4. And so what you're seeing here is that there's different companies playing the game. And so this is a very interesting space, because nobody really owns, I think, the rights to the technology. It's open source, and it's really, I think, the level of contribution that the individual or the organization puts into it, I think correlates with the level of attention and, I think, authenticity that's assigned to it. So these researchers were the original ones on YOLO v4, and they got a lot of traction also. And I started to realize, well, wait, I'd launched YOLO v5 2 years ago, and I was busy doing things like building integrations and partnerships and like hiring people, and I'd forgot to do R&D. And of course, so new models were coming out that were starting to outperform it. And this is a big problem. Since I'm very competitive, I said, okay, this is not going to work. And so I got the team together and we started looking at what had gone really well for V6, V7, and other architectures out there from other groups like Baidu with Paddle, MM detection, and different research efforts by Meta with Detter, for example. And so we rolled all of this research, including our own internal R&D, into YOLO V8, and we launched this last year, at the beginning of last year, 2023. So this was launched as a brand new framework at the Ultralytics repo. So next year, YOLO V9 came out, and then just more recently, YOLO V10, which was a big advance by the team at Tsinghua University, which we just visited. And that's the story until today. So what is next year? That's the question. Okay. And what has happened this year with YOLO? So since we launched YOLO V8, what's gone on with it? What have people done with it? So we just crossed 100 billion usages of the models. This is a big number. It's kind of too big to understand. But this basically means every day people are using it about 500, 600 million times, which boils down to like many thousands of usages per second. But what does this mean? So this chart here, this is a usage over time. And since last year to this year, it just really exploded. And the usages are broken down here by what do people do with YOLO? What are these people all doing with these models? And so the number one thing that people do with them is prediction. So we see that training a model is something you have to do, obviously, but you only do that once. Once it's trained, you can go on and predict really in unlimited times with that. I wouldn't advise that. I'd advise you to keep retraining and improving it. But it's the most popular application is just to predict images or videos. And so we've got 97 billion of these events in the last 365 days, followed by tracking. So tracking is something that we've integrated directly into the Ultralytics package. It's very popular. And it's a requisite for things like people counting in areas. You don't count them twice. Trackers here, we don't create our own trackers. We integrate with third-party trackers. So we've got two of the best, BotSort and ByteTrack, and you can use those on any models, YOLO V8, V9, V10, and for different tasks, segmentation, detection, pose estimation, oriented bounding boxes. So after that, training models. So it looks like people have trained about 450 million YOLO V8 models in the last year. So more than 1 million per day, which is just astounding. Validation is something that you do when you want to measure the accuracy of the model. It looks like for every model that's trained, only 1% of those go on to be validated individually. So it seems like maybe people don't care too much about the accuracy or they're not concerned that much. And the last one is export. So export is incredibly important if you want to deploy in an efficient manner. So when you train a model, it's in a PyTorch format, and you want that a little bit more streamlined. And so you send that to a different format, like OpenVINO, for example, at Intel, or Onyx at Microsoft. So this is all great, and this is amazing, and it's really humbling to see all this traction. But of course, we can't stand still. You can never stand still, and especially not in a field like ML. You always need to keep moving, keep accelerating. And so these last few months, we've been hard at work creating the next generation of YOLO models that we are here to talk about today. These are called YOLO11, and they build upon all of the past successes that we've had and all of the past contributions from the community. So we have an amazing team here at Ultralytics, but we also have one of the most amazing open source communities in the world, really. We've had 800 people contribute directly to the models, to the technology. And of course, we've had hundreds of thousands of people using them and giving us feedback on what we can improve and what we can do better. So the timeline here for these models is that we're launching these on Monday. So you have a good weekend, and when you get to work on Monday, they'll be there. These are going to be at the Ultralytics repository, and we are actually launching something new this time also. So in the history of Ultralytics, we've only ever had open source models. But now we've also been getting requests from companies, from enterprises for something more tailored. And so now we have an enterprise component to YOLO enterprise models, and these are launching 1 month later. So we are launching a lot of models here, 30 models in total. I think this is the most models I've ever heard of a company launching at the same time. 25 of these are open source, and these are 5 different sizes for 5 different tasks. The tasks are image classification, object detection, instance segmentation, tracking, pose estimation, oriented bounding boxes. And on the enterprise side, we have models that are trained on a new proprietary Ultralytics data set of 1 million images. And these are commercially friendly and trained on backbones that should provide much more robust pre-trained models for refinement on individual applications. Okay, next slide. And how do these models perform? That's the million-dollar question, right? So they are the best models in the world at each of their respective sizes in terms of speed and accuracy. The models come in 5 sizes: nano, small, medium, large, and X for extra large. These apply to different spaces and different applications. So for edge devices, a nano model is probably what you'd go with. These are 2.9 million parameters, so incredibly small. And on the large models, these are about 40 million parameters. These outperform all previous generations of YOLO models by Ultralytics and by any other organization. And on the transformer side that we've had questions about, we do constantly experiment with transformer architectures, and we have ongoing R&D efforts there. We also have hybrid YOLO V8 models that we've created there. But what we see is that the speed, unfortunately, does not really allow us to integrate transformers into the official architectures, as the performance would be too slow versus CNN or fully CNN models, convolutional neural networks. So we have a few examples here of the models in action. And so at its core, YOLO is an object detector. We're spotting things in images. And what that thing is really depends on you. It depends on what you need, what your application is. If you love vehicles and you like looking at brands of vehicles, then you can do that with YOLO. If you're a doctor and you want to scan x-rays, you can do that also. If you have a coffee shop, you want to count how many people are coming by, you want to get demographics, things like how old they are, and so on. So you can kind of really target a certain segment. YOLO will do that for you. Oriented bounding boxes here for satellite imagery, medical imagery, really rotationally invariant data sets. YOLO really excels at. And of course, human pose estimation for fitness applications, and also animal pose estimation, which might even be more popular. So we see a lot of agricultural applications. I think we have a speaker here that's going to discuss a success story in that space later. And so how do these models work? How do you use them? And so the great news here is that you use them exactly how you would use an existing Ultralytics YOLO model. You import the Ultralytics Python package, you call one of the new models, you train it identically to a YOLO V8 model, V9 model, or V10 model. And then you can export that to all the same formats, Onyx, TensorRT, OpenVINO, and many others. We try and make this as simple as possible here in code, but also with Hub, which is our SaaS tool. Since not everybody knows code, we want also a place where you can just click a few mouse buttons and get something done. That's Hub, and we also have an amazing talk by Sergio here. He's going to show that later. So I think that's it. I think I'll open the questions here if there's any time left, if I didn't go over too much.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations even. 1, 2. Congratulations. Congratulations, Glenn. That was awesome. And the team at Ultralytics, absolutely fantastic. That is some huge news, and no pressure, but it's going to be ready on Monday, right?
Yes, yes.
Amazing. Right. Wow. Okay, you're all invited to check it out from Monday. You've seen how easy it is to use, to integrate. It flows with your, previous experience of using YOLO, and it's got all those kind of new features and enterprise features as well. Do we have any questions? We got Hannah at the ready to throw a mic towards you, and anything you want to know about YOLO11, just bring it on. Okay. Do we have any questions coming in? Yes, we got a question. Right. Oh, Hannah, we got one down here. And yeah, okay, great. So you ready to catch? Woohoo. Oh, what an excellent throw. You've done that before. Yes. Could you introduce yourself? Thank you.
Yes, my name is Ivan, and I am a student in the University of Malaga. And I'm getting very interested in what YOLO can do. And my question is, what techniques are you using in this version to make more efficient real-time object detection and classification?
No, that's a great question. So it's really a combination, I think, of 3 different things, which are the augmentation techniques that you use when you are presenting images and labels to the model. So this is really an open-ended space, and there's different packages that we use, including augmentations and our own internal augmentations. And so we've optimized these, and we've improved our processes there. The second is loss functions. So there's different ways that you can compute losses on the three main things that you have for object detection, which are classification, detection, and regression on bounding boxes. And so we've gathered the best loss functions that we've seen in the space. We've read all the papers, and JinQ here has really done a lot of the architecture work there. And of course, the last one is on the architecture itself, like which modules have we changed. And we've optimized these models specifically for NVIDIA GPUs. In the past, we've tried to balance performance between CPU and GPU, and these models are really now more GPU optimized to take advantage of some of the latest hardware optimizations that NVIDIA has. So it's not, I think, a single answer, but I think it's, as Amama used to say, all of the above. When you, I think, combine multiple improvements, you get what we have here today.
Thank you.
Excellent question. Yes, you're going to have to throw that all the way to the person sitting next to you. Yeah, I'm afraid so. I don't make the rules. Yeah, could you introduce yourself? Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Rodrigo. I also study. Well, we both study computer science in Malaga, and we just came today to Madrid to hear the show. My question is because I've heard about, especially when it comes to NLPs, LLMs, that some companies are already implementing their infrastructure and not stopping, but using other lower level programming languages like Rust or C. Even you get this news, Elon Musk saying, the future of LLMs is in Rust. What is your point of view, at least when it comes to this computer vision that are already extremely efficient due to the smaller size? Is it really such a thing that necessary, or Python is already efficient enough, especially because of the usage of GPOs and all the libraries that are already extremely fast?
Yeah, that's a good question. And my own personal observation is Rust is extremely fast. We don't use it for LLMs, but we use it for code linting. We use a package called Rough that's built with Rust, and it works unbelievably fast. Unfortunately, the main architectures or the main frameworks that we use to train, deploy the models are not written in Rust. I'd like to see kind of more effort going towards there in the future, but then you also get into, I think, optimizations that are hardware specific. And so on the training side, we use PyTorch, we use NVIDIA GPUs, but then once you're done training, there's about a dozen different frameworks, and there's possibly like many more, kind of like a long tail that are developing that cater to different types of hardware. So you've got CPU optimizations like OpenVINO, Onyx. You've got GPU optimization, obviously, with TensorRT. And then you've got others like CoreML, TFLate that cater to mobile frameworks and so on. And so it's impossible to create just one thing that kind of solves everything. And so as you see, if you want to really optimize on one dimension like speed, you're going to sacrifice in others, like the number of endpoints that you can deploy to. Mm-hmm. So I think the deployment frameworks are probably already doing as much optimization as they can, and I'm glad to leave that in their hands, since we have our hands full here, just working on the training and supporting all those deployment endpoints.
Thank you.
But yeah, I'm a big fan of Rust.
Fascinating question. And yes, we have, the mic is returning to its carrier, the carrier of the mic. That professional Olympic level basketball training came in very, very handy. We have a hand up there. Yes, the young man in the white shirt. If you wouldn't mind introducing yourself to the audience. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Julius Grasim. I study the master's degree at Complutense University here in Madrid. My question is related about the thing that you just said, that you optimize this YOLO11 version for the GPU. Do these optimizations carry out when exporting the models to other platforms?
No. So that's part of the problem. I think we may end up providing CPU optimized models also. But one of the design decisions that we had to make here, I think, was where to stop on the model count. So we've got quite a few models here. Now that we support quite a few tasks, different sizes, and so on. But I think this is something that as we grow a little bit larger and as we get more resources, that we should start to do. Because once you're doing architecture R&D, you sort of arrive at a point where you need to decide what you're optimizing for. And if you're optimizing for a certain platform, it typically means that you're going to sacrifice performance on a different platform. So since GPU training and GPU deployment is one of the most common practices, we've started there. But I think CPUs, of course, vastly outnumber GPUs. We've heard this comment before, and I think it makes sense also to optimize on the CPU side. Not just on the architecture, but I think also, of course, in things like quantization and quantization aware training.
All right, fantastic. We've got time for one more real quick question here. I'll give you this mic.
So I was wondering if you are planning to look at the low code, no code way of integrating these models to kind of democratize access to computer vision for those people who don't have the technical background or the AI background. Is that something in the roadmap?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks, Glenn.
We love working on YOLO models and writing a lot of Python. But of course, I understand that not everybody knows Python and not everybody loves to do it, even if they do know it. And so we've put a lot of attention into YOLO, but we have a SaaS tool. It's called Hub, and it is slowly developing, and we are adding more and more features to it. And we want to bring these two closer together in the future, so you can train a YOLO model directly in Hub or to Hub from any other hardware that you have, and then use that as a sort of Google Drive for YOLO models, where you can have them in one place, deploy them to different endpoints, compare them, share them with your friends, make fun reports, and so on. So we're going to be, we're building up the Hub team right now, and I think we should have more and more exciting features there in the future. And we've actually got to talk also a little later exactly about that. So I suppose not just Hub Web 2, but also for our mobile app. We want to bring the whole family of applications here together.
Phenomenal. What a great note to wrap things up on. So as I say, watch this space. Much more exciting news to come. But I think we should give our very warmest congratulations and thanks to Glenn and the team for Ultralytics right now. Congratulations on YOLO11, and thank you for that brilliant keynote.
Thanks so much, Oisin.
Thanks to you, man. We're going to give you a break right now, and we're actually going to have a little break, like a 5-minute break, just while we change over the stage and get ready for our next Power Duo keynote, and that's going to be all about introducing AI PC, one machine to detect them all. I cannot wait for that. We'll be back here at 11:25.
Probably Mikowa is somewhere.
All right, folks. My goodness, time flies when you're having fun. Yeah, we are ready to kick off with our next session very shortly. Before we hand over, let me tell you a bit about this next session. It is introducing AI PC. One machine to detect them all. Oh yes, I will be using that slightly dramatic voice when I speak of this. Little Game of Thrones reference. So, you know, this is a world dominated by cloud computing, and there's a growing demand to harness the power of PCs and edge devices for AI needs. Now, all the computers connected have more power than any cloud. So in this next session, our amazing VIP guests are going to introduce an AI PC, a single machine that consists of a CPU, GPU, and NPU, neural processing movement, and can run hundreds of FPSs while detecting objects with YOLO. So this is really cool. This is going to be like a very technical session. You're going to get some great information from these two experts. Let me tell you who's joining us now. They are from Intel OpenVINO. Now, last year, I made the red card level dad joke that OpenVINO is what I do after every visit to the supermarket. So apologies there. Yes, it's as bad this year as it was last year. But let me tell you a little bit about Intel. I'm sure everyone here knows about Intel, but just as a refresher, Intel really is a true industry leader, creating world-changing technology that enables global progress and enriches lives. Inspired by Moore's Law, Intel continuously works to advance the design and manufacturing of semiconductors to help address their customers' greatest challenges. By embedding intelligence in the cloud, network, edge, and in every kind of computing device, Intel unleashes the potential of data to transform businesses and society for the better. Now, they're easy to find. We all, you know, we're here in the Google startups. There's a very good search engine you can use to find out a bit more about Intel. But just go to newsroom.intel.com and indeed intel.com for more information. Right, and we have two awesome speakers for you now. We have Dmitry Pastyushenkov, who is an AI PC evangelist at Intel OpenVINO, and Adrian Boguszewski, who's a software evangelist at Intel OpenVINO. I'm going to give you their quickest bios, and then we'll hand straight over. So Dmitry is an AI PC evangelist at Intel Germany with over 20 years of international experience in industrial automation, industrial IoT, and real-time reporting systems, real-time operating systems, and AI. He's held roles in software development, architecture, and technical management, driving innovation across industries. Adrian, great to see you again, my friend. He is an AI software evangelist at Intel with a degree in computer science from Gdansk University of Technology. He has led teams in computer vision, co-authored the LandCover.ai dataset, and created the Debug Image Viewer plugin. Oh yes, we have some real ones for you. He now educates on the OpenVINO toolkit and enjoys traveling and finance. Good call. My dear friends, please give your warmest welcomes to Adrian and Dmitry. Give it up. Yes.
Hi, everyone.
Oh, you got the lectern mic is on? Yes. Oh, you can take this one.
Okay. Hello?
Yes. Boom, that's it.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're all doing well today, and happy to see all of you here in Madrid. So this is my first YOLO Vision, and I believe I have some interesting stuff to present to you. And I'm going to start talking and explain about AI PC. I hope you already heard about that, but let me give you some introduction to that, because it's a very new device category which just appeared on the market last year. And we are going to talk about AI PC, about software stack, and how to run YOLO models on AI PC. So first of all, on the screen you can see multiple AI use cases which are relevant for client computing, for the PC. And here we have two categories. First category is conventional AI or traditional AI, and another category is generative AI. So traditional or conventional AI is here already since many years, of course, and you are, I believe, familiar with such use cases like pose estimation, object detection, voice recognition, and so on. And as you know that the use cases like pose estimation or object detection can be implemented using YOLO models from Ultralytics. And we have also a new type of AI use cases, it's generative AI. But everybody knows about that already. So to generative AI belongs such use cases like chatbots, text-to-image generation, even code writing, programming on the PC, text-to-video, and so on. So there is this diversity of use cases, and as emphasized earlier by the colleagues from Ultralytics, such models, traditional AI and generative AI, they're quite different, and the size is very different. So the traditional AI models can occupy, let's say, maybe hundreds of parameters, maybe some million parameters, right? But in case of Gen AI, we have even billions and trillions of parameters for the model. And the point is that on AI PC, we can run them all. So we can run all such models on the AI PC without any cloud, internet connection, and keeping the data private. So what is AI PC? Actually, AI PC is a device. It's a computer which is able to run all such use cases or all such AI models efficient. So I mean power efficient, and also it must be performant, comfortable execution of such use cases. And at Intel, we have a special processor for that, which is called Intel Core Ultra. So we have already two series of this, two generation of this processor. First one is Intel Core Ultra Series 1, and today I'm going to talk about the Series 200V. And basically, these processors, they have three engines inside. First of all, here in the center, we have central processing unit. So every PC has a central processing unit or CPU, and it's able to run any kind of workloads, and of course, AI workloads as well. And it's okay to use CPU for some workloads if you need to have, if the model is small, and if you need a short latency. And on the this processor, Intel processor, we deliver up to 5 TOPS performance on the CPU. But of course, we have other AI engines, and now one is GPU, graphic performance processing unit. And so it's obviously, first of all, it's for graphic workloads, but it also works very well for AI workloads, and especially AI workloads which require high throughput, especially for Gen AI models. And in the new generation of the processor, we deliver up to 67 TOPS on the GPU. And this is integrated GPU. I am talking about integrated GPU, which is on chip on the processor as well. And of course, NPU, neural processor, is new unit, which is dedicated for AI use cases, and especially NPU is efficient to use for the use cases when you need to run your AI workload in background. For example, YOLO model, object detection. So it runs continuously for a very long time, because the main feature of NPU that it's not only performant, it's also very power efficient, and over the time you can save a lot of energy. And of course, also very important to understand when you work on your CPU, you have a traditional application as well, like Office programs, right? And in the same time, if you run a lot of AI workloads, like, for example, like blurring of your background during the presentation or some chatbots, you don't like to keep your CPU busy with AI. Otherwise, you will get no bandwidth for your just standard work with Office or with browsing. And therefore, it's good to offload AI to the dedicated engines like NPU, for example. And it's possible to do it with OpenVINO. And in total, we deliver up to 120 TOPS for the whole system. And as I mentioned, OpenVINO is a framework to deploy such models to AI PC, and there are more than 500 models can be used with OpenVINO on AI PC, including YOLO models from Ultralytics, of course. And what I would like to show you, something special. All these free AI engines, actually, they are located in such a small chip, right? So this is a Intercore Ultra 200V processor, right? And it's very small. All three engines are here. So it's a CPU, GPU, so multi-core CPU, obviously, GPU, and also NPU. So therefore, the hardware design is quite simple for the notebooks. No need to have a discrete graphic, for example. And also we have RAM memory on the chip as well. And this is just a tiny chip. All right. So let's talk a little bit more about the model. You saw this slide already, and basically using OpenVINO, you can decide yourself which model to be deployed to which AI agents. For example, object detection with YOLO Ultralytics model can be run on NPU or on the CPU or on GPU as well. You can decide yourself. Also, chatbots make sense to run on GPU because they need a lot of performance. Text to image you can run on GPU and on NPU on the same time to maximize the system throughput, and so on. So it's up to you how to deploy your workloads, and this is very simple. All right, some words before we go to YOLO topic, some words about software stack. And as I mentioned, OpenVINO can be used for optimization and deployment of the models. OpenVINO stands for visual inference and neural network optimization, but it's not only for visual use cases, it's also for NLP, audio, LLM, GenAI, transformers, and so on. So basically, any type of model can be deployed with OpenVINO. And OpenVINO is an open source project with Apache 2.0 license. Can be accessible on GitHub. So how it works? We have multiple frameworks. So I believe you know all these frameworks like PyTorch, TensorFlow, Onyx, and so on. And these platforms, they have own model formats, right? And OpenVINO is able to read all these models in these formats and also optimize the models. For example, using quantization or weight compression techniques, so the model can be reduced to very small size. You can imagine in case of LLMs, for example, it's really critical to fit such huge models in the device, in the PC. And then the models can be deployed to CPU, GPU, NPU, or even FPGA on any type of Intel devices, so including Intel Core Ultra, which I explained before, and even ARM. So you can use also OpenVINO on ARM devices, and you can use it on Windows, Linux, and macOS. So most of us as developers, I believe, and therefore, before I hand over to Adrian, I would like to show you some code, how easy to work with OpenVINO. So if we use Python, so we just install Python package, we import OpenVINO runtime, we use some image as an example of input for the model. So when we initialize the OpenVINO core, we read the model, so we can read the model directly in the provided format, for example, TensorFlow in this case, or you can take Onyx model. So when we compile the model for the AI agent CPU, in this case, but it's totally trivial to change it to NPU or GPU. So it's just this device name. And then we specify output layer and we run inference and get the result. So this is very easy. So this example is with Python, but you also can use, for example, C++ here, which is very important. And also you can use C++ for LLMs model, and you also can use JavaScript and some other languages. With that, so let's hand over to Adrian and start with YOLO.
Yeah, so thanks, Dima. Dima showed us how to run OpenVINO in pure way, right, with OpenVINO code. However, we work closely since 2023 with Ultralytics to enable OpenVINO directly in Ultralytics package. And I'm gonna show you that. So of course, you can go directly with OpenVINO code, you can convert the YOLO model and so on and so on. But you have also another way to do so. You can just use Ultralytics package and specify, for example, in command line interface, that you would like to export to OpenVINO format. Similar thing for integer version. So integer is a quantized version of YOLO model. And then you just need to specify that integer 8 is the flag of integer 8. And of course, you need to provide also data for calibration process. And then you will have your model quantized to integer version. And I will show it in a moment. Of course, you can do the same in code, right? So you just need to import the package, then you need to create the model, in this case, YOLO11N, but you can go also with YOLO 8 or 5. And then use export function when you specify format equals OpenVINO. And in this case, when we specify half equals true, it means it will be exported to floating point 16. But if you want to go for quantized model, again, you need to specify int 8 equals true and provide data for calibration process. But this is export only. What's next? The next thing is inference, of course. And once again, you don't need to go for pure OpenVINO code. You can still be with Ultralytics package. And in command line, you just use predict method. When you specify model you would like to run, instead of YOLO V8 or YOLO11N, you can specify the exported model, YOLO11N OpenVINO model, and it will run with OpenVINO as a backend. Similar for integer version. And also, if you don't have a stream, when you have a video file, when you have all frames at once, you can even specify higher batch. It means that we will run this in cumulative throughput mode when you will use all devices at once. So it will run CPU, GPU, NPU in parallel. But this is only when you have all frames at once and you specify batch higher than 1. Good. How it looks like in the code? Similar. You import YOLO from Ultralytics, then you specify the path to the exported model, and you run the inference. And I'm talking about quantized model. Of course, quantization is beyond this speech, right? The topic of quantization. But we also compared how the quantization influences the model itself. Here we have metrics for int 8 and floating point 32 for YOLO V8 X large model. And the original mean average precision is 0.579. But when we quantize that model, we achieve 0.562. Of course, nothing is for free, right? We are quantizing the model. We are changing the precision to lower precision from floating point to int 8. This is a lossy compression, something like that. But the question is it a big deal, like this 0.017? Probably it's negligible in most cases, and the performance should be much, much faster. So I recommend you trying that. And of course, we are talking OpenVINO here, OpenVINO there. What about performance? You need to check it yourself, of course, on your computer, because it depends on the hardware. But on the right, you have QR code. We did official benchmarks with Ultralytics, and you can scan the QR code, go to the documentation page, and you will see how YOLO V8 is running with OpenVINO. And if you want to do the same on your computer, go for the benchmark tool or run in code similar as you do for other stuff. So it looks like this. I recommend you to try that. However, I'm also going to show it live right now. Good. So let me switch to the demo. You cannot see that, no problem. We will make it visible. Good. I'm going to run one of our demos, which is called People Counter, because we are going to count people there. Of course, using YOLO. .11. So let's see what performance we can get. Good. Running in the background, you can see it's detecting me. That's super cool. But we are here to talk about... Yeah? He is also probably a person, that's why.
Yes.
But what's important here, the performance. You can see performance in the right corner, in the top right corner. We have 36 frames per second running floating point model on CPU. But let's switch for GPU. And this is not Series 2, as Dima mentioned, as Dima showed you, the newest, latest CPU. This is just one generation back in this laptop. And we still have 100 of frames per second running on integrated GPU. So this GPU is not a discrete card. It's on the same chip. And what else? We can go for back to the CPU, and I'm going to switch to integer version. So right now we are running quantized version. And look at the frames per second, 70 frames per second, just changing from floating point to int8. So not only hardware, but also software optimization is quite important. But I'm showing you here our previous generation, but we have also the latest generation, not only in his yes. Pocket. No, we have there in our booth. So after this speech, please visit us there in the corner. We have that device there with the latest CPU, and you will see how fast it can run on CPU, GPU, and NPU. And you will be surprised, I promise you. And not only, please visit us not only for, I need to exit this. Yeah, not only for seeing the performance, we have also some nice swag to give out. So And so the demo I showed you is open source. If you would like to try at your home, scan the QR code in the corner, and you will run on your computer. You will see the performance. It doesn't have to, be an AI PC, right? It can be any Intel hardware. It can be even in cloud, if you have access to webcam, for example. But your laptop, 8th generation, 10th generation of CPU, it will work, right? So this is the first demo. But we also created something what we call AI ref kits. One of them is intelligent queue management, when we count people in some specific areas, when we can, for example, count people standing in queues to the cash desk and so on and so on. So if you would like to learn more, scan the QR code here. There is a lot of materials like articles, videos, specific code with the explanation how to run this and so on and so on. So you will learn more. And I gave a speech a year ago about this project. So if you are interested, I think it's still on YouTube. So you can go there. And now it's time for a bonus. And Dima will show you how to run GenAI.
All right. So we have not only slides, but you can see we have also several demos. And this is AI PC. And I would like to show how paint your dreams on AI PC. So I hope all of you have dreams. I have a dream as well. So I will share to you later. But we go here, right? One. Okay, so this is our demo. And by the way, before I start the demo, we actually have all these demos materials online in GitHub. You can see our open build and OpenVINO build and deploy repository. So please feel free to clone and try these demos. And one of them is paint your dreams. So it's here, and I already started it. So it is implemented with Gradio interface, and we have already some predefined dreams. Also, we selected that we run it on GPU, and let me start generation here.
Oh.
So I think I need to We started. Just give me a second.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So it's started. Just a second.
Ready.
So one more try. So let me set up the parameters one more time. I select GPU. Here I generate endlessly, and I will take this prompt. All right. Now try it. Start generation, and I can see. Yes, you can see that it's compiled on GPU, and if we go back, so we have this dream. So I live in Bavaria, so I would say it looks quite similar, nice mountains, and it's generated right now on this PC. You can see also how much time does it take. And you can see other dreams. I believe Adrian has implemented this demo, so this is maybe dreams from Adrian. And let me try with mine. So I can show tapas in Madrid, for example. And let's see what it will generate.
See that every 3 seconds you have new tapas.
Yes. So and actually I realized my dream yesterday. So with that, thanks a lot for your attention. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Fantastic. Thank you, Adrian Boguszewski and Dmitry Pastushenkov. Very, very impressive. Do we have time for questions? I don't think we do. The question cube is running up the stairs, so I think that is a no. So listen, thank you. That was absolutely fantastic. Those dreams are exactly like mine. Maybe a bit less Guinness, but you know, very impressive.
Still generating.
A new tapas every 3 seconds. That is just wild. And kudos for the live demo. You know, you really do. You know, you walk the walk and talk the talk. That was absolutely real time. You could see it there, restarting the script or the process or anything. Absolutely brilliant. Okay, and you have swag up at your stand, I believe. You mentioned swag. Tell us about the swag. You got some good things?
Of course, notebooks. We have T-shirts, of course, as well. Many T-shirts, really. Please come take two. Backpack, also travel mug, and so on and so on. So, and
all
stickers.
Right. Oh, stickers. Okay, you have me at stickers. Brilliant. All right, a huge round of applause to Dmitry and Adrian. Thank you so much.
And of course, not only the swags, we have other great demos which are run on the AI PC. As Adrian mentioned, YOLO models, YOLO11, even on NPU, but also Llama 3.2, which was just released, and also Pentium Dream. So please feel free to come to our booth. We will explain more. Thank you.
All right, come for the code, stay for the T-shirts, or vice versa. But anyway, no, there's no losers here. That's brilliant. Absolutely great. Make sure you scan those QR codes, go and make some friends, get some swag, and get some of that AI PC goodness into your lives. That's absolutely wonderful. So thank you again. A big respect for the live demo. Absolutely brilliant. All right, my friends, we are going to take a few moments just to get ready for the next session, and it is absolutely fascinating. I'm going to tell you about our next speaker, a bit about his organization, and a bit about what he's going to speak about. And it is actually he will be beaming in very shortly, and then we're going to have a live Q&A. So get your questions ready for the end. He's going to speak for about 15 minutes, and then we can have a few minutes for Q&A. So our next speaker is Usman Umar, and he is a Ghanaian social entrepreneur and speaker. At 12 years old, he left Ghana, and after crossing the Sahara and the Mediterranean, he arrived in Spain. He was adopted and educated in Barcelona, and he founded Nasco Feeding Minds in 2012, supporting digital education in Ghana. He has been recognized by the Fundación Princesa de Girona and ITU, and he's published 3 books and now leads Nasco Feeding Minds and Nascotech while speaking globally. Now, I'm going to tell you a little bit about Nasco Feeding Minds. They are a non-profit NGO whose mission is to promote access to digital education and training for people in the rural areas of Ghana, Africa. And they want to exchange the paradigm of humanitarian aid and create opportunities for the people in the country of origin, so they lead the change in their communities. It is a big deal. It's very brilliant work. We are very, very privileged to have him here. This session is called A Life-Changing Story. Please show your warmest appreciation to the wonderful Usman Umar. Thank you. Oh, I'm so sorry. As you can see, we are using some cutting-edge technology, and we like to keep everyone on their toes at the mixing desk. So Usman will be joining us very soon. Just a little reminder, my dear friends, spread the love, spread the FOMO, make all your friends jealous, you know, take photographs of the food and the great speakers, and use the hashtag YV24. If there's a great screen up there, actually, I think it's running YOLO V11. And you can go up there and actually film yourself being detected in real time, and that's quite fun. So yes, make everyone wildly jealous of your presence here. And if you're tuning in online, please share your comments, share your thoughts. We'd love to hear what you think. You know, smash the comments button on your streaming platform of choice, and don't forget to share the love. YV24. Okay, are we ready with the video? We have our crack team at the back are working on this technology. This is the thing I love about YOLO Vision, you know, real-time demos, people beaming in from all over the world.
My mother
you know,
passed away during my birth.
Here we are. Oops, okay, we have the audio, but not the video. So I'm guessing these are all going to come together absolutely perfectly now. But I'm something of an optimist. I hope you're all going to join us later for cocktails. This is going to be a great party. And, you know, I do think it is thirsty work, all this conference stuff. So, you know, if you'd like to join us, please get the details from the team. And please, we hope to see you there.
Thank you very much, Oisin, for this wonderful introduction. And more importantly, your invitation to this amazing event. Before I start, I would like to share my screen. So we get from there. Yes. My name is Osman Omar, and I was born in a very small village called Finyaso, located in the West Africa, Ghana specifically. The title of my session is called A Life-Changing Story, but I think we all have a story to tell. It's not about having the best or the worst story, it's just different. And if you are capable to be shared, to create a scenarios where we share to know about each other, definitely I think that's where unity comes from. So yes, I will introduce my village, how my village was and where I was born. Ghana, in Ghana, we have about 42 different tribes, ethnic groups, and my tribe is called Wala. And when I was born, unfortunately, my mother passed away during my birth. And the traditions of the Wala tribe is that when such thing happen, mostly people think that the reason of the death of the mother is because the child is a witch. So normally they also kill the child. I was so fortunate that my biological father was a shaman and he was able to save me. I lived in my village until 9 years. I didn't even know that my aunt was not my biological mother until the age of 12, 13 years. At the age of 9, I left Finyaso, my village, to Enia city due to curiosity. When I saw the first time an aeroplane flying over the skies of my village, and I couldn't understood how come that this metal bed could sustain on the sky. However, my toy car cannot even move by itself. I still remember taking a stone from the floor, threw it up, and it falls over my head. I couldn't understand how the stone couldn't sustain. However, the airplane was able to sustain. This curiosity leads me to ask who made that. And I was told the white men. Then the next question comes, who are these white men? How come that they are capable to do that and I can't do it? This means that the world doesn't end in the borders of my village just like I thought before. I also need to underline the fact that I was illiterate. I never go to school because in my village there wasn't a school. The first 2 years we go to school, we used to walk 4 miles to school and 4 miles coming back. So After 2 years, I had to stop going to school and help my parents at the farm. So definitely, I was almost illiterate. This need, this curiosity, this will to know, this illusion pushes me out of my village at the age of 9 years to a city called Techiman to be able to proceed on learning how to manufacture toy cars, welding, straightening, and all that. From Techiman, I moved to Kumasi, the second capital, and from Kumasi, I moved to Accra, specifically Tema Harbour, the capital of Ghana. In Tema Harbour, I get to know about how the white men they don't only manufacture airplanes, but also all sorts of other things like cars, televisions, etc., etc. Because at the seaport where I was working as a street welder, once a while there's always ships arriving from the Western world full of all these materials for Africa. And fortunately, I established friendship with some of these truck drivers who drove most of these materials from Ghana, the seaport of Ghana, to most of the countries in the middle of Africa who they don't have access to the sea like Chad, Niger, etc. This truck drivers convinced me that if my dream was to go to paradise, to go to Europe, first, the best way to go was going to Libya. And from Libya, then you can make the jump to Europe. I never knew the distance between Ghana and Libya. I end up joining these truck drivers through illegal routes from Ghana to Niger at the age of 12, 13 years. What I never knew was that from Niger to Libya, there's the worst desert on earth called Sahara Desert. To cross this hell, we had only 5 liters of water, 1 gallon of water, biscuits, fried granite, and other things. Unfortunately, these human traffickers abandoned us in less than 3 days in the middle of the Sahara Desert. In total, we was 46 people abandoned in the Sahara Desert. We walked day and night trying to find a way to survive. Unfortunately, 19 days, 3 terrible weeks later, out of the 46 people, only 6 of us finally survived and ended up in a village called Isir in Libya. Not talking about the corpse, hundreds of corpses and dead bodies we found on the way. Only my group. More than 90% died. In Isir, one of the smallest villages in Libya, that was the year 2000. Libya was governed by Muammar al-Gaddafi. Being black and alive in Libya was almost a crime. I stayed in Libya for 4 years. Worked like a slave. After 4 years, I was able to raise $1,800 US. For the second time, I end up in Tripoli, and I end up in hands of human traffickers again, with my intention to fulfill my dream, going to paradise. What I never knew was that even though I had been able to cross the desert to Libya, from Libya, I still have to cross Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco, Western Sahara, Mauritania. And then the next deadfall place, which is Mediterranean. After 48 hours in a very small boat, we end up in an island called Fuerteventura, full of agony. Not talking about the days before, weeks before, when in the first attempt, hundreds of my colleagues was drawn. In Libya, in Fuerteventura, I was in jail for almost a month and a half. Then from then, I was sent to Malaga. In Malaga, I was asked which part of Spain do I wanted to live. I knew nothing. I know only Barca because of football. 24 February 2005, I arrived in the city of Barcelona, alone, nothing at the age of 16, 17 years. I don't speak Spanish, no Catalan, I don't know how to read and write. I don't have even a peso in my pocket. I was so happy that finally I've made it to paradise. I greeted everybody on the street. Nobody answered to my greetings. However, I end up sleeping on the street almost a month again until this wonderful woman gave me a helping hand. I became a born again. I understood the importance of education, the power of education. My first day in Marcia and Armando's house, I cried as a kid. The question was, what have I done wrong to deserve all this terrible experience? Have I killed? Why my friend Musa died? Why Sapashini couldn't make it? Why me? I understood that the most important is not asking why, but what can I do with this experience I've acquired? I didn't make it for being the most strongest among my group, but to fulfill my dreams, which is being the voice of those who couldn't make it and working at the source root of the problem so other children will be able to save their lives at home without suffering, going through what I went through. And that's how I understood my mission of life. And I created Nasco Feeding Minds. 2012, my way of giving back, sharing the lucky I was with those who really needs it. The first thing I did was convincing my younger brother Nasco, making him understand the importance of feeding his mind. The real solution of migration is at source. It's a matter of opportunities and prosperity in these countries. Today, Banasco is the co-founder and is the clear example of success that if you feed somebody's mind, he lead a change in communities. If you feed his stomach, prepare to collect his corpse in your beaches. This is the reality. In Nasco Feeding Minds, we don't just follow ideas, but realities, actions. Today, we can proudly say that since 2012, without any institutional support, we have been able to raise awareness to create 17 ICT labs in Ghana, used by more than 50 schools currently. And this year, this education year, more than 6,500 students have been using the 17 ICT labs today in Ghana without any government support, neither any institutional support, just with people like each and every one of you who realize that, yes, the real change comes from small action of each and every one of us. We can all make this world a little bit better than we met it. And more importantly, Nasco Tech, which is the final part of the project. Nasco Feeding Minds create computer schools, educate people into the IT world. Nasco Tech creates opportunity for those in IT sector to be able to work in their hometowns, living with their family, contributing in the economic cycle of Ghana, their countries. Today, can proudly say that almost 32 people are currently in the offices of Nasco Feeding and Nasco Tech in Ghana, working. 23 of them are actively working today for different companies here in Spain, without crossing the border, without jumping to the sea, working from Ghana, Nasco Tech office in Accra. This is the real solution to solve the migration problem at source. It's not about creating charity, but rather creating prosperity. That's our mission. And our sustainable plan is as what you can see. We have the ICT labs, which we need support, we need partners, we need donors to be able to pay light bills, teachers' fees, etc. But Nasco, those who graduate from Nasco Freedom ICT Lab goes to Nasco Tech, where they can develop talent, their own workforce, working from their hometown. Doing that, we are creating local economic development. And that's how prosperity is being created. So in 5, 6, 10 years now, from now, Nasco Tech will be able to grow to sustain the need, impact their own communities by their own talent. That's our plan of sustainable. But of course, current today, we still need support to be able to go ahead. Here are some recognitions. Since we started, we had some awards from the United Nations, the Pope, and the Royal Family of Spain. I said, here is our contact. If you want to know more, you can always clock to our website. Thank you very much. And I'll be there. I'll be here waiting for 5 minutes more for Q&A. Thank you.
Give it up for Usman. That was amazing. Usman Umar, thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Wow, talk about a journey. What an inspiring journey. Thank you so much for joining us here today, Usman. We are just going to make sure we have the live link as well. Thank you, thank you. Okay, we got a room full of people here. Usman, we've got folks beaming in questions that are being shared via Discord and the streaming channels. Do we have any questions for Usman after that really inspiring presentation? Did anyone hear? Oh, we do. We have a question straight away. A finger has been pointed. A microphone is being run over and will be punted over to the question. Yes. Excellent. Good man. Okay. Question 1.
Yes. So I have a community question, and it was one community member asked if there are any specific programs for women interested in tech that Nasco Tech is working on or building.
Oh, I'm afraid we're having some audio problems.
I can hear you. I can hear you now.
Okay, great. I think the question was, are there any specific programs around how women in technology can get involved and support the incredible work of Nasco Feeding Minds?
Absolutely. And definitely, we know very well that the backbone of Africa, of Ghana, the part of Africa I know is women. Women, without women in Ghana, the society will not exist, definitely. So, of course, we had women as well in our ICT labs. And more importantly, even the first 2 women who was included to the developers, when we had the opportunity to upgrade their talent through scholarships coming to Madrid to upgrade their knowledge. The 2 people we gave the scholarship to were the 2 ladies we have who are currently graduating probably in 1st of November and in University of Comillas in Madrid. So yes, we have women as well, and we try as much as possible to integrate women in IT, in our Feeding Minds IT labs in Ghana, as well as Nasco Tech Coding software factory.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. We have a bit of time for more questions. Do we have any more questions from the room or from our wonderful community? Okay. Have you all scanned the QR code who want to get involved? Okay, I'm seeing some heads nodding. That's excellent. Going once, going twice. no further questions, but I just want to say thank you so much for sharing that incredible personal journey. I know it really has been very hard. You've overcome so many obstacles, and you've really exemplified the power of hope and optimism and human connection and love and hard work and embracing technology to make the world a better place. So on behalf of all of us here in Madrid, and all of us in the Ultralytics community, I want to say thank you very much, Oisin, for joining us. Can we have a big round of applause, please, for Oisin Umar? That was just wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your support. It was wonderful. Thank you.
That was really amazing. My goodness, I was quite moved by that. What a journey. You know, I look forward to the Netflix series or book, but I think, you know, he's doing so much valuable work in terms of Nasco feeding minds. This is really where that incredible impact, the culmination of that struggle and that hardship, and seeing so many of your close friends and family, you know, just go under the wheels of that treacherous journey. You know, kudos again to Oisin for doing that incredible work and really, you know, providing that inspiration for all of us. To say that technology makes the world a better place is a little bit of a cliche. You know, see also the HBO series Silicon Valley, one of my favorite scenes there. But it's true. It really can. It can really transform lives. And, you know, Oisin really exemplifies this. Okay, we have chairs coming to the stage. We are, let me just check the time here. I think we might be ready to go soon. We're going to have a brilliant session very soon or immediately right now, which is called Breaking Codes and Shattering the Glass Ceiling in AI Leadership. I think we're going to kick off. Oh, we're actually a little bit, no, wait, hold on a second. I have this thing is moving by itself. 12:20. Okay, we got a few minutes before. We got 5 minutes before we invite our speakers onto the stage. So I should maybe take this 5 minutes to tell you a bit about who's joining, but it's a 5-minute break, but I'm going to tell you about the amazing speakers you're going to be enjoying very soon. So the session that's coming up is called Breaking Codes and Shattering the Glass Ceiling in AI Leadership. Now, we are absolutely honored to be joined by a quartet of awesomeness. Some of them will be in person, and we will be also joined by one of our guests online. So I'll tell you first about Christina Stathopoulos, who I hope I'm not mispronouncing your name too terribly. Christina is the founder of Dare to Data and also a data evangelist. Now, she'll be joining us in person. She helps individuals and companies advance in data and AI. And Christina is formerly at Google and Waze, and she now focuses on training and evangelism. She has delivered keynotes in over 20 countries and teaches at IE, ISDI, and Porto Business School, promoting responsible AI. Let me tell you about our next guest. She is Mariana Hernandez, and she is the chapter lead Madrid at Latinas in Tech, and she joins us in person as well. Now, Mariana is a visionary, creative, and results-orientated digital and innovation leader with a proven track record of driving transformative growth in diverse and multicultural global markets and empowering individuals and brands to reach their full potential. She is adept at leveraging technology to create impactful solutions that address business and societal challenges and build high-performing teams to maximize ROI. She's a mentor at Endeavor, Seed Rocket, Tetuan Valley, and Mentor Day, and a Latinas in Tech Madrid chapter lead. She is a board member of several startups and has over 20 years of experience in global creative groups such as WPP and IPG, and also a little startup that not many people have heard of called Google. So thank you, Mariana, for joining us. Great to have you here. Our next guest is going to be joining us online. She is Bruna de Guimarães, and I hope I'm pronouncing that not too badly. She is a CPO and a COO in SaaS, and she now runs her own consulting business. She aims to bridge the gap between business and technology, positioning product as the core of her SaaS business. Now, outside of work, Bruna is a dedicated mother, inspired by her daughter to be a role model for young professionals. I love reading out things like that. That's absolutely beautiful. And rounding off our quartet of awesomeness, we are absolutely thrilled to have the head of growth at our very own Ultralytics, Paula Deringer. Thank you so much for joining us, Paula. Now, she leads marketing, partnerships, and sales at Ultralytics, contributing to a 150% revenue growth in a year. I mean, when you think, I used to work at enterprise companies, and you know, people would kind of ring bells if we shifted a fraction of a percentage. 150% is a very big deal. Now, Paula has experience at Procter & Gamble and Wella, and she combines creativity and data-driven strategies to build impactful brands, driving innovation and digital transformation. So that, my friends, is who we have joining us on the stage very, very soon. I'm just going to do a little time check with myself using this very sophisticated piece of technology in my pocket. And I think we are good to go. So now it's time for the applause. Now I've told you about the amazing guests we're going to have. I'm going to be having a little chat with them now for the next half an hour. And we're going to learn about breaking codes, shattering the glass ceiling in AI leadership. My dear friends, would you join me in welcoming to the stage our VIP guests, Christina Stathopoulos, Mariana Hernandez, Bruna Di Guimares joining us virtually, and of course, Paula Deringer joining us IRL. Thank you so much. Okay, we're just going to, before I find out how badly I've mispronounced everyone's name, we're just going to see, are we going to be welcoming Bruna to our virtual event, right? Okay, excuse me. Just change it. Yes, we do indeed. Okay, fabulous. I just need to swap over here, again, using my incredible technology skills, to this other document here. Right. Okay. So thank you all so much for being here. I am, very honored to be the token man on the stage. I think, this conversation is about the incredible, work that you're all doing and the reasons that you're doing it, the importance of your mission. Now, one of the great truisms that I see at every single conference, and I've seen this when I worked at enterprise companies, I see this at events, I see the best minds in the world talking about this, is a lack of diversity is fatal. Because if you don't have the 360 viewpoint of any particular issue or problem, you're just going to step on some really embarrassing rakes. It can be a matter of national security. It can be a matter of company sustainability. If you don't operationalize diversity, getting the best viewpoints from the best of society, you're really missing a trick. It's the greatest unlock for any business in any sector. I'm a firm believer in this. So there's been some really interesting reports recently. There's been the Google Diversity Report. There's been reports from Forbes, from McKinsey, really kind of saying what a lot of people know from personal experience, is that there's no reason for you to look around a boardroom and for everyone to look like you, because, that's just a recipe for disaster. You see it again and again. Before we dive into things, I wonder, could we, open things up by just examining what's your assessment of the current status of women in leadership across different sectors? And, which sectors are smashing it? Which, who's crushing it out there in terms of like bringing that good diversity in, and which sectors are falling behind? So time to name and shame. Okay. And if there's anything else that you want to say by way of an introduction, you're very welcome. Now's a good time. If you want to expand at all about what I've said in your stellar introductions. I'm gonna hold this microphone towards you. Who wants to jump in?
Thank you. So, well, I believe that we all understand the big numbers, but if you compare, for instance, that we have approximately 20% of women in the technology sector, and if you go to education, communication, marketing, and the public sector, you can find numbers between 45 and 50%. So, of course, we know there's a gap in the technology sector, but I think that the most interesting thoughts that we can share here is why is this happening and what is our responsibility, to change this. So I would like to open that conversation because if we go and see what is happening in the education for girls, for instance, and I work with Technovation, and we were in a talk yesterday, I believe, yesterday. So we saw like how little girls are so scared of mathematics. There's like twice the number of girls with anxiety about mathematics versus boys. And this is happening in a very early years. So I believe that that is one of the things we should be understanding, what is happening in the early education years, and we should have influence there, because we have to understand how we can empower girls to feel more safe and, you know, and strong when facing STEM topics.
Yeah, I think the topic on education, I was talking about it previously with Tasha from our HR team. I think it's an important one. We were talking about her daughter and also my sister. She's 17. And I have noticed a big difference in her education, and also she's noticed a difference in her daughter's education and my generation. Where right now they are being taught to code at school. So they're being given the opportunity from a very early stage, especially when they're being educated. So I think education is an important factor. Talking about the differences in industries, I can only talk to my experience. When I was at Procter & Gamble and Dwella, and also when I was working at the communications agency, I had female bosses. And the whole team was mostly made up of women, so it was more female heavy in a way. Now, in my day-to-day, I don't have that many female references. So actually, Bruna is my mentor. We got connected through the Intel Ignite program. We participated in batch 7 of their startup program. We were selected out of 300 startups to be one of the 12. And luckily, Bruna was part of our mentor team. And so we brought her on to Ultralytics as an advisor. So really having her being part of that conversation is something that I'm very thankful for. And then lastly, just a really fun fact that I figured the other day, I was very curious to know, out of all the, I think, 1,000 companies that I've talked to or more in the last year, I had only spoken to 4 companies that had women in them as part of the conversation to sell an Ultralytics enterprise license. So that to me was a very, very striking figure.
To follow up on what you said earlier about how you had many female managers, I can say that I've never had a female manager in my entire career. And even I was at Google with Mariana. We had some overlap time both in the Google Madrid office. But even as we can see in this conference, tech remains a very male-dominated field, and it's something that needs to change. And I was looking at some stats before the panel, looking at like a broader view, and I saw that for 2023, looking at CEOs of Fortune 500 companies, what % of the CEOs do you think were females? So raise your hand if you think they were 50%. 50% females. 40%? 30%? 25? 20? I see more hands. What about 10? The answer is 10. 2023 had 10% females, and this was a record high. So it's actually good news because we're improving. But if you look at the number as it is, I think it's quite low. We have a lot of work to do when it comes to just women in leadership. And I know this is a very gender discussion, but I would add as well that you need to look even deeper. You need to look into very specific groups. So if we consider, for example, women of color, the numbers get much, much worse. So there's a lot of work we need to do when it comes to diversity across leadership in general, but especially in tech.
100%. I don't know. Can you hear me?
Perfectly, yes. Hello.
Great. Hi. Thanks for having me. And yeah, I completely agree with everything that they said. I have the same example as Christina. I never had anyone, any boss or mentor. There were women. It was just men. I had the lucky opportunity to have very incredible mentors that also pushed me and really wanted me as well to break those boundaries and break those barriers. but that's actually the goal. And I think the biggest thing that we also underestimate is role models. Role models for kids, for C-level startups, for individual contributors. This makes a really big difference. Again, to the point of Christina, also for other minorities, right? So when women of color, Latinas, I mean, LGBTQ plus, having examples of that in companies allows you as well to have more of an energy. It gives you the power. It makes you feel like you can as well. And I think this is what we need to include more and more and talk about it and bring more in the day-to-day of companies to actually be this role model for them, for young professionals out there.
Word, indeed. It's an old truism. You can't see what you can't be what you can't see. It's like you need that kind of inspiration, those role models, those mentors, like you were saying. I wonder, Christina, you mentioned something interesting there. Things are going in the right direction, but obviously we're starting from a horrendously low bar. Do you think things like company culture and these kind of policies and putting things into an operational structure, is that helping? I mean, open question for everyone. Is that a good thing? Okay, I'm seeing a.
I see Mariana.
Okay, Mariana, you have it. Well volunteered.
I mean, I don't think there's only one answer for that, because I don't see like a common trend in company policies. Of course, when we talk about big tech, for instance, Google or the like, there's an awareness about this problem, and then there are some measures and and rules and norms, implicit and explicit things that are happening that help women leadership. But I would say that also regulation is very important in terms of government. And I don't know here in this audience if you know about the new law that we have to have more women in consejos de administración, like board members. Do you know the number is 40%? So now there's a law in Spain in which the companies that are public in the business, they need to have 40% of women in the board of directors. So I believe that regulation is very important, because otherwise it's not about the goodwill of leaders or the goodwill of people leading companies. It should be part of a common conversation.
Strong agree. Any more comments there, Paula?
Yeah. So I think regulation is important to achieve that gender equity. But I do think that there's an equity that we need to achieve in terms of thought. So not only getting to that number and saying, okay, we've got X% amount of women, but actually women that are in the room and have a voice and actually drive the product forward, drive the strategy forward, drive growth for a company, drive HR, recruitment. So actually have an impact in what's being done in a startup or a larger organization and helping it move forward. So I think it's about equity in gender, but also equity in thought.
Yeah, 100%.
Yes.
And I have to say as well, when it comes to flexible work, right? I mean, we talk about this is in general, not only for female, but with the post-pandemic, I mean, there's so much more hybrid models that have opened up. Like our eyes have opened up towards this possibility. And for people with for male, females, for anyone in the professional sphere, you have now the flexibility. I think this is also part of being a good leader, adapting your model, adapting your culture as well to fit your team, to make sure that you enable them for success, that they are able to do the job the best way possible. And I think being stuck into an office or being stuck into your cubicle from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., it's not anymore the norm. And this has been, I think, in my opinion, a really good step forward that at least the pandemic has brought us. We always have the goods and the bads, but how companies adapt their culture as well to make sure that they can bring this diversity inside of their day-to-day.
Oh yeah, I was going to add about the pandemic. One of the good things that she was mentioning is more acceptance of hybrid or remote work. And this, of course, has benefited everybody, everyone that has kids at home or whatever family obligations you have. But in the end, it does end up typically benefiting women more because women end up having, in general, more child rearing responsibilities or taking care of older family members. So women have seen a lot of benefits from this, and it's opened the door for them to be able to more easily move into leadership. But I will add that I'm a little bit worried because we're seeing that trend reversing. We're seeing a lot of companies announcing return to offices, even return to office 5 days a week. And that could unfortunately reverse that trend that we saw that opened the door for many women to go into leadership. And then one thing I did want to add, because we were talking about regulation and everything before, all of this is very important, regulation, culture, changes. But I don't think that will be enough. I think in the end, what it depends on as well are the people and the company actually believing in what they're doing. Because this is not a matter of putting a check on a DEI or ESG metric in the company, but diversity has shown time and time again in studies that it profits the company, that the profits will go up. So if it comes to the bottom line, it comes to money, diversity is going to benefit the company.
Yeah, and I really like that what you mentioned, Christina, because it happens, the change happens within us. Like we can do something about it. We shouldn't put the finger into putting the responsibility on something else. Of course, that also needs to happen, and it's also a step. But if we are little by little 1% better into our own day-to-day organization, then at some point, I believe that we will reach as well the top.
Strong agree there. I mean, if we let the market decide, it might decide just to do the same old, so and so forever. If we wait for the government to do everything, it may take a very long time because government's very important. They can really move the corporate sector, but the speed that we require, particularly to raise the standard in companies, as you say, it's a matter of profit, it's a matter of sustainability, and just doing the right thing. It's kind of crazy that we're not already there, but here we are. We have a deficit to catch up on. Now we heard. I think you mentioned the far from ideal world of, oh no, it was yourself, Christina, that the world of going into for a cubicle for like 8 hours a day. And it's just, that's not an ideal environment to encourage women to get into leadership and to redress the balance that we need to happen. What does the ideal world look like? I mean, what's an environment that's supportive of, promoting women to leadership, making sure the board has got diversity and equity in there, and we're kind of really optimized to perform how we need to in 2024 and beyond? What's like a good scenario? What kind of things would make that change within companies?
It's not that we want to be in disorder all the time, so we can change because it's but I was thinking that of course the fact that if you have diverse teams, the company will be more profitable, more productive, more innovative. We know that. But I also have a challenge for all women here, because I believe that we have a little, well, maybe not a little bit, but a lot of responsibility also in this matter. And I'm going to tell you very briefly my experience in Latinas in Tech, and also as a facilitator of I Am Remarkable program, which is a program that was created at Google, but now it's a global NGO. And I've been running a lot of workshops about I Am Remarkable. And basically it's to show women how to, how to communicate on an assertive way their achievements and their, their successes. And in every workshop that I have facilitated, there's this fear and there's this doubt about how to do this. And many women, they feel ashamed, or they don't feel that achievements should be communicated. They feel that achievements are there, and so I don't need to communicate, I don't need to talk about those things. So I believe there is something about us that we also need to change, to be able to be role models, to be able to be more assertive when communicating our challenges, our achievements, even how to ask for a pay raise. It's a big challenge for many women. So I believe that there's something inside us that we need also to check. And if you don't know about I Am Remarkable, you can check the website, because it's a very useful tool to understand the way in which we can be the change we want to see in the world. You know, we have to start with ourselves, I believe. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, who wants to jump in?
No, I would just add that I was also I am a remarkable facilitator. I love that workshop. But we're talking about, yeah, as women, we need to believe in ourselves. And I know as well, we have a lot of attendees that are male today, so I don't want to leave you out of the conversation. Of course, males form a part of this. I've had a lot of fantastic male managers, male mentors. So males are just as much a part of this journey. And as a male, there's a lot that you can do. I mean, you can make sure that women's voices get heard. You can make sure of pay transparency, that there's not a discrepancy between men and women doing the same job, supporting your female colleagues. But don't think just because this is a women's discussion that all of the males are out of it. You are just as important.
Yeah, I wanted to do a little shout out to Glenn. I think he's been also key, and I've told him several times, in my growth at Ultralytics, because he's given me that space to grow, to explore, to test things out and test my limits, take risks, challenges. So I think, as you're saying, I think having someone that vouches for you and sponsors you, I think is super important, regardless of whether you're a man or a woman. I think having role models, I think it's very important. If I look around me, as I said before, I don't have a lot of female references in my day-to-day. I have personal ones. I've got my mom. I've got my aunt as well. She's one of the few female partners at Deloitte here in Spain. And I think they've really taught me to believe in myself and to be more assertive, as you were saying. So I think having more role models is something that is very important, and it's a little bit of a domino effect. The more we see, the more women will, see themselves in a leadership position, and the more companies will want to hire women to lead their teams.
Yeah, I completely agree with everything these women have said. And honestly speaking, transparency within the workplace, right? So this will allow as well that then there is a equality when it comes to promotions, when it comes to equitable pay, when it comes to time off, all of those things. I think if you bring transparency to the table, it will make a big difference to bring this equality to the company.
Absolutely, and a great shout to men who are on the right side of this. There's that old truism: if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. So do be part of the solution. Look out for mansplaining. Now, mansplaining is, of course, when a man takes a lot of space explaining something. I just thought I'd better explain that for you there. You're welcome. Let's dive back in to the subject at hand. Now, you have spoken about these scenarios, where we'd like to get to, how we all need to be part of this journey, this solution, the importance of mentorship, inspiration, that rising tide lifting all the boats. But what are some specific strategies that have helped you navigate situations that have been less than ideal? Is there anything, for our friends joining us on demand, streaming in live, any specific strategies helped you personally thrive in environments which are sadly a bit outdated and a bit male dominated for now?
I would start, we've talked a lot about mentorship and having sponsors at work. So that always helps. When you don't, you can become like very isolated, very alone, especially if you're a female in a very male-dominated field. And then one other thing that I think could work for companies, because you're talking about strategies that we can do, we haven't mentioned anything about psychological safety. So opening a door to some sort of psychological safety within a company where you know that you can go talk, whether it's a complaint or an idea, but a place that you feel safe and don't have risk of retaliation. Of course, this should be everywhere. I mean, that should be throughout the whole company. Sometimes it doesn't work that way, and it needs to start through some program or system. But you also do need psychological safety without the fear of retaliation.
Yeah, fantastic.
I think there are three things, in my opinion, that combine all of this, that are parts of the strategy. One is for yourself, right? What are you doing? What your peers are doing, what the company is doing. We spoke about what the company is doing: transparency, flexible work environment. You have your peers. We spoke about our male peers also helping and supporting that you're part of the solution, and having those allies, having those mentors, and yourself, which was already mentioned as well for Mariana. I think if you have those 3 points, and especially yourself, you as a woman, if you don't have a seat at a table, make a seat at a table. There's a book I love, and I love to give to everyone that goes through that goes through the mentorship program with me, is Nice Girls Don't Get the Corner Office. We're taught as girls to be nice, and we are not supposed to be nice. We're supposed to be kind, and kind is different than nice. And I think we also need to be and get our space, and not be afraid of speaking up. Talking about my daughter, right? We just read a book, one of my favorite books for her. It's called Dear Girl. And the first page of the book, it says, "Dear girl, raise your hand. You have smart things to say." So not forgetting about this, like just speak up. And the work comes from within, and from those from those role models that are coming into your day-to-day, that will inspire you to actually speak up and represent who you are.
Can I just add one, because she just mentioned a book. If you know me, I love books. I want to add on Invisible Women. I don't know if you all have read it. Yeah, okay. Invisible Women is a book that I recommend in a lot of my classes. I'm a data person, so I talk about a lot of data books. And there's one particular book called Invisible Women, which was written talking about how the world was designed with the male as default. I think a lot of us are familiar with the case of the seatbelts in cars, that they were tested for accidents using dummies in the form of a male body, but female bodies are designed differently. And they didn't change that and start doing the double tests until later on. But it goes much further than just testing for accidents. And the book covers all of the different industries. I mean, healthcare, transportation, and so on. But I recommend this to women and men in my classes, because I think it opens all of our eyes to how much change we need to make, and particularly us as data people. We can relate with that, I think.
Absolutely. Oh, yes.
Yeah, but specific things we can do, or the things that I'm doing, and I love that book. And yes, there are so many examples about how the world has been designed with a male point of view at some point, and this is changing. But the first thing I have done is to be an active mentor. So I have leaned in and and be a mentor to my reports when I was in Google, or to other people that wanted to have me as a mentor. I am also talking to girls in early education stages to show them that you can be a happy, fulfilled woman working in technology, that is not that difficult, that it's very fun, that you can have a wonderful life. So they are very excited when I go there and I tell these girls my story. And another thing that I have done is to be very proactive, bringing male allies. So I've been like, inviting people, males in my environment, to come and talk to us, and what do you think, and what is your point of view, and do you want to be a mentor of someone here? And even in Latinas in Tech, that we are only women, we have a lot of men that are mentoring and helping us to understand how to move forward. So I would say that those 3 things are very important for me, but always being proactive and going that step beyond. Don't wait for things to happen for you, but just go and do something, and ask for help. That's very important. So I would say that is my thought about this. Okay.
Yeah, I guess I agree with everything that you've said. Just to add to that, I guess challenging yourself to do things, and pushing yourself to be in uncomfortable positions. And I can think of many uncomfortable positions that I've had this year, one of them being this one. So I've never done a panel discussion or a talk. So you need to push yourself. So always push yourself. And I think, yeah, and so I think that's mostly the key learning that I've had in the last 2 years at Ultralytics, which are my first ones in tech.
Outstanding. First, but not the last, Paola. Wow, that's awesome. I'd just like to give some disclosure here. Two of my best bosses in my entire career, which is a few decades in tech, were women. One here, Simonetta Lully in Madrid, absolutely badass. You know, no ego, full, candid feedback, just brilliant. Nothing's personal. This is about getting the best possible work out of your colleagues. And her boss was Kaisa Soininen in Finland, who was completely badass. They were just brilliant. Two of the best people I've ever worked with. Now we have the cube of power. Hannah's got the cube of power. She's ready to pass it to your face if you would like to ask a question to our quartet of awesome women here. Do we have any questions? I have more questions, but I think your questions might be more novel. We have a question. Okay, Hannah is floating across the floor very elegantly there. The cube is traveling up to the top of the room, and I believe, look at this, yes, this is Olympic. Oh, it's being thrown across to our community desk. Thank you, sir.
So this question is actually from me, not from the community, because I, as a follow-up on what Christina mentioned about what men can do to be more welcoming for women in technology. You know, my partner is a woman in STEM, and I'm always backing her. But one of the things I've learned, and I wanted to ask if the panel could share, sometimes it's best to know what not to do. And wanted to get everyone's opinion on that.
I'm processing that. That's a good question. That's a really good question.
I mean, I would say don't be patronizing or condescendent. And also, I believe that pushing is not the best way, but inviting and understanding, and also opening your mind about how a female can perceive the same problem in a different way, and that is very enriching.
Maybe I would add as well, I think, and you'll probably understand this, don't interrupt too much. Yes. There are a lot of, again, going back to data and studies, there's a lot of studies about how much more women get interrupted in like meetings versus men. We get talked over, we get interrupted, and it kind of just gets pushed under the rug. But if it happens a lot, it really starts to affect you. This is something you really have to consciously like focus on to really notice it, but it happens.
Yeah, for me, it's a very simple thing. It's just don't do to women what you wouldn't like to be done to yourself, right? The famous saying. So just try to portray it to you and think about, yeah, would I like this to be done to me? And in the end, I think it's a very simple rule.
Fantastic. Okay, absolutely brilliant. I think we might be close. Okay, we're getting the time's out signal there from Hannah. Thank you very much. My dear friends, that was wonderful. So there you go. You're all part of the solution now. You're all part of the Ultralytics community. Let's see what we can do together to redress this balance that really, really should have been redressed a very long time ago. So thank you all for everything you're doing. Thank you for being here on the stage and joining us virtually. My dear friends, give a huge round of applause to Christina, Mariana, Bruna, and Paula. Thank you. Absolutely awesome. That's brilliant. Okay, we're just allowing a few minutes for a little stage changeover, and we are going to go YOLO on Lightning Studios in our next session. Yes, indeed, Lightning YOLO. I like the sound of that very much. Now, let me tell you a little bit about our next speakers. Wasn't that brilliant? I absolutely loved that last session very, very much. And kudos to the team at Ultralytics for doing the great work that you're doing. Oh yes, indeed, we have volunteers. Not only do they design amazing computer vision solutions and, you know, pioneers in the world of AI and computer vision, but they also move chairs. Yes, my kind of people. I like it. Getting your hands very much on the source material. So our next session is called Going YOLO on Lightning Studios. It's a keynote. Don't forget to share the love. Make all your friends wildly jealous and think, why didn't I sign up to come to YOLO Vision in Madrid 2024? Use the hashtag YV24. It's on all the slides. Let's build the love and create some serious FOMO. Okay, our next speakers are joining us online. We are delighted to be welcoming to our virtual stage Luca Antiga, who's the CTO of Lightning AI. Now, Luca is an early contributor to PyTorch Core and co-authored Deep Learning with PyTorch. PyTorch Core sounds like a whole new genre of music I really need in my life. I'm going to be diving into that this weekend. So Luca started his journey as a researcher in bioengineering and later co-founded Orobix, a company focused on building and deploying AI in production settings. And Lightning AI is an all-in-one platform for AI development from the creators of PyTorch Lightning. Code together, prototype, train, scale, serve from your browser with zero setups. It enables organizations to rapidly develop and deploy custom state-of-the-art models 80% faster and at 60% lower TCO than other solutions. Let me just check my magical timer. What an amazing piece of technology we have here. Oh yes, but I am holding it upside down. Yeah, we are absolutely ready to go YOLO on Lightning Studios. My dear friends, please show your appreciation and welcome to our virtual stage, CTO of Lightning AI, Luca Antiga. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. What a nice welcome. So I would have liked to be with you in Madrid. Instead, I'm in Bergamo, Italy. So kind of similar, well, latitude, not too different. But I couldn't be there in person. That's unfortunate, but we'll try to get you engaged with Lightning AI on YOLO. So, well, first of all, in my past as a applied AI person, applied researchers, and then later in the company that I founded before, I made ample use of earlier versions of YOLO, and I know YOLO is widely used for different applications. I was doing manufacturing, agriculture, and I can't start to appreciate what an impact YOLO has had on the community of builders, people that need to solve actual practical problems. And now this is very close to me because as Lightning, we've been building a system, Lightning Studio, but before that, PyTorch Lightning, that has helped multiple people get into AI training. And in fact, YOLO sports a trainer that is kind of modeled after PyTorch Lightning. What we will show more in the future. What is Lightning all about? Let me present my screen, and then okay, let's see. I'll present the entire screen so we have a bit more freedom. So at Lightning, we're all about making iteration fast on building systems with AI. Please confirm you're seeing my screen, or let me know if you're not seeing my screen. And as I was saying, PyTorch Lightning is a widely successful project. I don't know how many of you have used it. It says 110 million because when we built the web page 3 months ago, I think, we were at 110 million total downloads.
Luca, sorry to interrupt. We're not actually seeing your screen here. We wonder, is there another setting that you have? Is that right? Feel free to chime in from the tech mothership back there.
Yeah, sorry about that. I actually showed this.
No worries.
Let's
Okay.
present.
As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, this is happening in real time.
Yeah.
Very impressive technology. And hello to the 161 viewers joining us via the magic of the interweb. Absolutely brilliant. And I guess we're seeing more eyeballs from different streaming platforms as well.
Okay, do you see my screen now? Can you see my screen? Nope, not yet. Okay, this is not good. Stream this audience. Nope. Oh, here. All good? I can't hear you. Can you guys hear me? Hello, can you guys hear me? I need some feedback. Okay, now I see some feedback. Let's see. Well, yes, I was preparing the last bits of the demo, right? So, do you see my screen now? You can, or yes, okay. I think you can see my screen. Can you confirm you see my screen? Yes. All right. Sorry, guys. I don't know what went on, and now we're back online. All right. So as I was saying, we launched Lightning Studios. We are Lightning AI. We're the creators of PyTorch Lightning. Many of you will know PyTorch Lightning for, it complements PyTorch to enable you to train at scale and faster. YOLO has modeled its trainer after kind of some of the design of PyTorch Lightning. And I will show you how you can now train with YOLO on Lightning Studios. So Lightning Studios, just like PyTorch Lightning had been instrumental to getting people to train easier at scale without worrying about setting up distributed sampling, how do I log without losing performance, and so on. We try to do the same, so abstract a lot of the engineering away, and then have you focus on the research, on product building. We try to do the same with the cloud, and we actually launched this platform in last November, December, and it's been quite a blast so far. There's a great adoption across the community and enterprise. So I'm gonna show you how to develop applications on top of Lightning AI, and in particular, how you can run YOLO on it. Okay, first thing, you can start free. If you start free, you get free credits, 15 credits every month that can replenish every month if you use them. So what is Lightning Studios? So Lightning Studios is basically like having your laptop where you can develop. It's a development environment for AI that runs on the cloud, but it's as easy to use as your laptop is. For example, let's get in a studio directly. So I'm starting a studio now, and a studio is an environment, and it's a reproducible environment, so that if I get in here, I get editors, I have Jupyter notebooks, I have VS Code, but I can install any library in here, and then I can stop the studio, I can duplicate it, I can pass to a coworker, and they will find the same environment. And so now replicating your environment is not a problem anymore, because if you need to run on one machine, change from CPU machine to GPU machines, or launch training across 1,000 machines, your environment will be persisted. And so this is how it looks like. By default, you have a VS Code editor. And let me also open something else, which is the collection of studios that we have. And so you can go to Lightning Studios, Studio Templates, and you can see that the community is building templates. And the good thing about reproducible environments is that if I want to go into a template, I will just open in Studio, and this will duplicate for me, right? So environments that you can replicate means that you can enter a studio with all the dependencies, all the data, all the source code for me to run. But while this is duplicating, let's go back to the blank studio, and this is how it looks like. It's just a machine that you can run things on, and then you can open this and say, okay, list, whatever. So it's a full machine. You have sudo apt install, I don't know, Vim. Yeah, well, Vim is already installed, but just to give you a sense for it. Okay, in preparation for this talk, since we want to go YOLO on Lightning Studios, I actually prepared a studio where I played with YOLO before. So let me open that one directly. Okay, I opened it. It got sleeping because, you know, machines can auto sleep here, so you don't waste your precious credits if you're not working on them. And the nice thing is that, for example, now I want to run on my YOLO examples on a GPU machine, and I can just go here and say, okay, I want, let's say, L4s. They're fast to spin up with 4 GPUs each, and I can just confirm. And this is requesting a new machine for me, a machine that has a GPU, and just in a few seconds I will be operating on a GPU machines. Let's just give the time to provision the machine, and we should be up and running. All right. So going back to this example that I was showing you before, this uses litserv, which is one of our open source library for serving. Here I have the model, the weights, all the data that I need to just start the server, and off we go. And I'll let you take a look at how you can do the same with YOLO itself. All right, so let's get into YOLO land now. I prepared 3 examples that I can walk you through. One is the very basic one, YOLO. I called it YOLO plane, where, yeah, obviously, now we're still waiting for our GPU machine to come up. But essentially, you have you know, the basic YOLO example. Right now, I already ran it, so I have a few data sets here. I have a bunch of runs that I ran before, and there's nothing you need to do extra. So you can just run this, and you run this with a console, and you can, whoops. All right, so the L4 GPU got ready, so everything is saved, so nothing got lost. I'm just migrating into my new machine that has been restored. So let's give it a second. As you can see here, you have 4 GPUs, right? Which is great. Let's give it time, but all right. It's provisioning, so should be up and running quickly. And as far as YOLO is concerned, YOLO ships with its own trainer. So I will demonstrate the trainer, and then I will demonstrate also if you want to train YOLO with PyTorch Lightning, how you can do it. And then we'll learn how to serve a YOLO model using litserv, which is one of our libraries for, it's kind of the equivalent of PyTorch Lightning for serving. So it allows you to very quickly set up a server that you can serve your models from. Okay, we're back here. All the environments should have been preserved. So we can just go here and say, okay, YOLO Python, YOLO plain. And one of the things that takes a bit of time here is that I pre-downloaded the data sets, the Coco data set here. So what this is also doing is restoring the data set on the machine. There are other ways, more advanced uses, where you can optimize data sets for streaming. So instead of storing the data set in the machine, you can store them on the Lightning platform and then stream in a binary format, optimized binary format on the machine. So you don't lose precious GPU cycles just by downloading the data from your object store or the Lightning Studio drive that we have, which is a drive that underpins all the studios that you open. So if you open 10 studios, and we can actually see it here. Whoops. So this is the team space, which is kind of a workspace where all my studios live and the studios from my coworkers live. And so if I can just say, okay, now I see my studio and soon I will see the other studios. I have a bunch of jobs that I ran previously. And so they will appear here in a second. All right, so let's go back to training. So YOLO PyTorch training. Sorry, YOLO plain. All right, and this will basically just launch my favorite YOLO training thing. It will run on one GPU. And then I can also serve TensorBoard. So for TensorBoard, I can just do this, open another terminal, start TensorBoard. And the nice thing about it is that we also serve URLs, right? So automatically we proxy the TensorBoard view out. So you or a coworker of yours operating in the same team space, we can also access it from here. All right. Let's see here. Okay. This is running. We have our metrics that will be streaming soon. But essentially, this is train, just as you train your standard YOLO models. And here you have all your files and so on. That's great, but we already know this. Now, what happens when I get to the end of it and I say, okay, I train my YOLO model, I have my fine-tuned YOLO model on the machine, and now I want to, here I have my best model, eventually that appears here. What happens if I want to serve it outside? And so what you can also do with what I mentioned before, which is LitServe. LitServe is an open source project that we launched, I guess, a month ago. And it provides a super easy way to serve models pretty fast. So it's generally faster than things like TorchServe, for example, and it's really easy to use. So what I did for YOLO is I created a small example on how you can serve a YOLO model from your machine. And you can serve it outside, and show you how to then expose an API from here. All right, so YOLO serve, we can launch YOLO serve, and it will, in this case, just for the sake of this few minutes that we have, I will load the standard YOLO V8X model. And as you can see, LitServe detected that we have 4 GPUs here and it initialized 4 workers because it's a 4 GPU machine that we're running on. It loaded the data and then it will be ready to serve requests. And how do you configure a YOLO API? You derive a class from Lit API. In the setup method, you load your YOLO model, and then there will be a request coming. I adopted a very simple approach of sticking the base64 in the request. You can do whatever you want, more sophisticated stuff here. And then in the decoding the request, we build a build image, and since model predict accept a build image object, we can just run predict here on the device that was assigned on the worker. So if you run on 4 devices, predict will run on the right device, and then we can just return the bounding boxes in output. So let's just run this. And client is nothing but you load an image and then you stick another request and you return a response. That's great. So hopefully this works, and it doesn't because I didn't specify the image. Okay, pizza. What else? Okay, so so now I have a server through which I can serve my YOLO model. The first time around, it needed to do the first pass of the model, so it needed to allocate some memory and so on. So it took more time. And then this is the second one. This probably executed on another GPU because it took a bit more time. So and now the third time it takes, and this is another different GPU. You can recognize it because the first time there's some cold start, but then when things are loaded in memory, then it becomes really quick. And this is the fourth. This is the last time the cold start will be felt. And it identified, so the pizza image was here, and then it identified the pizza, the spoon, the dining table, all good. Right. What if I want to expose this to the outside world? So I want to serve this model, instead of, like, of course, hitting the API from here, I want to hit it from somewhere else. And so I can go to something called API Builder, and I can very easily expose the API outside. And that's it. So the last thing I want to show you, since I have 5 more minutes, is how can you train or fine-tune a model from using PyTorch Lightning. Since PyTorch Lightning, the Zellwer framework, is adopted, if you don't have to do anything special, I strongly recommend that you go with YOLO Plain, the plain API, the documented API. But something I was playing with was, if you have your all training stack, your data loaders, your callbacks already in PyTorch Lightning, and there are many PyTorch Lightning shops out there. I was reading a survey by JetBrains and the Python Software Foundation that said that 1 in 4 PyTorch users that train using PyTorch are training through PyTorch Lightning, at least the respondent from the survey. So 1 in 4, and it's something we see from the downloads because the proportion is kind of matches that from PyPy, and so it may be that you have a PyTorch Lightning stack and you want to adhere with on that. And so if you do want to do that, there's a way to do that that is pretty straightforward. Of course, then the devil is in the details. But this is how you do it, essentially. You define a data set, Lightning data module subclass. Whoops, sorry. I was running on, that's on me. I was running on a interruptible instance. By the way, we support interruptible instances, and this is an interruptible instance, so I'll get another one. You can also not choose that. You're going to pay more. And to me, I forgot to actually go in a non-interruptible before the talk. That's how nice is going live. We're going to restart the instance really quickly. But you're going to save a lot of money, especially on the GPU machines if you go interruptible. So that's not bad. And let's give it a couple of seconds so that this comes up. All right, we're there. All right, yeah, we're back here. Awesome. Okay. We got interrupted. We resumed. All good. YOLO defined two base classes. So two main classes. One is the Lightning module, and the PyTorch Lightning works by defining hooks that happen throughout the training lifecycle. The main one being training step, and the second main one being configure optimizer. And then from here, you can call. Well, actually, forward is not strictly needed here. So we set up the model either here, only in a setup method, setup model method, especially if it's sharded, but this is not the case. And then in training step, you just call it, and whether your model returns the prediction, and then you define the loss separately, or in this case, you can pass a batch, and then you will get the loss directly. And this is how YOLO models work. You can just return the loss. And then configure optimizers is the code that needs to run when you define your optimizer. And by splitting up your training code into this step, the trainer knows what to call where. And so the nice thing about this is that you can then specify precision, you can specify distributed strategies like DDP, FSTP, deep speed, to scale it out across GPUs or across machines. And then you call fit to run the train. And then the more particular thing, I think, is not this part. It's actually loading the data properly, because YOLO makes a few assumptions on the data. So if you have a custom data set, for example, you need to format it in a certain way, but that's the Ultralytics documentation will help you out there. And then you just need to return a data loader from here, so that then the data loader goes through sampling either on the same machine or distributed sampling on the same process, or distributed sampling across processes, and you get the batch here. All right. So this is more or less what I wanted to show. Maybe what we can do at the end, if we have another minute, is show how with LitServe you can expose things to the outside world. And so we have YOLO serve here. We can start it, and we know it's serving on a port that we decide, like 8000 here. And we can add for example, the iAPI Builder plugin that I was mentioning before. And the API Builder plugin allows me to say, okay, I want to run on port 8000 that is running right now. And then I can also put it behind authentication if I want, or map it to a custom domain if I want. So if I enable this, then I have a URL that I can use to then ping my server from the outside. And so if we go to client that we were looking at before, I have an API URL here that, okay. And so this should work. I can just copy this and start a new terminal on my local machine and say, well, all right. And then I should be able to, oh, and I need the pizza image. I think I have it in my desktop. Yep. Great. So I can just call Python client.py desktop pizza. Yep. And so I'm actually running on a CPU machine right now because I had requested it, but we didn't switch to the GPU. So it was a tad slower than before, but we got our API from the local machine. And this is how you do it on Lightning Studio. So as you can see, you can build, you can train models, you can train multi-node models. And we have among these plugins a multi-machine training that will basically launch the same training script that we've seen before, but across machines. It's really easy to use. It looks very much like the API Builder one that we saw. And basically all I need to do is to point my starter thing to the script that I want to run, and then I can just choose the machine. It can be of various sizes, shapes, and forms. And then I confirm, decide the number of machines. We tested it up to 10,000 machines, so it scales really well. And we have fault tolerance training, so if something fails, then we can resume automatically. And that's it. So I'll be happy to answer any question. And I think I'm up on time. All right, I see a lot of questions. So let me see if I can address some of them. All right, so one is, can we also run this model locally or open? Then in local VS Code via remote SSH? Yes. We have the possibility to connect through remote SSH, either through your terminal or VS Code can connect automatically. It's really convenient for people who don't want to use the browser as a coding thing, and it takes literally 2 seconds to do it.
Reaching out to you, but thank you so much for that great demo. Round of applause for Luca. That was great. Sorry to cut him off, but you know, there's pizza.jpegs to be eaten up there. So let me tell you what's happening over the lunch break. We're going to have lovely Gen AI tapas. It's going to change in your mouth every 3 seconds. We're going to have lunch and coffee for over an hour. Make sure you make the most of those networking opportunities. ABC, always be connecting. Feel free to head along to the wonderful Intel OpenVINO booth and the Ultralytics booth to visit for live demonstrations of products and Q&A and swag. And don't forget to take a photograph of yourself by the photo wall at the entrance. Share it, make everyone else jealous. Use the hashtag YV24. I'll see you up there. Buen provecho.
up, so hung up, can't count them, wasted forever. Remember, the winter gets cold in ways you always forget. Oh, you know, rhythm and soul. Get your hands at your back pockets, boy, let it go. Here comes the man, you saw him Kazan. He's just fixing it cold. Oh no, rhythm and soul. Dollars and cents and no accident, not in the name of democracy. Come get there, come be there, come let your socks fall down to your shoes. And you know, rhythm and soul. Get your ankles moving, let's sock it. Oh, there you go. Here goes the man. If I get from Kazan, he can't leave it alone. Oh no, rhythm and soul. When you take a picture and it falls in a lap, oh no. Take another picture and you spring in the trap. Oh no. You've been sold. You can't bad visit your eyes. Change your time. Go wise, rhythm and track trousers, square couches, short legs and square shoulders, pot holders, Eckin soldiers, your tank rollers, you're all over. And you know, ooh, the rhythm and soul. Get your fingers moving that socket, tune in Tokyo. You're just a man, but what I saw is that one of us went for the throat. Oh no, rhythm man. within the sound.
Mic check 1, 2. Aha, wonderful. Thank you very much. Okay, folks, amigos, amigas, ¿qué tal? Hope you are enjoying some absolutely gorgeous tapas up there. But like all things, the passage of time moves on, and we now segue elegantly from our Buen Provecho section into our let's load up on some amazing knowledge from an absolute rock star speaker section. Our next session is called reCamera, the first open source programmable AI camera with native YOLO. Goodness me, you all want to know about that. So please make your way down, find your seats, make yourselves comfortable, because we're going to kick off really, really soon. So let me tell you a little bit about our next speaker, and we are so thrilled and honored to have her grace the stage at YOLO Vision once again. Now, our next speaker is Elaine Wu, and she is the Edge AI Marketing and Partnership person at Seed Studio. And let me tell you a bit more about them. Seed Studio stands at the forefront of hardware innovation, helping democratize technology through open AI hardware, IoT, and AI solutions that lower the barriers to innovation. What's not to like there? Now, Elaine leads the product line built with cutting-edge hardware platforms, including NVIDIA, Jetson, and reCamera. She focuses on accelerating growth, strategic partnerships, and engaging with the global developer community for advanced AI solutions. Now, just a little reminder, I do like my TLAs, or three-letter acronyms, and after lunch, it is traditional to deploy the NFC protocol at events, and that means no food comas. So no food comas allowed here. I know the food is good, but we keep our energy up. We give our wonderful rockstar speakers a big warm welcome, and we keep the energy high, and we communicate it to the world by using the hashtag YV24. Let's spread some FOMO about YOLO. Okay, my dear friends, all that remains for me to do is to welcome to the stage the wonderful Elaine Wu. Give it up for Elaine. Thank you. All right.
Hello, everyone. I'm Yuna. Hi, is audio check, network, video, is everything good?
We can hear you, and we can see you, Elaine. Welcome. Hello. We're tuning in from, here we are. We've just had a beautiful lunch here in Madrid. We can see your good self on the screen, and our technicians are currently working to bring out the best.
Oh, yes. It's the first fully open. Can we later play this video? Actually, it's not.
Okay, that's perfect, Elaine. Brilliant. Thank you. Okay, we can see your face. We can see reCamera up there. Awesome. Okay, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So hi everyone, I'm Elaine, and hello Madrid, and good afternoon, morning, evening, anyone all over the world. Yeah. So first I want to say this is the third time joining YOLO Vision, and thanks for having us again and again. I'm super glad to join YOLO and work with the community together, stay at the front of the frontier of the computer vision. And today, I will bring a cool stuff built with C Studio, and it's a camera, and it's this tiny and can be attached at anywhere. Okay, so I think we're ready to get started if everything is work is good right now. Can I get my slides up to the stage?
We have our crack technical team working on this as we speak.
Can I get my slide to the stage?
Okay, can we see Elaine's slide deck, please?
Okay, cool. Wonderful. Yeah. So I'm bringing the product is building by C Studio. So what is C Studio? We're positioning ourselves this year as a AI hardware partner. So we have various hardware with AI enabled with tiny microcontroller devices, and supercomputers like NVIDIA Jetson. So through the past 2 times YOLO Vision, we have introduced a lot of different hardwares support YOLO. But today, I want to introduce another new one, AI camera called reCamera, that is we designed to enable vision AI and with the Ultralytics YOLO support. I believe I am the first one already use YOLO11 already, even though you just announced a couple hours ago. Yeah, so I'm so happy to announce this product together with YOLO, with Ultralytics YOLO. So we are a hardware company focused on a IoT industry since 2008, providing hardware service from prototype to solutions. We are empowered over 200,000 developers for building AIoT solutions. Our product portfolio family consists from embedded boards on the bottom left and to the right. That is, they are devices with the systems. So they are of course from sensing, networking, and edge computing, as well as a cloud to manage all seed devices. They consist of a complete advanced perception system meeting AI and IoT deployment from indoor to outdoor and any industries. We work very closely with silicons to develop modules from chipset. Also, we work with a large ecosystem with communities, developers, and leading software companies. So if you want to customize or build your AI sensors, gateways, embedded PC, so C Studio is your choice. Okay, today we are introduced reCamera. So what is reCamera? Why we build this product? We define a reCamera is compromised with a processor plus a camera sensor and also different IOs for the communication. So we think that is not a standalone camera or device only. We define it is a flexible vision AI platform for anyone design their own camera. It should be small and expandable in a modular design, easy to develop. So we always like open source. It is a fully open source product. And what is more, the user experience, out-of-box experience, it should be AI native with model included and also easy to be programmable. Also, it should be affordable. So this is a platform designed for anyone and also deployed and anywhere. So compared to a traditional IP camera solutions, usually comes with a mini PC or a large servo connected with a single camera or the multi-streams. reCamera is a more compact and resources saving. You won't always take up all resources in a full PC. And also, because we served so many developers, we understand a lot the pain from deploying models and designing applications. So it should be programmable just on the device, rather than you need to connect to the host machine. So we provide the complete flexibility on both software and hardware. And also, our hardware design makes the integration easily and possible. We offer you the right small size for building a small one platform or integrate into any autonomous platform. So again, it can be a device, a camera, but way more beyond than one device capable of endless possibilities. We let developers to define the next most advanced camera. So this is a platform we defined, but we provide you another platform to build another AI camera. So everyone can work on it. And later, I would like to show you a live demo to show how easy it can be to build a YOLO11 camera. So reCamera is a fusion of the open source projects from the silicons to software, powered by the RISC-V architecture that is fully open source, and also support no-code workflow of the Node-RED, and support the model of the TensorFlow, PyTorch. Also, it is the first Ultralytics YOLO native hardware. The core board is powered by a fully open source RISC-V chip. It is called SG2002. It is a high performance and low power chip it is specifically designed for the edge AI applications like IP cameras, video doorbells, and smart home devices. And also it integrates the video codecs like H.264 and 265. And also it has the ISP supporting advanced image enhancement algorithms such as HDR, 3D noise reduction, and lens correction for professional grade video quality. So that is why we choose this chip for the reCamera. Also, the chip features a custom TPU offering 1 TOPS of AI performance. And the chip also have a 8-bit MCU as the subsystem for lower power consumption. Okay, so besides the chipset and why we think the reCamera is special than other AI cameras. Our product manager designs is as a modular design. So you can in this diagram, you can say it has the 3 different boards: the core boards, sensor board, and also the base board. So the sensor board is located at the front, holds the camera sensor and other components like microphones, speakers, and even actuate and LEDs. And you can very easily to swap out sensors to meet your specific needs. And then is the baseboard. On this picture, that is besides the default board of the reCamera core board, baseboard, and the sensor board, the other board is all our engineers built by themselves. So it's very easy to expand with other design. So the baseboard choose the communication ports with the default options like USB, Ethernet, and serial. You can customize it with PoE, CAN, and RS485 for any communication interfaces you need. And also it is open sourced. And you can also add a screen. It is also possible. The core board contains the CPU, RAM, eMMC, and the wireless module. We have thought about every possibilities for you to power on a AI camera. And also for the wireless options, so it was the option for both internal and external antennas. You can change to other cutting edge custom wireless solutions like Wi-Fi Hello. I'm super excited for that one in the future. And also, so for this modular design, the entire device can be integrated to any platform. We have built some examples for you, like RoboArm, gimbal, pocket camera, and tripod. So this can be integrated because there is a 1/4-inch screw hole and provides you to quick mounting option onto any camera related to the accessories for the equipment in this picture shoot. Oh, and also for makers, I think this is a very exciting feature because you can 3D print any platform you like and will leave enough space for you. So if you have a 3D printer in your home, I think it's a very cool thing you can customize by yourself. So we open source everything on the GitHub. It is still building right now. Now it has the hardware parts, schematic, and later we will add application design and also reCamera OS. So please join us, contribute new cool functions, or bring your YOLO ideas to product. We really hope reCamera will become a platform that we can build a camera-related ecosystem together with the community. Okay, next is a demo time. As I mentioned, reCamera is very easy to build your next camera. Anyone can do that, and no coding at all. And so for enable the no-code experience, we invited another big role in this open source community. It's called Node-RED, the flow-based visual programming tool based on Node.js. We have made some customized node for reCamera for you easily calling the camera API. Let me show you right now. Okay, can you see my screen? I think
Programmable AI camera.
It's can you take my browser to the screen? Okay, cool. So this is reCamera local. It's a local browser of the reCamera. So we already enter into the reCamera system, and because it is run Linux, and also we have the Node-RED built-in. So for the Node-RED, we have pre-built this kind different the function node modules, and including setting up your camera here, and you can get your camera, set up the resolution, and here, and the next step is choose the model, and here I already have YOLO V8 and YOLO11 already. And the third step is just the go to deploy. So you can see that this is a live preview. 1 second. This is a live preview of my in the front of my right now. It's enabled. It is using YOLO11 right now, and it can detect cup, bottle, remote. Actually, it's remote, correct? Okay. Yeah, and but this preview actually is not high resolution because it's preview only. We have compressed this resolution. Actually, I can also show you the local stream. We can have a stream here and connect it to the camera. And then we set up our stream. It's RTSP, and we go to the stream address. 1 second. 1 second. Let me go to the screen. Okay, here is our local stream, but it's without the detection. But we just want to show you is the local stream, and it can support up to 2K. But notably, you can change the other camera sensors as you like. Now we have OV5647, but later you can also change to other IMAX 355 and other camera sensors. Okay, so that is how we build the how we deploy the YOLO11 in just 3 steps. I hope you like it. Yeah. So yeah, once because we have. Wait. Oh, can you bring my slides to the screen? Okay. Cool. Yeah. So reCamera comes with Ultralytics YOLO native support and license. So this is the first Ultralytics YOLO hardware and AI camera. You will receive this camera with pre-installed YOLO models, and it can be deployed for production use. Every device comes with the license. Also, it supports all YOLO models deployment. Include YOLO 5, 8, and 11. What is more, if you look up the Ultralytics documentation, you can find they provide the cutting-edge applications and examples of the YOLO models. For example, if you are building a retail application, you can directly using the people counting, queue management, heat map, and exporting chart, and with all the with their write up the examples, and they will support reCameras as well. So check out Ultralytics documentation of the solutions for the real world applications. Okay, so we prepared 4 versions of the reCamera with the different RAM and wireless option. You will find them all at our website. It's sysstudio.com/reCamera. You can buy standalone device or the core boards, the bare boards only. Okay, so in the next. I know you already checked the video already, but I want to take you 2 more minutes to check out this reCamera that is we launched together with Ultralytics YOLO. Can you bring my video to the screen? Thank you.
reCamera. The first fully open source programmable AI camera powered by RISC-V. reCamera is in modular design, along with the expandable sensor board and interface backboard, all in a compact size. Traditional setups are bulky and not flexible for integration. We hope to create a standalone camera platform. It's compact and power efficient. Moreover, easy to be integrated to any platform. Hardware is actually making reCamera special. The modular design gets full potential of your mix, allows you to change any interfaces and any camera sensors to suit your specific application needs. The complete mechanical design provides an excellent cooling, optimized for deployment in production environments. The core processor board is wrapped by the metal mainframe, ensuring heat dissipation and maintaining temperatures below 50 Celsius at room temperature. Rubber rings are securely placed in the grooves on the front and back of the device. You can active quick mounting for seamless integration with any camera accessories, using a 1/4-inch screw like a tripod. Your camera is already a computer. It runs a Linux operating system in chip. You can access the system in any ways, so hardware is the lower limit, while software defines the upper limit. We have integrated no write for no-code workflow. Select Node module, configure the node, and deploy with one click. reCamera comes with native support for Ultralytics YOLO. Access real-world computer vision across industries such as object counting and heat maps. With all highlights above, it is super easy to bring our reCamera to any equipment, mobile arm, gimbal, and pocket device. We prepared 4 versions of reCamera with different RAM and wireless. It's time for you to define the next most advanced AI camera. Join our Discord group to discuss further and get the latest updates.
Okay, so I hope you like this reCamera. We're super excited to release this. And also the price, can we start can we share the screen of the slides of the last one? Yeah, so we have 4 versions. It is starting from only $35. Yeah, so you can scan the QR code to subscribe for the latest release of the latest release of our camera. Again, I'm super excited release this camera at this event. So if you have any questions, you're welcome to ask me. Thanks for having me again, YOLO Vision. So anyone have the questions for the reCamera?
Build that interest, and remember to make all your friends jealous. Use the hashtag YV24. Okay, thank you so much, Elaine. That was absolutely brilliant. Another world first announcement for the lucky community here at YOLO Vision 24. Okay, let me tell you a little bit about our next exciting session. Now, this next session is all about how to accelerate YOLO deployment with Qualcomm AI Hub. And, you know, many of you will be familiar with Qualcomm, if not everybody, but let me remind you who they are. Very much in the news recently, very much a major global player. Now, Qualcomm is enabling a world where everyone and everything can be intelligently connected. Their One Technology roadmap allows them to efficiently scale the technologies that launched the mobile revolution, including advanced connectivity, high performance, low power compute, on-device intelligence, and more, to the next generation of connected smart devices across industries. Now, innovations from Qualcomm and their family of Snapdragon platforms will help enable cloud edge convergence, transform industries, and accelerate the digital economy and revolutionize how we all experience the world for the greater good. Now, in this next session, you're going to learn about how they empower developers, machine learning engineers, and AI ML application developers with knowledge and tools to efficiently deploy the latest optimized YOLO models on Snapdragon platforms using the Qualcomm AI Hub. So you are about to learn how you can deploy YOLO models on Qualcomm, PC, mobile, IoT, and automotive platforms, huge, in a matter of minutes using Qualcomm AI Hub. And our next speaker is Devang Agarwal, and he is a senior product manager at Qualcomm, driving the AI frameworks and API strategy, roadmap, and execution for the Windows on Snapdragon's platforms. He's joining us here in person. Please give a huge welcome to Devang Agarwal. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. Okay, you'll find a microphone there, a very comfortable podium. I don't know, are we gonna plug in the HDMI thing there? Is that the HDMI? I'm probably the worst person to ask about any of this stuff. Is there a technician in the house? Anyone who knows about technology? No, I think you're good there. You got that, that's like a mini HDMI or something. All right. Okay, now we're talking. Okay. And exciting times at Qualcomm, I believe. There's all kinds of interesting things happen, which you may be following if you're catching the news. But we're here to learn about this exciting area of what Qualcomm is doing, how to accelerate YOLO deployment with Qualcomm AI Hub. Okay, my friends, we got it all lined up. A big round of applause one more time for Devang. Thank you.
And to those also joining us all over the globe virtually. So my name is Devang Agarwal. I'm a product manager, part of the compute software product team at Qualcomm. And I have the great opportunity to drive the overall AI developer ecosystem strategy, roadmap, and execution for the next generation Qualcomm AI PCs, starting with the Snapdragon X series platforms. So our mission to provide the best possible AI experience to developers like yourself on our Qualcomm Snapdragon platforms really starts by making your AI model deployment journey as seamless and as frictionless and as easy as possible. So in today's session, I'm going to be talking to you all about how you can deploy YOLO models on our Qualcomm Snapdragon platforms using the Qualcomm AI Hub. So at Qualcomm, we are intimately aware that AI is driving our overall day-to-day life. And we have set our North Star to make every product, application, and device more intelligent. And by making Snapdragon the default AI SoC on every single device across the planet. So how does a developer leverage this incredible AI SoC that we've built called Snapdragon on device? So there's a bunch of different AI use cases that users and the developers are actually bringing on device. And those use cases include dictation, text recognition, machine translation, biking detection, optimized charging, photo tagging, camera pipelines with over 25 models, and video calling, conference calls where you're using background filters and all those things, all are running on device. So when it comes to deploying AI use cases on device, essentially you can face significant hurdles. There are multiple runtimes and devices available for developers to really deploy their AI models on the edge. And even after you select the runtime and device target that you want to deploy on, essentially, you might face into multiple different issues like app crashes, unsupported operators in your model, performance issues, accuracy issues, memory issues, and quantization issues, and so on and so forth. So the key problems we really need to solve here are, how can you get started and streamline the development of AI applications on the edge? And then second, how can you scale your AI workloads across multiple different devices and get that most optimal performance you're looking for? And finally, how can you rapidly iterate in order to ensure your deployment workflow is as optimal as performant? So we at Qualcomm understand this problem statement really well. And in order to make your model deployment journey on our Qualcomm Snapdragon platforms as easy and as frictionless as possible, I'd like to introduce you to the Qualcomm AI Hub. So Qualcomm AI Hub enables developers to easily quantize, optimize, and validate your AI models on our Snapdragon platforms. So the workflow is quite easy. So you start off by basically picking a model. So we have over 100+ models available on the AI Hub. If for some reason you don't see a model that's pertaining to your use case on the AI Hub, you can always bring your own model. And then you can select the target platform that you want to deploy on. So that could be the PCs, mobile, automotive, IoT, whatever you want to deploy on. Then you pick a runtime of your choice. So that could be Onyx runtime, TF Lite for mobile, our own Qualcomm AI stack, and so on and so forth. And then you can test and validate the performance of your model on that selected device target that you've selected. And then finally, you can deploy your AI model on the device target. So Qualcomm AI Hub supports Snapdragon and Qualcomm platforms. So currently we support the Qualcomm AI PCs, which is the Snapdragon X series platforms, the mobile platforms, the IoT platforms, and also the automotive platforms. So in a nutshell, Qualcomm AI Hub has over 100 plus pre-optimized AI models for our Snapdragon platforms. And if for some reason, like I mentioned in the previous workflow before, if you don't see a model that's pertaining for your workflow, you can always bring your own model and go through the entire workflow that I just talked about. We also have over a 45 plus cloud-hosted device types for you to deploy on. So it doesn't mean you have to have physical hardware in front of you. This is all running on the cloud. So we have all the hardware targets, all our PC platforms, mobile platforms, IoT platforms, all in the cloud for you to just go and select as device targets to deploy on. And finally, it takes only a few minutes and less than 5 lines of code to really go through this entire workflow with Qualcomm AI Hub. So as we look to increase our model support on the Qualcomm AI Hub, in times to come, we started looking at popular AI models in the market right now that developers are actually using. And Ultralytics is one key model vendor that, due to the whole relevance and the popularity of YOLO, they are really, really key partners for us to start discussing and talking about how we can get YOLO models on the Qualcomm AI Hub. So today, as Glenn mentioned today, that the YOLO11 models are coming on Monday, we are very excited to announce that the Ultralytics YOLO11 models will be coming soon, and you will be able to use the entire Qualcomm AI Hub workflow, and they'll be supported on all our Snapdragon platforms from PC, mobile, IoT, and so on and so forth. So now I'm going to segue into showcasing an entire end-to-end demo. And this is going to be showcasing the YOLO V8 demo on our Snapdragon X Elite device targeting the NPU. But before that, I'd like to introduce you to the Snapdragon X series platforms. So back in May, as many of you might have heard from Satya Nadella and Pavan Davaluri from Microsoft, they essentially launched the Copilot Plus PCs powered by the Snapdragon X series platforms. The Snapdragon X series platforms delivers best-in-class performance and battery life. These platforms have the Qualcomm Orion CPU, the Qualcomm Adreno GPU, and the Hexagon NPU, providing the true AI PC experience to developers. The next step change for PCs is how the silicon uses that performance and efficiency to deliver entirely new, more personalized AI experiences right on the device. And enabling Qualcomm AI Hub on these Snapdragon X Elite devices really enables developers to quickly bring their models on device and deploy it very quickly. So with that being said, I'm going to quickly segue over to the demo and show you guys the workflow through AI Hub. So over here, what we see over here is the AI Hub, Qualcomm AI Hub homepage. So you can just go to aihub.qualcomm.com, and this is the homepage of that. So over here, you can explore models across all the different platforms that we have. So this is mobile, compute, automotive, and IoT. So for today, the demo we're going to focus on for compute, which is PCs. So here for compute, you can see over here that we have over 100 models available for you to go and download and deploy on our Snapdragon X Elite devices. So over here, you can also choose from the different domains and use cases. So for example, if you're looking for a model for audio or computer vision or generative AI or multimodal, you can select from this and then pick a model. So for example, we can choose computer vision and take, let's say, image classification and select a model, let's say like Inception V3, which is really popular. And over here, we can essentially see the model card over here, and we can see key performance metrics as well when we deploy on the NPU. For example, how much would the inference time be? How much would the memory usage be? And how much of the operators or the layers are actually supported on the NPU? So in this case, all the layers are actually supported on the NPU. And then you can also go ahead and just download the model. So then you can actually develop your AI application to actually deploy this model on the NPU. So this just shows that the models over here you can choose from on the AI Hub. But what I want to show now is that the whole bring your own model workflow. So now you can actually bring your own model and go through the whole AI Hub workflow within a few lines of code and a few minutes. So let me go through that. So over here, I have a notebook over here. And essentially, the first thing what we can do is we can pip install QAI Hub. And this is the Qualcomm AI Hub library that comes along with our whole model zoo itself. So essentially, we've installed this QAI Hub library. Now what we can do is we can configure our AI Hub. So we're essentially linking it to our account. So we can put an API token over here. Now we can see the list of devices that are available for us to deploy on. So you can see over here, there are a bunch of devices over here, from mobile phones to IoT to tablets and XR, auto, and finally compute, which is PCs. And that's going to be our focus today. So now the next thing is that we can set the device target as Snapdragon X Elite, which is our PC device. And then we can compile the model for device. What that really means is we can select a runtime. The runtime over here, because of the most popular runtime that we have on PCs is Onyx Runtime by Microsoft. So we can select that as the runtime. And essentially, we just have to feed this model to the compile job. We set the device as the Snapdragon X Elite. That's what we're targeting. And then we can provide some input shape. And then, of course, select the runtime like Onyx Runtime. And essentially, this will compile the model for the device target that we've specified. So now the model is getting uploaded. So over here, we're using the YOLO V8 Onyx model, and we are uploaded it to the AI Hub. Now, I'm going to click on this link, and essentially, this model is currently being compiled. So essentially, this might take a minute or two, but essentially, this is actually compiling the model for that hardware target. So as that compiles, the next step after we compile the model itself for the device is actually running the model on device and getting performance metrics that we really care about. So essentially, we can run this cell, and essentially we're feeding this model to this profile job so then we can get all the profiling metrics. So for sake of time, I've already gone through this. So I can show you some of the detailed performance metrics we get for the YOLO V8 model. And meanwhile, the compile job is also ready. So this is all finished. So here is the profile job that we get at the end. And this is where the YOLO V8, we get the performance metrics on the Snapdragon X Elite NPU. So over here, we can get some metrics like how much is the estimated inference time across multiple iterations, the average inference latency for this model. We get the estimated peak memory usage, which is 5 MB. And then we can see the number of layers that are actually supported on the NPU. So over here, the whole model ran on the NPU. If for some reason the model is being split across multiple different hardware targets, let's say a few of the layers are actually falling back to CPU, you'll be able to see that information over here as well. Apart from this, you can also visualize the model itself through AI Hub. So over here, you can actually see the model graph over here. So as I zoom in, you'll be able to see the entire model graph here. And you can see here that these are all color-coded. So the purple really means that it's all running on the NPU. And we also have other things like, for example, we can see the tensor shapes, and we can also see attributes for each of the operators. So all these things can help us when we're profiling and debugging our models for the Snapdragon platforms. Apart from this, we can also see runtime layer analysis. So essentially, we can see how much time each layer is really taking in the model itself. So we can really see what's the most compute-intensive operators and where we really need to optimize as developers. So that's a little bit about how AI Hub works. Apart from this, now that we've profiled and we've essentially gotten performance metrics and we know where we need to tweak our model, essentially, once we're ready, we have end-to-end object detection sample available for developers to use using the YOLO V8 model. So you can essentially go to this GitHub over here, which there's instructions available on the AI Hub webpage. And you can go to this example application and actually run the application on the NPU. So essentially, you can now go to the aihub.qualcomm.com, go to the Get Started guide, and you can go through this flow in within minutes right now itself and get started right away. So some of the advantages of running YOLO models on the Qualcomm Hexagon NPU is that the two main things. One is you get enhanced performance, right? You get increased performance by running on the NPU. And second is energy efficiency. So essentially, when you're running these models for long periods of times, because these are long sustained workloads, you will essentially see a lot of efficiency, and you'll see enhanced efficiency for this. And third, of course, is on-device processing, because nothing can beat that you're doing the inferencing right on the device because of security reasons and also cost constraints. So the Hexagon NPU is really a powerful choice for deploying YOLO models, especially in applications requiring real-time performance and low power consumption. Thank you.
Fantastic. Very impressive stuff. I mean, you know, this is an education for me, but I imagine it's an education for many people, and it's always good to get an update from the mighty Qualcomm. Now, my dear friends, do we have any questions related to Qualcomm, Snapdragon, life, the universe, and anything, or everything, indeed? You're welcome to dial in from the community if you have any questions, or just put your hands up. We have Hannah with the cube of power is hovering just behind you somewhere. Yes, the cube of power, flying to the back room. Thank you, good catch. Okay, we'll come straight to you, my friend, in a moment. We got a community question first.
Yeah, from the community, question came up about quantization and was asking what data sets are available for model quantization on Qualcomm Hub.
So Qualcomm AI Hub itself does not have data sets, so developers would have to take data sets from external sources. But essentially, we have our own quantization toolchain that Qualcomm provides called AI MET, or AI Model Efficiency Toolchain, that provides both post-training quantization and quantization-aware training. So essentially, you can actually, there's instructions over there on where you can pull data sets and do the quantization for specific models.
Great question. Getting into the details there. Quantization, love it. We have another question right here. Could you introduce yourself again?
Yeah, my name is Rodrigo, and I study computer science. My question is what is the size of the servers that are behind, making all this possible, the computing power behind?
So these are like physical laptop devices that we have in our labs in our San Diego Qualcomm labs. So these are essentially your laptops that are just plugged in, and we are just essentially having remote connection to those devices. So we just have set up all of these devices over there, like mobile phones and all that are all sitting in labs, and these are just remotely we're targeting those devices.
Thank you.
Great question. Very interesting answer. Yes, we have a hand up there from the middle. Okay, good catch. Fantastic.
Thank you. So I'm Marwa. I'm working as a machine learning engineer at Ohio. So my question is, when you are uploading models, are they stored in your cloud, or how is that?
Yes. So AI Hub itself has this cloud. Each account, let's say like a company is trying to bring their own models, they will have their own specific sort of entity in the cloud itself that's only accessible to them. So that's where it's going to be uploaded to that cloud. They'll upload it over there, and then essentially that's their data that they have in that AI Hub cloud itself.
And is it is there a free access for just personal use? Not.
Yeah, it's free access. You can get started right away. You just need a Qualcomm ID, so it takes like 2 minutes to sign up.
Okay, thank you.
Wow, great answers. That was a really good question as well. You know, that old truism is, you know, they do say with some platforms, if the platform is free, you are the product, of course. That's a good quid pro quo. But when you get to kind of, you know, training models, etc., that can have privacy implications for companies. So great to know that Qualcomm are way ahead of that, and they already have siloed instances. Any more questions from our community or from our VIP IRLs that we have down here? I am looking around. If anybody is, if I'm missing anyone, just throw something at me. Oh, yes, we do. We have another question. Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so another question from the community came in, wondering if Qualcomm AI Hub will have support or integration with Ultralytics Hub for automatic testing.
So currently, we haven't explored that, but we are talking to Glenn and Paula and team on seeing how we can further the partnership with Ultralytics. So that's in progress.
That was a great question and exactly the right answer. Wonderful. Do we have any more questions? Any more questions? Okay, we do. No, not agree with that. I think we're good. Are we good? Okay, going once. Going twice. Is there anything else that you would like to share in terms of where people can reach out for you? You got some details there. Qualcomm.com, Qualcomm.com/blog.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, just check out aihub.qualcomm.com. That's your gateway to deploying AI models on our Snapdragon platforms. You're going to have a large collection of models. You're going to have sample applications that are available for you to get started with, and you'll have a lot of resources like documentation and all those sort of details will be on that AI Hub. We also have, as part of AI Hub, we also have a Discord channel. So if you go to AI Hub, you'll be able to actually join our Discord channel, and you'll be able to get support right away if you run into any issues.
Nice. Discord for the win. aihub.qualcomm.com.
That's correct.
Fabulous. Okay, my dear friends, please show your appreciation for Devang Agarwal. Thank you, Devang. Brilliant stuff. Great, great, great. Muy bien. Muchísimas gracias. All right, we're going to have like a few minutes just talk amongst yourselves because we actually have 10 minutes before our next session. So that is time for a bio break, as they say in inverted commas. Or indeed to build your professional network. Now, one of my firm beliefs is the power of connection, particularly amongst great people like this. Everyone here is awesome. So the chances are if you speak to somebody, you're going to speak to somebody awesome. And one of my favorite Venn diagrams looks like this. On one side of the piece of paper, you have a circle and it says your comfort zone. On the other side of the paper, it says where the magic happens. And as you can see, there's actually quite a big gap between your comfort zone and where the magic happens. So as this Venn diagram proves, it's science. I don't make the rules. You have to step out of your comfort zone to make the magic happen. So sometimes stepping out of your comfort zone involves speaking to a complete stranger at a tech conference like this, but I guarantee you, you might be pleasantly surprised with the wonderful serendipity that can happen. So my challenge/invitation to all of you is to speak to somebody you've never spoken to before and see how you can help each other, because this is all about brilliant minds in a brilliant community. Okay, enjoy. That's your challenge. Challenge accepted. I'll see you very shortly. Stage paging Hannah. Do we have a clicker for our speaker? Maybe a clicker with a little Bluetooth or wireless connection? They will be presenting from the stage, but would absolutely love to have a clicker if possible. I don't think that's quick. I think that's going to just, we'll get Sky Sports on the big screen. Let's see. If she doesn't come down, I will YouTube. You're going to start from the side. That's all right. All right, yeah, sorry about that. I'll start telling the folks about who you are. Okay, folks, we are shortly going to commence in about 3 minutes with our next amazing presentation. It's all about evolving from objects to behavior and making AI useful. Yes, please. And let me tell you a little bit about our next session and our next speaker. So AI has proven itself to be most useful in taking on mundane tasks. However, when AI replaces these tasks with other simple tasks, human involvement in a process is merely shifted, not removed. Now, with this in mind, our next speaker is going to examine how to move beyond object detection into behavior identification. And he's going to be reviewing some of the methodologies that have shown success and explaining why solving this is a requirement to realize real business value. Now, our next speaker joins us from a company called The Main Branch. And The Main Branch is a high-performance business and technology consulting firm that improves efficiency and accelerates time to market for clients of all sizes, from startups to Fortune 1000. Now, they have offices in some awesome cities, in Seattle, in Phoenix, and Omaha. And The Main Branch specializes in product strategy, R&D, CV, and advanced AI training methods. So you have all the good stuff right there. Yes, we will be kicking off in approximately less than 1 minute, or less than 2 minutes even, somewhere between 1 minute and 2 minutes to be more or less exact. And just a reminder, come and take your seats if you're going to join us for this. Make yourselves comfortable if you're joining us on the live stream, and do not forget to share the love and share some serious FOMO. Use the hashtag YV24 if you don't mind. Okay, our next speaker is the founder of The Main Branch, David Scott. We are absolutely delighted to have him here. He is a tech visionary with over 25 years of experience, which is a long time in this fast-moving industry called tech that we all know and love. And David is known for pioneering emerging technologies and holding multiple patents, including an accelerated AI training method. As the CEO of The Main Branch, he consults Fortune 500 R&D teams and sits on the Taproot Ventures board, focusing on AI and computer vision. My friends, remember, there's no such thing as a food coma at YOLO Vision. So give your very warmest, loudest welcome. Give it up for David Scott. Thank you.
Hey guys. Surprised how many of you stuck around after lunch. So I'm going to talk about AI. A colleague of mine says all the time, science doesn't sell, which kind of offends a lot of us here because we really like science. AI is really cool. Why would people not just buy it? But the reality is people don't want to just buy it because we think it's cool. They have to have a reason to buy it. So a lot of times clients will come to my company and they'll ask for a session to sit and talk about how they can use AI, which doesn't really make any sense to me because that's like a solution looking for a problem. It's kind of backwards. So it's hard to explain that to people that are business minded, but the reality is we don't really take those kind of conversations. We take the conversation where people say, I have this problem, and we'll introduce AI as a solution to the problem. So almost all the AI solutions that we've developed over the years require some kind of analysis beyond just detecting what's on the scene. So you can identify what's there, but what do you do with it now that you know that it's there? You got to do something useful, or there's no value that you're adding to the entire chain. So I think that crazy Irishman already talked about this one. We can skip this. This is just about the company. Okay, what's behavioral tracking? Just, I'm sure a lot of you already have ideas, just so we're on the same page. We want AI to help us with the mundane tasks. We don't want it doing stuff for us, but we want it doing the things that are boring. So behavior tracking is just doing the things that we already identify. We already do this. If you see an animal and it's rolling around on the floor, you know it's rolling around on the floor. But if rolling around on the floor indicates that it has a sickness or an illness or something, it would be really nice to know that it was rolling around on the floor so you could do something about it. But we can't watch the animal all the time. And this is a really nice use case for AI. If it can detect it could just sit there 24/7 watching the animal. When the animal starts rolling around, it sends us an alert and we can go do something about it. There's something actionable. Now there's a price we can put on it. Now people are willing to pay for it because it does something for them. So behavioral tracking. So throughout this slide, you're going to see YOLO V8, not YOLO11, even though 11 came out, because I don't know why. I guess because I'm a CEO and people don't tell me the important things. But this is all for YOLO V8. So 8 gives us some really incredible functionality, right? Classify, detect, track. There's some really cool stuff in YOLO V8. But we don't really get a lot of behavioral tracking capabilities out of it. So we added our own layer on top of it. And that's kind of what we're going to talk about here is how did we do it? What did we add? What were kind of the steps that we took to get behavioral tracking plus YOLO V8? So we had some projects. We had a project in specific that came up where a very large client said they wanted to identify health issues with cows. So think about a huge feedlot that has tens of thousands of cows on it, and they want us to uniquely identify every single animal and look for any health issues that that animal might have by observing behavior. My AI team said we were crazy to take that project, but we took it. And so some of the things that we had to do to solve this, we had to do identification. We had to know which animal was which, because if you're going to do any behavioral identification or tracking on an animal, you have to be able to correlate it all back to the same animal. So we sat down in a room for 2 days. We did a 2-day workshop with the client. We wrote out every single thing that they wanted to do, and it was a list of 200 behaviors. There's no way we're going to do 200 behaviors, but as a consultant, my job was to tell them, sure, and we'll put it on the roadmap. So we got started, but every single one of those 200 things that they wanted to do required identification because it was all behavioral stuff. It was all stuff about the animal that we couldn't do without identification. So we did that. This is a video. So we're running side-by-side videos here, and you can see the G none on all of those, and they start resolving. This is 2 different runs of the same video. And the intention here is to ensure that they eventually resolve to the same ID. So if you sit there and loop it and watch it over and over at every single animal, you'll find that they always resolve to the same ID. So we are looking at the animal and able to determine that that animal is that specific animal, even if we forget it or we lose track of it in between it walking around and coming in contact with other animals. So we solved that. We had to do tracking. We had to bump up the tracking a little bit because we have these animals, they go into these, we call them huddles. So these cows goes into these huddles where we can't see them anymore, and then they come back out and then we have to track them again. So we have to correlate that ID across the different huddles to make sure that we have the same one. The other project that we did that was really relevant to as well was this project for Horsewise. So we're basically, think of very similar requirements for horses. Observe behaviors. So as you can see, we've identified this horse is eating. We have his respiratory rate, but that's a different topic for a different conversation. But in this one, we didn't really need ID that much, but we definitely needed the behaviors. So we're just trying to show across all the projects that we're working on, that behavior is critical in order to deliver value to the end customer. I don't know exactly where this came from. It was on a website that Vision.io. I don't know what technology they're using. They were one of the ones that popped up when we were doing some investigation into how to do behavioral analysis and tracking. They claim that they can detect people that are shoplifting, which is a behavior tracking and interesting from our perspective. But as we dug into it and other similar things, it seemed like what they were doing is doing pose detection. So specific poses would lend themselves to an indication of a behavior. But individual poses doesn't really give you a true indication of behavior. There's lots of reasons someone might have their hand in their pocket. That doesn't mean they're shoplifting. I'm not trying to pick on this company. I'm sure they do wonderful things. I'm just saying that the industry as a general doesn't really seem to do great with tracking, behavior tracking. Okay, so how we did it. Here's how we get into how we did it. So we had to create our own data set of the animal. So this is looking at cows specifically. And we had to increase the bone count to 145 from the normal 17 that comes in Ultralytics. We trained this on a huge data set, so 2 million images, 110 million instances of examples of the animals themselves. So, right, because in one image you'll get lots of animals in it. So we trained it for 1,000 epochs. This is a huge amount of time on any conventional system. We had to go to Scott Data Center. They're out in Omaha, actually. They have a big DGX system, and it trained it in it took it from about 2 weeks down to about 2 days. It was remarkable. Absolutely fantastic system. Loved it. So once we trained it, we were able to feed those bone positions into our custom behavior model. So we built a custom behavior model, which basically takes into account multiple feet and multiple frames in order to do it. So this trained model we were able to feed in there. And because we have the additional granularity with additional bones, we were able to get a lot more indicators of the actual behavior than we would otherwise be able to get. So the one that we trained for this particular client has 8 classes in it currently: eating, drinking, lying down. You can read through them. And that's been so far really driving value not only for the client, but for the client's customers. Because this allows us to record how often the animal's laying down, normalize that against the entire herd's behavior, and say, well, this animal is laying down 10% more than normal and the rest of the herd is normal. So something's going on with this animal because it's laying down more than the normalized herd value. Same with the rest of these. So that's been helpful there. So building a custom behavior model. Like I said, we keep a list of all the key points, right? We defined a bunch of additional key points. Keep a list of all of them, and train off of those. So all of those behaviors are really simple behaviors. They're not complex behaviors. They're all simple. We do believe we can do the same thing to do complex behaviors. And we believe we can do it without training every combination. In other words, we can combine them together. So we haven't done the complex behaviors yet, but that's what we're working on next. So are they going to lay down? Are they standing up? Are they doing these things that we would expect? For example, if the animal's standing up and it keeps falling down, that's a complex behavior that indicates extreme sickness that we should look at right away. or drunkenness, I suppose. Accuracy is really high. We're really happy with these accuracy numbers. Part of what we tell our clients when we're talking about potential AI solutions is you have to give it room to fail. If you don't give AI room to fail, then you're setting yourself up for failure, because at the end of the day, it's statistical, right? There's going to be times where it doesn't recognize it. So all of our AI solutions tend to be looking at what happens if it fails, and if it does fail, does it impact something in a large way? So for example, with the herd sense solution, if we don't pick up an identity on an animal, if we wait 5 minutes, it'll pop back up, and it's okay that we missed it for a minute. Or if we miss a particular behavior, it's okay because it'll happen again, and we're looking for trends. Summary. I think I'm really early. I guess we're going to have a long stump the chump session, aren't we? So you could read the summary. I guess we can try to stump the chump if you want.
But first, I think a big round of applause. That was fascinating. Absolutely. Hashtag TIL, the IOC stands for Internet of Cows. Excellent. I like this very much. Improving animal welfare using vision AI, computer vision, automation, all the good stuff right there. But do we have any questions? Any questions? So that can be questions about life, the universe, and everything, or questions about the work of the main branch, or specific questions for David about that.
He's got one over there.
We got one. Okay, shoot.
Hello, this is Henry from Open Systems. I have actually two questions, if possible. The first question is if you have in your team some expert to label the dataset. And the second one is more related with your object tracking. I would like to know if it can work in multiple cameras and what are the advantages against other techniques, classic techniques like RAI identification. Thank you.
So the first question, we do very large amounts of annotation on a very large sets of images. And how we accomplish that is somewhat of a trade secret. If you want to come find me after, I'll give you a little more information, but I don't think I want to share that with everybody in the internet. This group is fine. I've talked to most of you.
If we could just switch off the internet for a moment. No.
The second question, sorry, I have a small brain. Only one thing fits in there at a time. Can you say it again?
Yeah, no worry. The second question was more related with your product, with your object tracking. And what are the advantages against other models like brand identification, and if your model can work in multiple cameras?
Yeah, the model works in multiple cameras. So the way we set up most of these solutions is that the cameras are all meshed together on location, and then we backhaul the data because we do all of the calculation on the edge. So we run, I guess competitors should probably close their ears at this point, but this guy's following me around.
You can speak in riddles.
We run it on the Jetson Orange, and we mesh them all together. So if the behavior is tracked on one, and it's very likely it's also being tracked on the other that can still see it, but we're still sending the metadata through our backhaul channels to a server. So we're still recording the same metadata, even if it comes from different cameras. So if we're looking for trends across that behavior, we can still find it.
Interesting. Like it very much. Thank you for being as detailed as possible without giving away any kind of important commercial stuff. My dear friends, do we have another question? Just shoot your hand up there, and I think we might do. Yes, excellent. Okay, the cube of power is flying across the room, and we have amazing teamwork back there. It's reaching the community. Thank you.
Yeah, so with the annotations for the pose that you showed, kind of a two-part question. One, how many points was that? Just to get a sense of how many we were looking at. And what was the process to select those particular locations for the animals?
I have to go look. I don't remember.
Great question, though.
145. And I don't know.
All right, fair.
There you go, nice and succinct. Do we have any more questions from our VIP audience here at Google for Startups in beautiful Madrid? Any more questions from the community? I'm saying any more questions? Going once? Going twice? Any hands up? Am I missing anything? It's quite possible.
I don't think they have any questions.
There's no further questions, Your Honor. Okay. My dear friends, big round of applause for David Scott. Excellent stuff. All right, now, folks, we do actually have a little bit of time. We have 13 luxurious minutes until our next keynote. So our next keynote is all about empowering edge AI with Sony IMX500 and iTrios. And we are thrilled to be welcoming to the stage, both in person, Amir Sevi and Wei Tang. So don't touch that dial. Have a little bio break. Get some more Cafe Lito into that bloodstream. Remember my personal motto, ABC, always be caffeinated. And I will give you plenty of notice for when we're kicking off again. Where's Jonas? Hey, dude. I'm here. So, dude, ready to rock. So, if you want to grab a seat there, I'll go on and go blah, 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 just so people know there's things happening. Maybe Ray goes first, and then yeah. I'll do the bios all before, and then first, big round of applause. Just round of wait time.
Yeah, just wait.
Wait.
So for this one, how does it work? So I need to.
You press. Yeah.
The thing is, they will keep the screen.
People will see this. You will see this.
Okay, folks, I'm going to start telling you about the next session as we kind of gently, elegantly, and demurely wrap up our impromptu bio and coffee break there, because we've got just a few minutes before our next session. Now, as many of you will know, this next session is about empowering edge AI with the SONY IMX500 and iTrios. And there are common difficulties in developing and deploying edge AI solutions, such as hardware integration, software compatibility, and real-time data processing. So there is another company that I'm sure everyone is familiar with. I remember experiencing one of the first Sony Walkmans ever to reach Ireland. My dad's a musician and he got one of these. It's just been, they're a company behind some mind-blowing technology and always have been. Sony has responded to the challenges of developing and deploying edge AI solutions with an innovative edge AI sensing platform called iTrios. It is designed to simplify development and unlock the full potential of AOI for industrial applications. Now, the key to this platform is the advanced Sony IMX500 intelligent vision sensor, which is central to ongoing research and development efforts aimed at enhancing performance and easing integration. This next session is going to explore how Sony's platform effectively tackles these challenges and supports the advancements of edge AI projects. And in this session, we're going to have two awesome speakers from Sony. Wei is going to go through the big picture of iTrios to democratize edge AI for developers and enterprises. And Amir is going to touch on technical advancements and introduce us to Sony's edge optimization approach for accelerating deep learning modules for efficient edge deployment. I'm going to tell you real quick about our two wonderful speakers. First up, we are going to hear from Wei Tang, who is a business development manager at Sony, where she drives growth and strategic partnerships in edge AI applications. With extensive experience in various consumer electronics and industrial use cases, Wei is specialized in exploring global markets and fostering collaborations across hardware and software domains. She has a keen enthusiasm for emerging tech, making her a key advocate for transformative edge AI applications. And after Wei kicks things off, we are going to be joined on stage by Amir Servi, who we remember very well from last year. Great to see you again. Now, he is the Edge Deep Learning Product Manager at Sony with over 15 years in the tech space. He's been working in developer tools and has vast experience in the AI ecosystem at both DESI, Superwise, and AnyVision. Now, Amir specializes in leading product and R&D teams to deliver bleeding-edge technology products for developers, from computer vision applications through neural network acceleration, all the way to reshaping deep learning deployment on edge devices. So my dear friends, we do have a dynamic duo in the house, exactly the right people to take us through this. Please join me in welcoming our first speaker for this session. Give it up for Wei Tang. Thank you.
Hi everyone, this is Wei from Sony, and I'm responsible for the business development for iTrios. So today, actually, we have another topic which is going to be covered by my colleague Amir later. So before that, I would like to give you some background introduction about IMX500 and iTrios, because I don't think you may be very familiar with these two words at this moment. But after my introduction, I hope you can understand it better, that what we are doing and why we are here. So I think most people here, you may be familiar with the broader SONY group. So our company, SONY Semiconductor Solutions, is actually specializing in developing cutting-edge image sensors. So we actually develop these sensors that work on for like mobile phone, automotive systems. So our technology is actually beyond the products you use or you see every day. So the fact is that Sony Semiconductor Solutions, we have largest share of image sensor in this global market. So we shipped out about like 1.2 billion image sensors every year. So by the way, if you look at like the cameras of your mobile phone, half of them are made from our image sensors. So from like various devices, we are trying to keep our commitment to innovation and to quality, which places us a leader in this industry of this rapid changing world. So Sony has democratized recreational photography for many years. Now we want to do the same thing for vision AI. So by leveraging our advanced image sensor technology, we would like to empower a new generation of applications that can enhance everyday life from smart devices to automotive systems. Let's look around the world we are living now. So people are talking about like GPUs, crowd resource, whatever. So there are so many IoT devices that connect to the crowd. So we cannot imagine like in every second, the amount of information, data, flow from the devices to the crowd, which is going to cause a data explosion eventually. So the word we are aiming to attach is that we would like to have an edge and crowd synergy. We would like to process the data to the edge device closest to the sensor itself. And by compressing the data we upload to crowds, we can contribute to reduce power consumption, and eventually we're going to contribute to the environment. So to contribute to build this an edge AI computing world, it redefines the role of image sensor from imaging to sensing. So Sony's approach to vision AI starts at the very extreme, the sensor itself. So we designed and manufactured the world's first intelligent vision sensor, which we call IMX500, with on-chip AI processing capabilities. So this sensor, the output data, it's gonna be not like the streaming images. It's gonna be the metadata as we showcase here. So it's gonna largely downsize data transmitted cost and help you to reduce the cost of the transmission to the crowd. And because of this output of metadata, it can also be very beneficial for very high privacy considerated scenarios, especially like human-related tasks. And it can also support high-speed, real-time on-chip processing with a flexible of AI module choosing and replacements from our platform. So this innovation actually transforms how the device they can perceive and interact with their environments. So this is a very short video actually showcasing the example of metadata that outputs directly from sensor. As you can see on the right-hand side, that's the information, the output. That's the information like the use case just care about. So origin from this IMX500 sensor, we actually build up a lineup of devices. So these devices are very tiny, small cameras. It's just an example. So we have built these devices both in-house and with our partners. They are all equipped with on-chip AI processing capabilities, and they are ready to be purchased from our certificated channels, which you can check after our presentation. So far, I talk a lot about like hardware, what we do, but I know it's only halfway down to this vision edge AI developments because there is software part. So we noticed that there are some common challenges, especially in edge AI development, due to people maybe lack of AI and machine learning insights. And also, if you want to deploy your AI module to the very tiny device, always there is limitation of like memory or whatever. When you want to deploy it, there are going to be some accuracy drop during this process. And also, there is always variations in the scenarios and factors. You have to do further tuning work like every day. So to overcome these challenges, the solution from SONY is that we provide you an edge AI sensing platform. We call it iTrust. So you can use our pre-trained AI module from our platform, just one click, download and deploy. And also, it can support continuous retraining to your environment. And it's super user-friendly. So to conclude, our iTrust have two main components. One is hardware ecosystem. It's actually coming from the sensor I just introduced. We make it like a ready-to-use device as this ecosystem from in-house and collaborated with third parties as well. And also this edge AI platform gonna give you a set of tools that you can develop, deploy, also manage your purely edge-to-edge vision AI solutions. So the platform itself is actually aiming at integrated and collaborated with our partner ecosystems. And we actually work a lot with our partners who are both want to contribute to this edge AI vision world. So that's why we are here. So lastly, I would like to give you some like very simple examples of the use cases we already been working and deployed in the real world. So it's not limited to these industries. So it's actually showcasing that we can empower you, developers and enterprises, the capability to customize your own AI module with our software and hardware. So if you are interested, you can build up your own impactful solutions that's going to enhance the social implementation of edge AI in our daily life. So I hope my introduction so far gave you a very basic understanding of our vision and ambitions to edge AI vision world. So meanwhile, we did a lot in our internal team to make it happen. So I would like to hand over to my colleague Amir. So he's gonna give you a more detailed and intellectual approach that we are doing to optimize on-chip AI processing capabilities with our experience with YOLO models. So let's welcome Amir.
Thank you, Wei. Applause is for Wei, not for me. I appreciate for introducing us to Sony Semiconductors and the iTrios platform, as well as the IMX500. My name is Amir. I'm a product manager at Sony, under Sony Semiconductors. I'm part of the group who develops the IMX500 Edge AI processor, as well as the AI development tool set for the IMX500. In recent years, I've devoted most of my career to enable deep learning on the edge, working with companies such as DesiAI and Sony Semiconductors. And in the next 10 minutes, we will dive into how we quadrupled our YOLO V8 Nano performance just by breaking the optimization paradigm. Okay, so I'll start the session by claiming that the YOLOs are edge-enabling models and are fairly easy to optimize. Thanks, Glenn and the team. And I will convince you on that, don't worry. We will then dive deeper into the optimization paradigm and how we got to a point where, where the post-processing prevents us from achieving our performance goal. And then we will show you how by unlocking on-chip NMS, we were able to break the post-processing glass ceiling and why we were able to achieve that. Lastly, you will see a real-life demo of running the model YOLO V8 Nano on our AI sensor with a Raspberry Pi 5. Okay, so I claimed that the YOLOs are edge-enabling models. So why is that? First, convolution blocks are the basis for the YOLO family, which makes them easier to optimize in terms of the fact that you usually don't lose much when going from float to 8-bit or even mixed precision. Other than that, the YOLOs are very well performing compared to their size to begin with. We call it value for money. But on the left side, you can see that even the smaller models are performing pretty well for their size. And due to the above, our experience is such that the Ultralytics models are built in a way that makes them easier to optimize for edge devices. Now let's talk about the naive optimization paradigm. Every deep learning practitioner will look on that graph that presents millions of operations per inference for the YOLO V8. Every deep learning practitioner will naturally focus on optimizing those operations that either appear the most or are consuming the most resources, for instance, in terms of latency. However, one needs to also pay attention that less frequent or less time-consuming operations are not overlooked. And as you can see, it's very easy to overlook the post-process here. And then they will become a system bottlenecks. You should look at the whole end-to-end system rather than only on the neural network. And here's an example. We took a YOLO V8 Nano, ran it on a Raspberry Pi 5 with the IMX500 AI sensor, and the post-processing running on the Raspberry Pi 5. Running on the host. These are the numbers we got. You can see 26 milliseconds for the neural network on the chip, 30 milliseconds for data transferring from chip to host, and post-processing almost 70 milliseconds. You can clearly see that the inference time isn't the dominant part of the latency. It is the data transferring, format conversion, and post-processing running on the host that takes more than 75% of the latency. And this is how the story of tail wagging the dog begins. You optimize by the book, you deploy to production, and the model runs perfect, but then the post-process gets you stuck. Now, if your edge AI processor was or is robust and flexible enough to run functions like the NMS or the post-process in general, then on the chip, then it can make dramatic improvements. And this is because of the reasons why post-processing on the host has its glass ceiling. And the reasons are the fact that, first of all, data transferring of large volume data consumes significant latency. In our case, here it's around 30 milliseconds. Also, handling format conversion and running the post-processing on an unoptimized hardware has its memory limitations and compute limitations, competing with all other resources. And this is unoptimal. In this case, it reached almost 70 milliseconds. Now, each post-process is different. And for example, pose estimation models outputs an even greater output. So it can take even more time to transfer and process. So we thought how we can do better. So I said that if your edge AI processor is robust and flexible enough to run operations such as the NMS, you're pretty much done. And this is the case. Running the post-process on chip solves both problems stated in the last slide. No data transferring as everything is done on chip, and running on an optimized hardware. Now, post processes are different and various and changing with time. So hardwiring the post process on the chip might help at times, but not all the times. The concept, the principle remains the same. So the IMX500 was designed with both efficiency and flexibility in mind. And so we could implement the NMS function within the AI processor. By the way, similarly, we could do the same with other post-processing tasks that can be implemented efficiently to run on the IMX500. And by doing so, we got a 4x acceleration with the same accuracy just by running the post-processing on the chip. 4 times faster inference. Okay, in this example, we can see the differences between running the post-process on the host, on the left side, and running the post-process on chip. To the folks who are watching online, you might see a slower FPS due to communication limitations, but I think it's pretty clear which side is better. I will say that our research and development is always on, so things are cooking as we speak, even with the Ultralytics team, as well as on-chip post-processing for both pose estimation and semantic segmentation for the YOLO V8, and hopefully sooner than later, YOLO V11. I will hand over back to Wei.
Yes, thank you, everyone. So I think we give you a background introduction and also some details. I think you may have lots of questions, but anything related, if we are running out of time, feel free to ask us, like partnership, like developer, packager, whatever events you can attending. We have lots of information we can share afterwards. So thank you.
Thank you. We do actually have a little bit of time for questions because we have a coffee break afterwards, coffee/drinks break. Yes, we're getting to that time of the day. Do we have any questions for Wei and Amir? That was a great presentation. I love that. Inference on the edge, really cutting edge, excuse the pun, cutting edge stuff right there. Or bleeding edge, as it says in your bio. We have a question straight away. We do indeed. Who? Yes, you have the cube, sir.
The ball guy again. My name is Henry from Open Systems. My question is for Amir. All you did, you say that all the process you made was done on YOLO V8. And my question was more related if you have tried on these new models like YOLO V10 where no maximum expression is needed. So maybe the post process is not necessary. That's what my question. Thank you.
Okay, so to my knowledge, we have customers that are running YOLO V10 on the IMX500. To be honest, we don't have any measurement for that specific model. We do have more models that we took their post-process into the chip. Specifically, YOLO V10, I don't have numbers.
Okay, great question. And yeah, do feel free to continue the conversation. We have the QR codes there on the screen. Did you want to comment there or? No, okay, we have any more? Is the cube being passed to somebody else? Any community questions? Any more questions? Yes, we do. Yes, my man at the back there, plug it in the community. Thank you.
So question came in, how many IMX 500s can you connect to a single Raspberry Pi 5 before things start to slow down?
So to be honest, this is something that I cannot speak about until there's one, let's say, a official launch for the, I would say, for the product. I would say that the problem, if there is a problem, it's within the Raspberry Pi has only one socket, so it might be the bottleneck. But once the product is out, I believe we will all know what is the bottleneck, if at all?
All right, thank you. Great question. Watch this space. Do we have any more questions? IRL or virtually via the cube at the back of the room? I'm not seeing any hands up. If anybody is sticking their hands up and I've not seen it, just her. Yes, we have a question. Thank you, sir. Could you introduce yourself to the room?
Hello, my name is Gary Jocher. I'm Glenn's brother. It's nice to be here with all of you. My question is, I had a question about the Raspberry Pi system that you were mentioning, and my question is whether it's a camera system, the Raspberry Pi, and if it is, how it works. Thanks.
Okay, so I'll try to wrap up things that were said between both sessions. So SONY produces the IMX500 sensor. I'm trying to figure out what I'm allowed to say or not. Okay, so we developed the AI sensor, let's call it for this matter AI camera. Now, Raspberry Pi is a different company that develops Raspberry Pi, and they will come out with a product that is infused with our edge AI processor, the IMX500. Does that answers your question?
Maybe just some comments from me. So actually in public, you may saw we have some like collaboration with Raspberry Pi already in public release. So please stay tuned. We have great products to be released very, very soon, which we may not be able to give you details here, but you will just check it, like scan the barcode, like everything here, please.
I like that. That's what you might call a teaser. Brilliant. Yeah, watch this space. And infused is a great word. I like that. That kind of can be interpreted a number of ways. That's brilliant. Yes, sir.
Hey, how's it going? Maybe kind of a naive question. I'm wondering, when the inference happens on the chip, is it like converted to RGB to the sensor format and then inference is done on that sensor format, or what's the kind of flow there?
Okay. Now, this is as much exercise as I get in a week.
Okay, so the IMX500 outputs both RGB output, so you can use it as a, I would call it stupid camera. But then it outputs also through another ISP, an AI inference metadata output. So you get both together. You get the stream of visual as you would get with any other camera. On top of that, you will get also the metadata on the video. You can split those, you can view them together, you can take only the metadata and send it to the cloud. But eventually, it's like in terms of the stupid camera, you get an RGB. Yeah.
Excellent question. Thank you, sir. We'll be talking quite soon. Do we have any more questions from the room? The next question might be, can I have a coffee/drink? And the answer will, of course, be yes. Okay, going once, no community questions, going twice. Okay, that was an absolutely fantastic session. You got the QR codes. Watch this space. I get the feeling there are exciting things coming. But first, please give it up for Wei Tang and Amir Servi. Thank you so much. All right, great stuff. That is something to whet your appetite right there. Now, speaking of which, I have some very exciting news from our dear friends at Ultralytics. There are 20 tickets left, 20 tickets left for our VIP party a bit later on. The team will be there, I will be there, we'll all be there. It's going to be fun, there's going to be cocktails. So if you would like to get one of those 20 tickets, now's your chance. This is kind of it, because they're going to fly, because you're smart people. And to get one of these tickets, you need to speak to our very own Ultralytics Head of Growth, Paula Derringer. Now, she's up there, and you have a chat with her, and she'll see what she can do, I'm sure. So I hope to see you there. Get yourself on the exclusive guest list and get some cocktails into you, because my goodness, it's thirsty work doing all this conference stuff. And as I may have mentioned a few times, my personal motto is ABC, which stands for always be connecting, always be caffeinated, and always be cocktailing, which is a new word I just made up. So I hope to see some of you a bit later. We are going to be back here for a chat all about building communities of innovation. And we have some absolutely brilliant guests. I'm going to be moderating it. I promise you it's going to be awesome. We're going to be back on the stage at 16:55. So now we have a little bit of time to get some more caffeine/drinks into that bloodstream and to make some more connections. I'll see you shortly.
Within the sound. Within the sound. There is a meaning buried within the sound. Like a dream filling the sky while asleep on hollow ground. There is a meaning buried within the sound.
All right, folks, we're going to be kicking off in a few minutes down here, and we're going to be launching our next panel. Just giving you a little heads up. If you haven't got your tickets for the VIP party, now is your chance. When I spoke earlier, there were 20 tickets left. I'm not sure what that number is now, but you do need to speak to Paola to get your name on that exclusive guest list. All right, folks, so I'm going to start by telling you a little bit about the next panel that is about to rock the main stage here at Ultralytics YOLO Vision, hashtag YV24. Let's spread the FOMO, spread the YOLO. That's it. YV24. Make all your friends, family, and colleagues and boss/employees/enemies extremely jealous of the fact that you're here in Madrid IRL. We love to spread the joy. Okay, our next session is all about building communities of innovation. Now, as I may have possibly mentioned once or twice, my personal motto is ABC, always be connecting. And I think this is very powerful in terms of how great ideas come to the surface. There's that old truism, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. But what about if you want to go fast and far? Well, then you go as part of an ecosystem, as part of a community. But how do you actually make that happen? Now, this is kind of a big deal in the sector that we are all working in. So from AI models to cloud infrastructure, communities play a vital role in shaping the future of technology. Right now, we're going to have a discussion exploring the strategies, challenges, and rewards of building thriving communities. And our awesome panelists. We've got a power trio joining me on the stage. Our experts in computer vision, cloud native computing foundation representatives, experts in machine learning, and of course, YOLO. And they're going to share their insights on fostering collaboration, driving innovation, and creating a lasting impact. I'm going to tell you a little bit about who they are before they come onto the stage to some rapturous applause. We are delighted to be joined on the stage today by the machine learning community lead at Ultralytics, Burhan Kadumi. And Burhan is a recent convert to machine learning. He learned Python, computer vision, and ML on the job, and then joined a bunch of ML communities. Now, he has volunteered to moderate and configure Ultralytics Discord, which you really do need in your life if you're not on it already. And he's helped it to grow to over 800 daily users. Now, that is a high quality community of interest on Discord. And now with Ultralytics, Burhan contributes to the code base and believes in learning by helping others. Tick, tick, tick. Excellent. Burhan's going to be joined by the Hacker in Residence. What a cool job title. I'm getting serious job title envy there. The Hacker in Residence at Voxel 51, Harpreet Sahota. Now, Harpreet is a hacker in residence of Voxel 51, and he has held DevRel roles in AI since 2020, working with Deci AI and Comet. Now, he's got expertise in visual and generative AI, and he's previously worked as a data scientist, statistician, and actuary, holding master's degrees in mathematics and statistics, which is precisely 2 more master's degrees than I will ever hold. So I take my hat off to you, sir. That's very, very impressive. Okay, Burhan and Harpreet are going to be joined on the stage by our dear friend Bart Farrell, who is a content creator and CNCF ambassador. Now, Bart is a freelance content creator based in gorgeous Bilbao in Spain. He's jetted in for this. He's going to jet back later on. So sadly, somebody else is going to have to drink his cocktails. I volunteer. You're welcome. And he's been building technical communities and organizing events as a CNCF ambassador. He's been hosting podcasts and weaving creativity and tech together. And above all, he values passion and believing in people. And if you are not following Bart on the socials, my goodness, sort that out. He makes some great videos, some great content, and you're in for a treat. So, my dear friends, we are in the home straight. We are going to keep the energy high. Remember, no food comas, always be caffeinated. So I'd like you to join me in giving a huge warm welcome to Burhan Kadumi, Harpreet Sahota. you like to have. Make yourselves comfortable. We got mics, we got chairs, all the modern tech that you need. All right, now I'm going to have to come to yourself, Farhan. Now, talk to us a little bit about the piece of music we just heard, because I believe there's a backstory there. Oh, yeah, we like to keep our speakers on their toes by turning off the mics. Mic check, 1, 2, what is this?
Check. There we
Nice.
go. Got it. Yeah, so the music was Can You Feel My Heart? That was picked by the community to be the intro music for our talk today. So we had set up after registration, you could vote for the music. We had 5 songs picked out, and that's what you all picked. So thank you for submitting your votes. That was a lot of fun.
I love it. You can never have too much music. I'm a firm believer in that. And who's the artist? I didn't catch that. Sorry.
That was Bring Me the Horizon.
Oh, that's the name of the artist.
Yes.
I knew that. I was just testing you, obviously. Yes. Thank you so much. That's brilliant. Okay, let's dive straight in. So I've kind of done the bio bit, so we can just like fast forward, jump into the topic. I have questions. Now, the questions very kindly prepared by your good selves in advance of this session, so I really do appreciate it, because you are the experts on building these communities of innovation. And, you know, we're going to pass on some great wisdom to our wonderful delegates here. So talk to us a bit about, you know, some of the strategies, or what have you seen out in the wild that works well in terms of cultivating the right culture for your community? Because it is very much about culture, about behavior, about all being aligned on the same page in a very kind of robust and healthy way. What have you seen that works? Now, I'm going to throw that straight at Harpreet. It's well volunteered.
Yeah. I guess when it comes to building culture for a community, just got to be role models for the people that are going to be joining your community, right? So I've been to communities, tech communities, where people are just absolute and complete assholes. That's because that's what the people that work at the company are like, and they kind of set the tone for behavior. So very much the people internally at a company are going to set the kind of standard for what a community culture is like. So if you're out there being a community manager, like just make sure you're setting example behaviors or modeling the behavior that you want your community members to take on.
Absolutely. Gandhi did not say, be the asshole you want to see in the world. He said, be the change you want to see in the world. Absolutely. Lead by example. Fantastic. Burhan, what have you found that works? Are there any kind of elements that you would put into this mix to build a community?
Yeah, so definitely echo exactly what Harpreet said. You have to be the model of what you want to have the community culture look like, and help shape that with all of the members. I also think that it's really important to give members a space to maybe express themselves or just chat about kind of anything, and have fun. I think one of the most entertaining things is the meme channels and the random channels in the various communities. You always see some great ones. I've shared some in the old Desi Discord server, and in various other communities as well. It's always a lot of fun. I think it brings people together in a different way, and it helps build that culture.
I like it. So leading by example, not micromanaging, the opposite of micromanaging, actually creating the space for folks to have fun in a kind of robust way. And Bart, coming over to yourself, you look like a gentleman who may have a stash of dank memes somewhere. Talk to us a bit about this element of fun, because you bring a lot of fun to your communities and to the content that you make. How important is creating that creative space?
I think it's, yeah, a lot of it is around creating space, is imagining, because of the fact that nowadays we're operating a lot of times in digital spaces, but we can think about digital spaces as we would a physical space. What makes a physical space welcoming? What makes it attractive? What makes it easy to navigate about the places you need to go? Whether it's sharing memes, asking technical questions, providing feedback, you really need to put yourselves in the shoes of the people that are going to be participating, and thinking about, what difficulties might they encounter? How can they overcome them? And of course, how are you going to do that? By getting feedback. You don't know. You don't want to know what you don't know. So you need to, and the second element that I relate to that is service. You are there to serve the community members. It's all about them and what's in it for them. So thinking about that, it means that you need to be going out and not just expecting them to come to you. It needs to be very, very clear that I'm the guy in the chili pepper shirt. I'm really easy to find. I make it abundantly, facilitated in terms of contacting me. So not just that my door is open, but how am I taking advantage of opportunities to start conversations with community members and then get that feedback so I can improve.
I love that. I love that aspect of service and kind of thinking of the community. And I think, you know, to be fair, YOLO Vision is an amazing example of this. This is all for the community, by the community, from the community. So Harpreet, coming back to your good self, now talk to us a little bit about the importance of events, because these are great things. They can be virtual, they can be in, you know, digital spaces, they can be IRL like we are today. What have you found about this overlap between events and community?
Yeah, we've been finding at Voxel 51 that there is no substitute for in-person events. So events like this where people are actually getting together, this is the way to go. So events are awesome for not only sharing ideas, but also giving like community members an opportunity to share their expertise and their knowledge. Because I think, you know, everybody has something interesting to teach. So opening that up for people, giving them a platform to speak and share their expertise is critical. But yeah, in-person events, I think there's nothing compares to that.
Fantastic. And Berhan, what have you found in terms of tools to kind of stimulate these, you know, these fun, these creative communities, these events? You know, you've set up the Discord channel for, you know, Ultralytics, obviously, and you're building communities using these great technical tools to keep it vibrant, to keep it rolling all the time, you know, hashtag dank memes, etc. Talk to us a bit about some of the tools that you're using. There's obviously Discord. What are some of the other tools?
Yeah, so one of the things that I did for our community on Discord specifically was I actually built a bot that they could use both to reference our documentation. Since we're a support community, people ask a lot of questions. You have to reference the docs a lot. And instead of, you know, on my phone, I was switching back and forth. We were all switching back and forth between one app to get the link, copy and paste. And I said, well, why don't I just make this easier for everybody and just put the docs links in the bot, make it quick and easy, pop them open, post the message, and it really helped others help others easier.
Nice. I mean, you make that sound easy. Oh, I just built a bot to reference the documents and serve it up on the. So I mean, that's amazing. I mean, oh, this is brilliant. But I'd like to kind of expand this a bit in terms of, you know, how you then interact with the folks on the platform. Is there a kind of gamification element? Do people get rewards if they are great members of the community? And, you know, have you kind of come across that, experienced that, or encouraged that?
Yeah, actually, that was, I think, probably one of the first things that I put in place for the Ultralytics server was tried to encourage users to really recognize others who were helping or providing solutions. And as they did, I actually set it up so that they had new roles assigned to them. They get additional permissions, get additional freedoms in the server and as a thanks to helping out and recognition. Their names kind of show up at the top of the list and come up in a different color. So yeah.
Nice. There's a lot to be said for e-fame in this age of our digital twins, that's for sure. And Bart, aside from wearing the Red Hot Chili Peppers there shirt, what do you do to kind of encourage engagement from the community? You make very engaging content, you put it out there. How do you get people involved? Because it's not just, you know, here's some content, bye. It's like you're really engaging with people and bringing them back in. What are some of the things that you do?
You've got to meet them where they're at. And that can mean, you know, as we're talking about physical spaces, like I emceed an event last week in the Netherlands with 500 people. It was in person. That's great. But at the same time, I much prefer formats like this one where we can go have a coffee afterwards and actually have a more extensive conversation. But nowadays as well, you know, in the current company that I'm working at, Learn Kubernetes, we are on many, many channels. So, you know, where some people prefer Telegram, some people prefer Reddit, some people are going to prefer Slack. You really need to find where they're going to be. In terms of getting engagement, something that I learned later after getting started working in community is that, you know, the 99-1 rule, right? That, you know, 90% of the people in your communities are just going to be lurkers. They're never going to comment. They're never going to interact. And when you're, you know, you're busting your ass to put all this stuff out there and really trying to get the engagement, and you sometimes it can be very frustrating. Don't blame yourself. Certainly don't blame them. Think about what can I do better, you know? And also that's where the importance of metrics comes in. Like, what are the posts that are getting the most traction? Is it the meme channel is generally going to get, you know, a lot of conversations going in there. But based on that, that will give you that feedback, and then it will be easier, like I said, to figure out what is it people are going to respond to, and how you can then steward those conversations and get them going. But I will definitely say, at least in my experience, there's been a significant element of trial and error. So for people out there working in the community space, don't kill yourselves if you don't get it exactly right the first time. Give yourself the gift of patience and treat it as something that's on the go. But like I said, it does require fine tuning and trial and error, and then looking at the metrics.
Nice. Yeah, the word that's jumping out again and again is empathy, and probably a lot of patience, viewing it as an iterative process, and you're sort of growing your understanding of the community as it's growing itself. It's a two-way thing. It's not prescriptive and you dump a thing and everyone gets on. Yeah, that's not how it works. Excellent. Thank you. So coming back to yourself, Harpreet. Now, we have obviously heard some great things about Discord, about gamification, about different colors and leaderboards and all this kind of stuff. Are there any platforms that you've come across that you have leveraged for your own work in building communities of innovation?
I've used several platforms, all unsuccessfully. Discord, I think, is the way to go for sure. Slack, I don't think Slack is actually designed to be a community platform or community space. It's a great workspace, but I don't think it really facilitates bringing people together like Discord does, because on Discord you can guys can watch videos together, you can have events all inside Discord. So Discord, I think, is definitely the way to go. The first instantiation of the deep learning daily community was done on a platform called Discourse, which is a forum-based platform. I bought into the idea that this was the way to go, but realized that this is not, for our audience, for deep learning engineers and practitioners, like, they live on Discord, right? So we need to be there, right? They have Discord open, they've got the notifications, and yeah, I guess at the end of the day, it's about figuring out where your practitioners are. Like for deep learning, Discord's the way to go.
Yeah, absolutely. Go to where the people are and really give them the experience that they value and real value and empathetic, kind of put yourself in their shoes. Yeah, tick. And then, how do you go about measuring whether a community is successful? Are there any signs, or do you reach a stage where you think, oh, yeah, this is working great? What are some of the things that come to you maybe for anyone wants to jump in here?
I'll take this.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, so for me, I think the biggest indicator to me is when people start picking up what you've been doing and start to reflect what you've been modeling, to what we were talking about earlier, when people start to act the way that you have tried to set an example for and are there for others in the community. I think that is a major turning point in a community, because now it is not just whoever started the community, whoever was leading the community. Now there's +1, and then there's going to be +2 and it's just going to keep growing and growing and growing. And then it starts to blossom into this thing that is living on its own, and you're kind of more watching and nudging here and there as opposed to pushing. And I think that is really the biggest turning point. And it's great for me personally too. It's just great to watch, like just seeing other people interacting, helping each other out. And as the person who was there when nobody else was there answering people's questions for months on end, it was really cool to finally see somebody coming back and starting to answer things for others.
Oh my goodness, yeah, and sort of gives you a bit of your free time back as well. That must be quite a relief. I know you're very generous with your time, but it's nice when you have a team, it's building up organically. That's brilliant. So let's kind of get a little bit into the detail of how this all impacts like the deep tech community. We were talking about tech like AI, very advanced stuff. Talk to us about what's the impact of community when it comes to actually balancing open source and enterprise product development. How does community fit into all this? I'm looking at your good self, Harpreet.
Yeah, I guess 51 is an open source library. So by nature, open source Apache 2.0 means we accept contributions from our community members to extend the functionality of this library. And so that's cool, but then how do we make it easy for people to contribute or have an idea of what type of things to contribute? We try to make it easy for people to onboard with 51 by having a lot of good educational content, and yeah, just making it easy by adding good first issue tags and things like that. So that's the open source aspect of it. But yeah, I'll pause there. I'll see what these guys got to say. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Who wants to jump in there?
Yeah, sure. Also, tagging on to the last question, when we're thinking about, the ideal situation where good things are happening, I think that also relates to, open source and also enterprise, is that when we look at vanity metrics, and we can all be victims of vanity metrics, and that's okay too. We all want to see lots of GitHub stars, but if you take that a little bit further, what about pull requests? How many people actually get in like, no, I'm willing to do the dirty work. I'm not just going to, click and add a star. And there can be lots of, sort of tricky ways to get around that. But regarding, the open source aspect, and I predominantly work with open source communities, Kubernetes, et cetera, that has its place, and there can be vehement debates about, is it even okay to talk about enterprise in those areas? I say we all have to pay our bills, and it shouldn't be that big of a deal. It's just another part of the conversation. And most of the work that I do, it's like in the CNCF Slack or the Kubernetes Slack, it's generally going to be I don't want to say shunned, but not encouraged to have those enterprise conversations. However, if you pay it forward, if you show up and you're a caring person and respond to people's questions and build respect, then it's only natural that people are going to say, well, tell me about the other stuff that you do, or I'd like to know more about your company. So very often the conversations might start there, but then they extend out into other areas. Something else too, going back to the notion about, like I said, 90% of the people in your communities are going to be lurkers, is that some people don't want to post publicly or interact publicly or ask a question because maybe their boss is in that Slack channel and they might be imposter syndrome. The higher up people go in terms of their level, the stronger the imposter syndrome can be. And I say this as a person who's never written a line of code in his life, right? But I know that from talking to senior engineers that they're expected to know so much that maybe they don't want to ask those questions publicly, or they're hesitant about participating in a public conversation about it. So they prefer to take it to DMs. But if someone else is going out there and, like I said, openly sharing their knowledge, paying it forward, helping others get the answers to their questions, then it's only natural. Be a good human. And then the rest, for me, the less you sell, the more you will. That's generally how I approach that. But I'm curious what you guys have to say.
Yeah, so I agree with everything both of you have said. And I'm just going to offshoot comment for a second. Communities don't get built by DMs. So if you join a community and ask somebody to DM you, it's probably not going to be welcomed most cases, because the idea is you want to be speaking publicly for other people's benefit as well, not just your own. So please don't just DM, post your question. But when it comes to balancing open source development, contributions are huge. Having the pulse of the community, understanding what they want, what they're looking for, what their problems are, what their pain points are, absolutely big deal. But it's also, on the enterprise side, what I've noticed as well is not even having, like you said, Bart, not having to pitch people necessarily, but it becomes almost like this pipeline where you're helping people become better, build their skill set, and now suddenly they have this marketable skill and they want to use around a product or around a system, a platform, whatever it happens to be, and they show up at a job and they say, hey, yeah, I can do this, and I use this because it's really good, I know it really well, and we can get a license or we can purchase it or whatever. Let's reach out to the sales team and get going, and managers more likely to do it because they already have that knowledge. And so I think it's just like this really big pool where not only do you get you kind of build your customer base for the future, but you're also kind of figuring out how to steer the product as you're developing it, both for fixes and enhancements going forward.
That's fantastic. You've really kind of, gone into the specifics of what this kind of a community can mean for advanced technology platforms. So that's fantastic. Thank you. And I'm wondering if we could kind of rewind a bit to more of the beginner stuff. Like, what would you say? Have you got any advice for folks who would like to get into developing a tech community, or just get into a tech community? Any specific advice? Taking your first steps, where to look, what kind of things to contribute? Anything that the folks should know?
Yeah, I guess from the perspective of joining a community, if you're on Discord, select your roles wisely. You don't want to be put into every single channel. So that's like the first step, is just make sure that you're in the channels that are most kind of pertinent to you, because that's how you're going to get the most out of it. Because a lot of time, the stuff that goes on is mostly noise. But once you're in, chances are you will be a lurker. There's nothing wrong with being a lurker. But none stopping you from reacting to a comment or reacting to something that's posted. That entry steps right there. And then from there, try to be involved in virtual events or in-person events, and give back where you can, right? Like that's the beautiful thing about the 51 communities. We got so many people that are helping each other in the Slack channel, and that's awesome to see.
Yeah, here. I'm wondering if I could put you on the spot a bit. I'm looking at your good self. What is, like, from a personal perspective, what's the greatest benefit that you think people should know about from being a part of a technology community? Is there anything that you've really found it's like, wow, this is it?
Yeah, I think it's just the best place to learn. I mean, hands down, like, you find a good community, the amount you learn as an individual, but the amount that you can also teach others is unreal. And, you know, people come in and ask questions that I do not know the answer to. And I spend time digging into answering their question, and I learn so much. And then even listening to others or reading others' replies to questions in the community helps me get a better understanding. And so I don't think that there's anywhere you can get that kind of knowledge or learning for free, essentially. So, you know, you just kind of show up and lurk, or show up and take part. Yeah.
Plus 100 to that, like being parts of communities where people ask a question and it's like, oh, damn, that's a good question. I don't know the answer to that, but I want to learn. And that makes you go down the rabbit hole and explore just other areas. So yeah, that giving back aspect, you're also kind of getting yourself up. And this is helpful for folks like us who work at companies that have communities. My learning curve was shortened a lot by having to get in there and get into the Slack channels and start answering people's questions. And yeah, this is the easiest way by far to learn, is just by helping other people get smarter.
Agreed. And to go back to the question that we were talking about previously about, you know, when the community reaches a turning point is when you don't have to do all the heavy lifting. You know, getting like your first 1,000 Slack members or Discord on Discord is really hard. It's like pulling teeth. It's a lot of suffering. Or getting your first 1,000 subscribers on YouTube, it doesn't mean the rest afterwards, you know, hockey stick growth, but it changes significantly. The other thing is I actually have a background in teaching, and the best teaching environments is where you don't have to teach, but you create an environment where the students teach each other. And it's the same thing when community members jump at the opportunity because they see a question or they want to help somebody out. That's like the best compliment that you can get, because you're like, now, of course, I'm curious and I'm interested and I want to go out and get an answer to that question. But my community members themselves, you know, are basically creating almost an ambassadors program, you know, through their actions. And then also, once again, the rewards and things that come along with that. But those things for me were some of the have been massive highlights when those things happen.
And I would say, like, just don't be afraid about giving a potentially wrong answer, because you're not like going to end somebody's life if you send them to the wrong page on the docs. It's just, maybe this is what you're looking for, and just link them, or maybe try this code pattern and it might help. Yeah, just don't be scared to jump in and help folks.
And those mistakes are great opportunities to have another conversation with that person, engage them in a different way, and just a reminder that we're all human. It's no big deal.
And I know we're going to keep this question going for way too long, but I gotta tag on to this. I think what you guys both just said builds or hints to, I think, one of the most important things about Oisin, to go back to your original question earlier about if you want to start a community, one of the most important things that you have to remember is that you need to build trust with your community. If your community does not trust you, they will not come back, they will not show up. And so doing something like, hey, I don't know if this is what you're looking for, but maybe try this out. Or, hey, I don't know, maybe talk to this person or try this. Those types of things, they're very little, but they build trust because they understand that you don't necessarily know the answer, but you're still trying to help. And I think that is majorly important for leading any community.
That, and with what we said too about open source versus enterprise, technical audiences hate anything that feels or smells or looks like sales. And so the second that notion enters the room, that trust is going to dissipate, because people feel like you've been leading me on, feeding me with this idea that I'm belonging, and the word community itself sometimes gets totally abused. And I've seen it happen a million times and it drives me crazy. And so in our community with Learn Kubernetes, we know that if we do not respond with technical content created by engineers for other engineers, our audience will leave. There are other places they can go. You always have to remember, there are other places where people can go. Why are they going to stay here? So I couldn't agree more about the trust element.
Yeah, so TLDR, it's not easy, but it's worth it. You know, really, that's fantastic. Now, speaking of which, we are now going to open up this esteemed panel, this power trio of innovation community builders to the floor. Do we have any questions, IRL? And Brian, have we delegated the community Q&A to somebody? Brilliant. Okay, so I'm looking for a hand up in the audience. We have the cube of magic over there. Hannah is poised and ready to throw it at your face. Okay, there you go. Thank you. Yes. Woo. Good catch. Boom. Nailed it.
My question is when you talk about community, Discord communities, open source communities in general, and a big one could be like as well GitHub. What do you think is like for people that have not worked in any open project or anything is the best way to like, because there are a bunch of them, but it's like, how do I get in? There is a lot of people, I don't know really how to get in. What's like a good piece of advice to be like, I want to be part of this, I want to help the best way I can. How do you start with it?
Yeah, so the advice I generally give people for getting started, contributing, helping out in a community on GitHub is literally just start. Like pick something, find an open issue that you think you can tackle, or I know some repositories use like a good first issue label, which is generally kind of saying, hey, we want to get this fixed, but it's not high priority, and we think that it would be something straightforward for anybody who hasn't tried opening up a pull request yet. If you don't feel comfortable doing code, but maybe you think you could answer somebody's question, reply to an issue or hop into some of the discussions. All great ways. And if you're still kind of lost, always look for a contributing markdown file. Usually most repos have something like that, or in the docs, they'll have a guide and say, hey, this, if you want to contribute, this is kind of how you should do it. And failing that, just kind of look at closed merged PRs and see what other people did. I know I can tell you, just because I have the mic and it's Ultralytics, I'm going to tell you for the Ultralytics PRs, like keep them short, keep them simple. They'll probably get merged.
Thank you so much.
Excellent advice. Yes.
Yeah, good for use tags for sure, but if you want, you gotta be the change you want to see, right? So one thing we do with 51 is we have, it's extensible, so we have workshops that help people get on board quickly, but I'll pause there and let you answer.
Nice. Good catch, by the way, sir. Yes. Could you introduce yourself to the stage?
Thank you, guys. Little question. Probably or definitely I missed this part, but how do you motivate your community users to respond to each other?
That's
because a little introduction. I'm from Label Studio. We have a community. It's pretty large, and it's a big problem. We have huge tons of questions, but users rarely answer them. Other users, community members.
Yeah, I think that this is where you have to really kind of build that culture and try to figure out what the best way for your community to encourage, like what can drive them or incentivize them in a way that's, not monetary or, bribes or anything like that. Like the gamification, like trying to encourage them to contribute back or answer in that way, recognize others. I think that's probably one of the easier ways, but definitely the harder way is getting in there and like modeling that behavior. And whenever somebody does reply, you kind of say, hey, yeah, that was a great answer. I totally agree. I have nothing to add, or maybe I do. Here's a little something to add.
In my experience, when I was with the Data on Kubernetes community for 3 years, we did over 250 live streams. And so with doing so many live streams, what we would do eventually is we would save the last 3 questions with the speaker and ask them if we could take those questions to Slack, so then we could continue the conversation there. And then that's a way to open debates and show people like, look, here's an example of people asking questions. You can do something similar. That was part of it. And the other thing that worked for me too, once again, as a very non-technical person, was building an inner circle of people who I knew were very knowledgeable and were very willing to answer questions so that I could rely on them if it was perhaps silent, because it's very painful when you see somebody asking a question that's not getting answered. So I knew that I had different people that I could rely on depending on which database they'd be asking about or which ML technology they'd be asking about, I could tag this person or that person, and that way guarantee that there would at least be some kind of response, even if it was, I don't know, but it's probably best to check here. So at least they're getting to the next step that way.
Fantastic. Absolutely brilliant. We're actually a little bit over time, but I wondered if each of you could just give a very short plug for your community. How can people come and get involved in what you're doing at the moment? So where do people go? We're going to start with Jeff Bart.
If you're interested in anything related to Kubernetes, check out learnk8s.io. We're a community of over 400,000 engineers across all the world. We're on LinkedIn. We're on Twitter. We also have a Slack. We do lots of things in the cloud native ecosystem, and I'm always interested in meeting new people, learn about new technologies. So yeah, find me.
Right, that's good. Invite number one. Invite number two from Burhan.
Yeah, so Ultralytics everywhere, Reddit, Discord, Discourse, GitHub. You can find us there. Check out the docs page, the GitHub repo. I'm not plugging a whole lot, but I want to plug some of our community members, Mods, Skill Noob, and TalkSite. Thank you guys for all your major efforts. And some of the people helping out, Mr. Kills, Beast Blaze, Hung, Mustard, Democat, Deniz, Extra, and Coder. Thank you, guys. Really
Extra shout out
appreciate
to
it.
Mustard Democat. Such a sick name.
Yes.
Epic names.
Muy
Epic
bien.
names.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Okay, I hope we're getting some likes on that. And Harpreet.
Yeah, voxel51.com. We also have the AI, deep learning, and computer vision meetup group. We have multiple meetups virtually and in person every month. And we're launching something on Monday in partnership with Coursera, completely free course. Even the certificate will be free. And this is a course called Hands-On Data-Centric Visual AI. We use Ultralytics in the course as well. We use YOLO V10 and 51 as a vehicle for kind of curating data sets.
Outstanding. That was like an Oprah moment. You know, you get a community, you get a community, everyone gets a community. Absolutely brilliant. My dear friends, please show your wonderful appreciation and get involved. Thank you so much. Harpreet Sahota, Beryl and Burhan Kudumi. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Brilliant stuff, guys. I really love that. And you can see how much fun it is to be involved in the community. And I have an important message here directly from Hannah, holder of the Cube of Power. The very important announcement is as follows. So we have 11 hoodies for YOLO11, and we are having a trivia for it with questions around Ultralytics and Glenn. So the trivia is going to be at the end of the event, and you are all invited to come along and get yourself some seriously limited edition Ultralytics swag. It's YOLO11. You're invited to come and get it. Just join the trivia quiz at the end of the day. It's going to be a lot of fun. And also, I'd like to let you know that there are only 5 after-party seats left. So there were 20 before that session, and there are 5 now. So you know, you're clever people. You do the maths. The tickets are going. So if you want one of those tickets, do go and speak to Paula Deringer, the head of growth at Ultralytics. Thank you very much, Hannah. Okay, we're going to have a little quick changeover here. And our next panel, our next session, should I say, is called Shark Alert, which sounds like the sequel to Sharknado or something. I mean, that's a film I absolutely want in my life. And I'm just going to dial up the details because it's very, very cool. So Shark Alert is all about how YOLO is spotting sharks in California. My goodness, that's really, really cool. And we are delighted to have our next speaker, who is a, oops, excuse me, I'll move that to you, thank you. About to lose another phone. Our next speaker is a faculty member at the University of Austin, Texas, or the University of Texas in Austin. I love Austin, Texas. I've been to South by Southwest a gazillion times. I love it to bits. The music, the beer, the people, just tick, tick, tick. Anyway, so our next speaker is a faculty member at the University of Texas in Austin and a founder of AI Master Group. Now, AI Master Group consists of people who are creating the future of AI in their work today. And this session is going to be covering the backstory of how YOLO was able to outperform human experts in shark detection using real-time video transmitted by drones. My goodness, this is really, really exciting stuff. So Jim Griffin, our next speaker, is a faculty member at the University of Texas, Austin, and founder of AI Master Group. He has over 20 years of AI and ML experience across the US, Europe, and the Caribbean, and APAC. He shares weekly AI videos on YouTube at AI Master Group. Smash that subscribe button right now. And he's recently started a podcast on Spotify. Now, Jim, I'm going to saunter over here. Have you got everything you need? Do you need anything plugged in? Okay, I'll say a few more words. Now, if we haven't met already, my name is Oisin Lunny. I help great people, companies, and organizations tell their best stories through podcasts, digital experiences, and IRL events like YOLO Vision. I very much love to connect with people, and you can find me on any of the socials, but the most kind of relevant one really is LinkedIn, so feel free to connect, and I will send you a mixtape. Music is very much my passion, and I have a bi-weekly radio show in the UK where I just play a load of randomly great music for randomly great people, and it's just an excuse to keep in touch and share some nice new music that I like. And oh my God, there's a shark behind me. Whoa, hold on, how did that happen? Okay, are you ready to go?
I think we're ready to go. Thank you very much.
Okay, fantastic. Thanks
Unless
to you.
have more music to share.
I always have music to share, my friend, especially anyone from Austin, Texas. Seen as some of the best gigs of my life. My dear friends, time to give a big round of applause. There's a shark on the screen, and we got Jim Griffin in the house. Give it up for Jim. Thank you.
Thank you. You left out barbecue. This
Barbecue.
is a big miss.
Oh,
yeah.
the
When
best.
you're talking about Austin. The best
Music, barbecue, end of South by Southwest. Oh my, I've never had a better music experience in my life. If you haven't been to South by Southwest, I recommend it. And speak to Jim about that later. Thank you.
All right. So this is going to be a nice opportunity to find a middle space between sort of the, what I call the hello world of Ultralytics. You know, that first time that you use Ultralytics and you find that bus, the famous bus. And the other end of the spectrum is perhaps we already saw earlier this afternoon with the detecting of the cattle and identifying individual cattle and understanding their behaviors, which I forget, was it 2 million images that had to be trained and so forth. So this is something in between, but it's not so easy. So it was not too long ago that we had let's see, how's this? Oh, it's moving. So there was a news story that came out on multiple channels talking about a shark detection program that occurred in Santa Barbara area at a beach called Padaro Beach. And that's a beach where surfers and sharks are frequently found, sometimes together. And of course, it's easy to detect a shark if it bites you. So, but what we wanted to do is identify the sharks beforehand. And so these news stories that came out were interesting, but they kind of lacked a little bit of the detail behind. So what I wanted to share with you today is a little bit of the detail of what happened in order to make this program come to life. What's under the hood? What parts were easy and what parts were more difficult to do? So first of all, for context, this program was called Shark Eye, and it was sponsored by the University of Santa Barbara. And let me just show you what that website looks like. So here, if you were to navigate, you could even do that now online. You could find the Shark Eye website. So it's a system that flies drones over the ocean water near this Padaro Beach, and then it sends back signals to identify if it found a shark. And what I'd like to do is share with you, for example, this is what the dashboard looks like. And there you can see a recent dashboard. This is for 12 weeks, and you can see that there were 2 large sharks, tiburones, and 15 smaller ones. So what you can infer is that there's about a little bit more than 1 shark per week. You just don't want to be encountered by that particular guy. And one of the things that I think is interesting to talk about in this regard is the person who led this effort. You can see here on screen, his name is Neil Nathan, and he's the one who put this whole program together. We're going to talk more about him because his skills wouldn't necessarily align to those of many of you in this room. And that's an important point because what we're going to be talking about is how this software really helps to facilitate more democratization of these kinds of efforts. So, as I mentioned, what he's doing, or this whole program is doing, is sending drones out with high-resolution cameras. They're flying at about 200 feet above the ocean surface. They're sending back information in real time, video. About 80 people are following or getting the alerts from this system. Those people can be the lifeguards, naturally. They can be owners of surf shops. They can be parents of children who are taking surf lessons on the beach. Anyone who wanted to sign up for those alerts. So that's interesting. It's sending back the alerts, but the question is, how does it know when it saw a shark? So here we are at the GitHub page for Shark Eye. And as we take a look at that, you can see at the top of the screen that there are more than 20 references there to Ultralytics. So obviously, the underlying technology is Ultralytics. Specifically, as everybody else in this room has shown, of course, YOLO version 8, because version 11 didn't exist yet until that time. And what we have here is an abstraction layer that basically is making it easy for the likes of Neil Nathan to implement a program like this. So obviously, Neil and that entire team that you saw before did a great job on this program. There was followed by, multiple news stories. So you got a lot of press, and you can also see the program running here. So you can see it detecting a shark. Okay, there's one. It's a great white shark, so forth. So it's working well, and we're going to get the statistics about this at the very end. But what I'd like to show you here is that Neil he has a master's degree, but it's not a master's in computer science. It's a master's in environmental studies. But still, he was able to do it simply because, as we were talking about before, that there's this abstraction layer that's helping to make it easy. Now, what I'd like to do is set up a comparison between what I will call the hello world of Ultralytics. Here it is, Colab. This is going to be our point of comparison. And everyone in this room will have seen this before. So we're going to load and do the fine tuning. You're going to recall probably this, as you've seen before, the famous bus with the people in front of the bus and detecting that, all of which is done with 6 lines of code. So let's just review what is happening here. You can see there the 6 lines of code, and let's focus specifically on that first part, the key line. You can see the YOLO version 8, of course, the N standing for nano. And we know, all of us in this room, we're just talking about our baseline, what we're comparing against, that this line of code or this particular pre-trained model, N, is applicable for mobile uses or for any kind of edge device. And so we also know that there's also a small, a medium, large, and an extra large model, and we know that those all have their own particular trade-offs and use cases that would be applicable for them. In addition, we can see in that line of code that we've got COCO 128. So that's what the model is being trained on. And we all know that COCO stands for Common Objects in Context. So COCO, as we know, is 20,000 plus images in that entire database. And those images are defined or organized into 80 different classes. And so this model that we're talking about right now, where we do our Hello World project, is obviously just a very small fraction of that total COCO database of only just 128 images. It's very small. So what is this used for? It's used for mostly for debugging or for demos like we're doing today. So now, if we take a look at this, there's the code, and that's the context for hello world. Now, let's summarize again. We've got this pre-trained model, which is the YOLO version 8N in this particular case, and then we did the training using Coco 128. So now, let's move away from hello world into a more difficult situation, which is not a hello world task. This task is to try to identify sharks underwater from a drone at the distance that I just described, mixed in with other animals that are shaped in a similar way to the sharks, like seals and otters, and in a situation where maybe there might be seaweed floating that kind of looks like a shark, mixed in with waves, choppy waves, or glare from the sun, and all of this being done from a drone with a very small camera, a camera that may be exposed to a salty and very humid environment. So that's the situation that we're trying to address here. So what we'll do is talk now about what is required to train that model. And the answer is, in this case, 15,000 images only. It's really not that many. So 15,000 images, that's based upon 5 years of drone surveys. So those surveys taken at Padaro Beach. Now, I think you can infer that the main work of this project then was not AI. The main work of this project definitely was flying those drones over for 5 years and culling the images out of those videos and tagging them appropriately, which ones are sharks and which ones are not. The actual training of the model, maybe some of you can guess in your minds what the training would cost, time, based upon some of the other things that we've heard. About 20 hours of training time only. So definitely that wasn't the hard part of the project. And that training was done using T4 GPUs. So many of us have got access to more powerful GPUs if we're using the cloud. So an A100, which is probably what I would be using, is much more powerful. That probably represents something like 3 to maybe 5 of the T4 GPUs. So basically that 20 hours might be for you and me 5 hours of training to get this very advanced model ready to go. In any case, whether it's 5 or 20, it's less than a day to get the whole model ready to go once those 15,000 images are ready and tagged. So here we are again with those 6 lines of code. And so I'm going to tell you what the accuracy was from this. And by the way, you might ask yourself, why is he talking about accuracy? Most of the time, people are interested in recall. If we're, looking, say, for example, in cancer in X-rays of lungs, for example, what we care about is recall. Of all the cases that were cancer, how many of them did I find? That's recall. That's what we normally care about. And you would think I would care about recall in this case as well. We're measuring precision. We've got 92% precision. What precision is measuring is, of all the cases that I identified as a shark, how many were a shark? Why am I not measuring recall? Because I don't know what the recall is. I don't know if I missed any sharks. But the 92% precision is excellent. And that precision can be compared to what humans are able to do. And I think I need to make it advance. There we go. So the humans were able to identify 60%. So you may ask yourself, why is it the humans are not as good at identifying sharks. These are experts. And in fact, it was the humans that were able to determine what the 92% accuracy was. So why is there a gap there? And if you think about it, you can immediately find the answer to that. It's because we're human. It's like, imagine, no matter how expert you or I might be at identifying sharks, if we have to sit in front of a screen all day long looking for sharks, eventually we're gonna, mind is gonna wander or whatever. So practically speaking, it's just because humans can't concentrate that hard for that long of a period of time. And that's one of the advantages of AI. So that pretty much summarizes the benefits of this particular program. It's kind of in between in terms of complexity, certainly well ahead of Hello World, and I would say less complex than the cattle example that we saw. And I would say if any of you are interested in connecting with me, I'm interested in connecting with you. I've met about half a dozen of you that I definitely think should be on the stage, even more so than me. You are very interesting people out there, and I would love to interview some of you for the podcast. So that's it. I turn it over to you.
Outstanding. Big round of applause for Jim Griffin. How cool was that? How 6 lines of code could save your life one day. I absolutely love that. That's brilliant. And what's the name of the podcast again, Jim? AI Master Group podcast. Fantastic. And I hope to hear a lot of you on the AI Master Group podcast. And this is a great reminder that this event is built by you, the community. So please do let us have your ideas for speakers for future events. We absolutely love it. Now I'm looking for Hannah with the cube of power, the magical cube of power. Yes, there she is. And we have a tiny bit of time for a question, I would say. Do we have a question? So it can be about the podcast. Yes, indeed. We got a question from the front row here. It's easier to come over here.
Hey, awesome. Great talk. I'm curious, this is running on a drone at the edge, and you have this issue of being so high up with relatively small detection. What techniques are you using for that? Are you using like some kind of Sahi type of technique to detect those sharks, or is there any special post-processing that you need to do?
Okay, so the question is it being, basically, fundamentally, the question is it being done on the edge? And it is, because it's actually transmitting already a message, an SMS message to all of those 80 recipients. So it cannot have a lag. It obviously cannot go into the cloud and then be processed. It has to happen very fast. So that's why it's nano. That's why the nano is being used.
And then the issue with potentially really small detections if you're flying that high up, how are you guys handling that?
Well, this is the thing. We don't know what we're missing, and it's not very easy, right? Some of the sharks are well below the surface. It's easier to spot one when you've got a nice fin there sticking above that classic look of that fin. But you saw in some of those videos those choppy waves and a shark heading into the choppy waves, and then even you or I could not tell what happened to him. So it's pretty difficult, actually. Yeah. So that's a kudo or a shout out to Ultralytics, because really the ability for that nano model inside of a drone to identify those, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, well said, well said. And is there an episode of your podcast that goes into some of these topics by any chance? All right, so I hope you all subscribe to Jim's podcast. I hope lots of you go on his podcast as guests. But before that, please join me in showing your appreciation to Jim Griffin. Thank you. Oh, it's good to meet somebody from Austin, Texas. Good man, brilliant. Yeah, so Austin, Texas, I've been to South by Southwest a bunch of times, and it's where I had my country music epiphany. I never really, it never really hit until I heard Jimmy Dale Gilmore sing sad cowboy songs in a fried chicken restaurant. My goodness, it was a lot more moving than it sounds. It was absolutely beautiful. Okay, my friends, we heard a certain company being named earlier in the day. Of course, that is NVIDIA. And I think everybody who has even a passing interest in generative AI, in the world of tech, in stock markets, et cetera, will be well tuned into what's been happening with NVIDIA of recent years. But let me remind you a little bit about who they are and what they do. So since its founding in 1993, NVIDIA
Hi, everyone. I have no feedback whatsoever, so I don't know if it's my time to speak or not. I just simply took over for me, so if it isn't,
that
so
NVIDIA
please,
are doing, just
YOLO
visit
host, let me know.
nvidianews.nvidia.com. Now, our next session is going to be offering a high-level review of the latest NVIDIA tools for accelerating computer vision on edge devices, with an emphasis on new features in Deep Stream 7 and advancements in Jetson edge computing. So right now, you are about to explore how TensorRT and other NVIDIA technologies optimize inference for real-time applications, along with some examples of their usage across specific industries. So yes, all the good stuff happening right now. And we are delighted to be welcoming shortly to the stage Guy Dahan, who is a solutions architect with expertise in computer visions, vision transformers, and edge optimization. Guy has substantial experience, having worked as a core robotics simulation engineer at Siemens DISW, and also as an AI team leader at the computer vision startup Captain's Eye, demonstrating a very solid track record in this exciting and vibrant, fast-moving industry. At NVIDIA, he designs high-level solutions using diverse SDKs like NVIDIA DeepStream, TensorRT, Triton, and TAO or Tau. I'm not sure how you, but it's a good TIL, three-letter acronym, TLA. Okay, which today I learned indeed. And these are all aimed at solving intricate problems for startups. So we are absolutely delighted to have our next speaker. My dear friends, do we have...
Hi, everyone. I have no feedback of the crowd, so for the organizers again, if you can stream me at least so I'll know that I'm speaking in turn. So hi, everyone. Nice to meet you. My name is Guy Dahan. I'm a solution architect for NVIDIA, and actually the host has done real justice and really complimented me, so I'm humbled. And I want to start and say that, first of all, I'm really grateful and honored to be joining this session. I wish I could be joining not virtually, but travel is not so easy from Israel these days. So I'm still honored and really grateful to be joining now. I must say that I've been using Ultralytics since the day it came out. I really like Ultralytics. I've been using YOLO V5 even before that. And I'm really enthusiastic for this package. I think it brings a real revolution in terms of comfort, ease of use, and most of all, performance. I think it really brings computer vision to data scientists, and I think it's a very important thing in our industry. So let's jump ahead and speak a little about Edge AI. So I guess most of us here on this convention quite know what Edge AI really is, but let's define it anyhow. So Edge AI is computation or an application that performs the computation near the user where the data really is. So instead of sending data into a centralized data center, maybe the internet or your private servers, you perform all the AI workloads right near the edge, so very close to the data itself. This is used vastly in all across industries, right? From manufacturing to retail, smart cities, healthcare, logistics, and so on and so on. McKinsey has estimated this year that AI could potentially deliver up to $13 trillion of additional economic output by 2030. And this is obviously quite a lot. Why use Edge AI? So first of all, you get very low latency, right? Because the computation happens really close to where the data is. You don't need to worry about overhead time of sending the data to a centralized data center, and everything happens really quick. Secondly, sending the data itself might cost you a lot of money. Let's say, for example, you're running YOLO on a server on the internet, and you want to stream HD videos to it. Each stream is going to cost a substantial amount of money among time. And if you multiply this to real-time applications working on multiple streams, multiple cameras, this becomes unscalable. And the solution, the quite obvious solution, is to perform the computational hard lifting on-premise, on the edge, and then send the results or the important data or smart records to the data center you have. And last of all, data sovereignty, which might be very important for some use cases. So you might have sensitive user data, let's say medical use cases for computer vision, where you don't want the data to be stored anywhere that is not behind company firewall. This you can achieve very easily using Edge AI. And obviously, the inference itself might be done on specific hardware that is optimized for AI. So how popular is Edge AI? We estimate at NVIDIA that since 2014, with the introduction of NVIDIA's Jetson, there has been a tenfold increase in activity, and we estimate that today there are over 1.2 million active developers using NVIDIA's Edge AI computers, which are named Jetsons. So what is a Jetson? Jetsons are Edge AI devices, specifically tailor-made for AI. I might add even that originally were designed mostly for computer vision. We introduced Jetsons in 3 main tiers: performance, mainstream, and entry, where the top performant Jetsons offer up to 275 TOPS in Int 8 in only 60 watts of power. And the lower entry tier offers 20 TOPS of performance for AI in only 10 watts and a really affordable price of $200. Those are real Edge AI machines that can be used in all across industries and already are used in robotics and agriculture and all over, as I've mentioned. I'm really glad to share, if you haven't heard already, that by 2025, NVIDIA is going to release the Jetson AGX Thor, the next generation of Jetsons, which is going to be a substantial leap forward. So up until now, we had this stack you see here on the left, and we are going to move to Jetson AGX Thor. It's going to be based on the new architecture for GPUs introduced with NVIDIA's Blackwell. It's going to have 8 times Orin GPU performance, specifically for transformers. It's going to be completely designed for humanoid robots and advanced Edge AI cases. It's also going to have twice as much memory capacity and much better performance for CPU. So there's a lot to look forward in terms of Edge AI, and stay with us to 2025 when we release Jetson Thor. So let's talk a little about the software side of stuff, since Ultralytics is a software, and with all the hardware, if you don't deploy it correctly, you might run into many, many problems. So what do we have here? First of all, let's talk about the challenges in deploying models. So as we all know, it's really painful. There's so many frameworks to work with, and you have to really reproduce the environment of which you're trying to work and develop with. And it's really not easy. You're trying to move between frameworks all the time. You might have models in PyTorch and some others in TensorFlow, and it's really not that easy. You might have even different modalities of data. You have batching one day, and you have some data that's streaming and some data that requires ensembles. Obviously, deployment and cost of deployment is really a serious issue. Compute, you're never going to have enough compute. There has never been an AI company that wants less compute and needs less models for less hardware. You always need more hardware and on the same compute. And obviously, you also deal with the ecosystem tools, right? Because developing software by itself is really nice, but you have to deploy it somewhere, and you need it to communicate with your environment. So here, our main recommendation for most companies using different models is to start by using Triton. And what's nice about Triton, and this is going to be the main takeaway from my speak today, is that we are not trying to be too disruptive. We understand that not all development starts optimized from the get-go. It's simply usually not the case. Most startups start with an idea. They are not aware of all the tools that are at hand. They're not aware of all the optimization methods, and maybe their architecture is not optimal. This happens. But instead of trying to be too disruptive and replacing each component with an optimized component, you might try a more structured approach and try to replace maybe some components of your computer vision pipeline, for example, with other more optimized components. And I think this is where Triton really shines. Triton is actually a server, an inference server. And what's nice about it that it deals with many sides of deployment. Let's say, for example, you're running an Ultralytics model and you want to maybe optimize it a little because you have hardware capacity issues. Then you might consider simply migrating into Triton, where your Python code is going to remain pretty much the same, but batching, for example, is going to be handled completely by Triton. And I think this is really something worth looking for if you are struggling with optimization and you feel like you need to perform some more acceleration. So Triton really deals with all of the MLOps pipeline, because you can use it also when you're trying to develop your models, but also in production. It fully integrates with Kubernetes, and most important of all, it's completely open source and customizable. So you can work directly with TensorRT with it. You can remain in Python natively. So all of this is supported. I think it's really worth looking at. Let's assume that for most of you, Triton might be nice and maybe enough, but let's say you want even more acceleration. Our flagship for optimization of models is NVIDIA TensorRT. TensorRT is a framework meant to optimize models specifically for the hardware on which they are meant to run. So let's say you have a Jetson and you optimize the model for a Jetson. If you try to migrate this file to another hardware, it's not going to work well because it specifically optimizes your model for the specific hardware you are trying to run the model on. It does that implying 6 different strategies from fusion of layers, reduced mixed precision, and many more. So TensorRT actually gives you the ability to develop models in different frameworks like TensorFlow, PyTorch, and MXNet, and send them into an optimized configuration on different hardwares. I think this is really one of the strongest points using Ultralytics. Most models within Ultralytics support direct export to TensorRT. I don't even know if all users are aware of this, but what's even cooler than exporting a model is that you can actually take the same model you've exported in Ultralytics and then use it for inference directly with the engine file. I think for most POC development of pipelines, this is going to be really a game changer. And you might see sometimes really extreme acceleration by simply like literally changing a few characters in deployment. And I think this is really awesome that the Ultralytics developers has done this. And yeah, this is where TensorRT really shines. The reason it gains that much acceleration is mostly because, as I've mentioned, it tailors the optimization specifically for the hardware on which it runs. And for computer vision pipelines, this might end up in up to 36 times acceleration, and this could really be a game changer. But when we speak about optimizing models, it doesn't end up with optimizing the model itself, right? You have a lot more to optimize. And we try to look on the pipeline as something that's built from many, many components that each one of them can be optimized. I think the flagship for computer vision optimization on NVIDIA hardware is DeepStream. And we've just introduced DeepStream 7 a few months ago, which is really a very big leap. Everyone who has developed with DeepStream knows that it's not an easy way in. It's going to take some time to learn this package, but the trade-off is you get extreme acceleration for computer vision. And I don't think there's many packages that allow you this much acceleration in computer vision. The main new features in DeepStream 7 are really exciting. First of all, I'm going to delve deeper into DeepStream libraries in a second, so I'm going to leave it for the next slides. Service Maker is a service that we've added that actually allows you to lower the amount of lines of code needed for deploying DeepStream pipelines. We estimate that a simple DeepStream application might take up to 300 lines of C++ code before DeepStream 7. And here on this small screenshot, it's a whole pipeline in DeepStream defined in C++. And you get a super optimized application, really easy to configure on this very simple C++ file. And I think it's really an awesome addition to DeepStream 7. There are many more features, single view 3D tracker. You get Pipe Tuner if you've ever experienced DeepStream, it includes many, many parameters for deployment. And finding the optimized parameters was kind of difficult by now. But from DeepStream 7, you can deploy the pipe tuner and find the optimized parameters in a very smart way. So another feature we've added is full support for WSL. So developers can actually develop DeepStream pipelines on their Windows machine, deploying it on WSL. We don't recommend to use it in production at all, but this does allow some flexibility for developers to work with their Windows workstation and still have all the DeepStream advantages while developing their pipelines. Sensor fusion for LiDAR and radar for cameras is now supported fully. We also introduced some Gen AI reference applications, mostly through Tau, and you can also see some reference applications in our Metropolis SDK. And we've introduced GXF version number 4, which is for event-based scheduling. Let's talk about DeepStream libraries. So what I'm showing here is DeepStream SDK, the way it was until now. DeepStream SDK is built on top of GStreamer, and it's actually built from many, many different plugins. What's really cool about it is that it's made to work everywhere. It works on the edge, on embedded devices. It also works on workstations, and it's completely cloud native, working on Dockers, can be completely containerized and controlled with Kubernetes. Our philosophy here is to deploy a computer vision pipeline using as less as GPU to host copies as possible, or a host to GPU copies. The way we do it is by deploying all of the pipeline on GPU accelerated plugins. So let's say one can develop using DeepStream a complete pipeline where the decoding of the images from a camera are being decoded completely hardware accelerated, then pre-processed on the GPU, moved to inference on the GPU, post-processed on the GPU, and only later the results are sent to the CPU, not interfering with the pipeline itself. So you get really extreme acceleration by deploying the solution like this. So the canonical representation of DeepStream by now was using plugins. Now the pain point here is that this is quite unflexible, right? You have to use those plugins, the plugins that we supply or plugins you develop. But developing in C++ has its own advantages in performance and disadvantages in time of development and the level of expertise needed in order to create optimized C++ plugins for GStream, right? It's a very specific knowledge domain. What we introduced in DeepStream 7 is a real paradigm shift. We actually diverge DeepStream into two separate directions now. So the second direction against the plugins and GStreamer version is using DeepStream in a libraries configuration. This can be installed easily with pip install. You can just go ahead right now and go into GitHub, pip install DeepStream libraries, follow the instructions. It's really simple to install. It was actually architectured to look and feel kind of like DeepStream, but be more flexible. So it's not using the exact same tools, but it still allows the developer to get a very optimized GPU accelerated computer vision pipeline. So let's say, for example, you are developing a YOLO-based computer vision pipeline. We don't want to be too disruptive on your pipeline, right? If your application is already running, to replace all of your architecture into DeepStream might take you a few months, might take you even a year. If you would have started by developing on DeepStream, which is quite rare, okay, so you have an optimized pipeline. But let's say you're trying to improve your existing one. So this might be done only using DeepStream libraries. So we estimate that overall, the learning pace for beginners is way faster for DeepStream libraries. And obviously, the resources management and the support for zero memory copy is going to be better, which means the overall performance on using GStreamer plugins is going to be better. But still, you're going to get a trade-off of speed to first result and and ease of integration. So before I end and open this for questions from the crowd, I want to say thanks again for the opportunity to speak here. I've been really an enthusiastic of YOLO and Ultralytics, been using it for many years. I think it's really an awesome package, and I meet a lot of customers. Most of them use Ultralytics. It's all across the board. I think it really shines through on the amount of effort that's put into this package. And I really want to thank all of the community for participating in it. Thank you very much.
And I did hear the magical word of questions, I believe. Do we have a live Q&A scheduled? We have the cube of power. Hannah's there with the cube of power. She's ready to throw it directly at your mouth, and you are welcome to send a question over to Guy. That was really fascinating stuff. You know, big news, tech moving fast. Do we have any questions about the world of NVIDIA and how it relates to the field of computer vision or machine learning or AI or YOLO11 or Ultralytics? We have a question from the community, and we have the main man, Burhan, there, about to amplify some of the comments from the world of Discord and direct it to NVIDIA.
Yeah, not really a question. Most of the community really wants a product announcement from NVIDIA or free hardware, of course. So I'm just going to add a comment. Really appreciate everything NVIDIA has been doing with TensorRT, DeepStream. The DeepStream 7.0 looks really cool. I think a lot of people, using Ultralytics and in the community are really going to enjoy some of the optimizations that we're going to get with that. So thank you.
Fantastic. I know that not so much a question as a comment, as a thank you. Yes, and absolutely. I'm sure the community would very much like any announcements and hardware and all that kind of stuff that's coming out. You know, we are ready to hear it, but we appreciate that in the meantime very much. Do we have any more questions? Questions from the floor? Questions IRL? That was a great comment there from Burhan. Going once for NVIDIA, going twice. Any questions for NVIDIA? Yes, we have a question for the young man in the front. Okay, Hannah is coming down and it's going to surprise you with, oh my goodness, that was a championship throw. So like a game of American football here. Okay, the stage is yours.
Well, I just wanted to ask what it's like to work as, I don't know, I guess you are a computer vision developer or not sure, but how is it like a normal day for you working in NVIDIA?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I must say I did not anticipate such a question. NVIDIA is an awesome place to work in. I joined in very tumultuous times in Israel to NVIDIA, and it's been quite literally amazing. My job here is not like your typical development. What I do is solution architecture, which means I work with customers to produce really high-level architectures for optimized solutions. So my day-to-day looks like I either develop my own solutions to stay in line with latest technology and to simulate stuff that my customers might be going through. And I work with many customers, mostly in the Inception program for startups, which Ultralytics is actually a part of, in order to try and solve their problems, but in a high level, which means I don't deal with their, debugging their code. I try to focus more on high-level questions. How do I optimize YOLO models for deployment? How do I put to better use my Jetson device? How do I lower the costs of my training and the inference in the cloud? So those are the challenges I deal with. And, my day-to-day runs between meetings and developing lots of code, installing lots of packages, developing Docker, stuff like this.
Okay, thank you so much.
Sure.
Excellent. Did we have another question there just behind you? Okay, look at this. Championship.
Hello?
Athletics in action.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, my question is about the new Jetson Thor. It's about the NVIDIA decoder. So Jetson Thor is still using APA multimedia or NVIDIA Inc. like RTX?
Yeah, I hope I understand your question. You're asking whether how is Jetson going to be used, the Jetson Thor. So it was designed for the age of robotics, which means it's specifically designed to also support transformer models. And we anticipate it's going to have 8 times the performance as Jetson or in AGX in regards to transformer models on the edge, which is really amazing. But the actual use cases, just like Jetsons are used all over, we guess it's going to be used all over as well. It's going to be just much more compute.
That was such a great question. Thank you. Right. That's thank you again for your time. Do we have any more questions from the crowd? Any more questions going once, going twice? And now it's time to give a huge round of applause all the way from NVIDIA. Thank you so much, Guy Dahan. That was absolutely great. Really appreciate your time and expertise and everything you're doing for the community. It's absolutely stellar. All right. Look at that. We got is that an AI? No, that's just like somebody who's good looking. Great. Okay, we have a fantastic session lined up. Absolutely brilliant. Let me tell you a bit about our next speaker. So Hugging Face is a company that was here this time last year. They gave a great presentation. Their work is really fantastic. And we are very, very grateful to have them here and have them as part of the community. This next session is all about powering computer vision projects with Hugging Face's open source tools. And this is going to be introducing key computer vision tasks on Hugging Face, such as classification, segmentation, and detection that are all supported by transformers. We are going to explore the wide range of models and datasets available on the Hugging Face Hub and discuss how they can be effectively utilized. And in addition to this, we are also going to dive into training and fine-tuning models using the Accelerate and Trainer APIs. And you're going to learn how to share your results by integrating models with the Hub, and Hub with a capital H, and building interactive demos using Gradio and Spaces. Lastly, we're going to cover optimizing and exporting models with Optimum to ensure maximum efficiency. Now, let me tell you a little bit about our company who are rocking the stage right now. Hugging Face is an open source platform providing tools and models for building and deploying state-of-the-art machine learning applications. So they specialize in natural language processing, computer vision, and more, empowering developers worldwide to enhance their AI solutions. And we are delighted to be joined today by Pavel Lakubovsky. I hope I've pronounced that almost right. And he's also known as Kubevel, and he's a machine learning engineer at Hugging Face, specializing in computer vision. He focuses on deep learning models for image segmentation and object detection. So Pavel actually created the segmentation_models.pytorch library and is a Kaggle competitions master, making AI tools more accessible for developers worldwide. It is the last session of the day. After this, we're going to have Glenn on stage giving out those lit hoodies or whatever the kind of the lingo is these days. These are really cool hoodies, and there's not many of them. They're limited edition. He's going to be giving them out. There are 3 tickets left for the cocktails today. 3 tickets. My goodness, which 3 of you is going to get those tickets? Are going to get those tickets? You're going to have to speak to Paula Derringer. But if you fancy joining us for some cocktails, it's thirsty work. Make sure you have a chat with Paula. Right, so do stick around after this because we're going to have giveaways. We're going to have some fun. But first, please join me in showing your appreciation for machine learning engineer at Hugging Face. Give it up for Pavel Lakubovsky. Thank you.
Hi everyone. Can you hear me? Yeah, good. Yeah. Okay. So today I'm going to talk more about the Hugging Face and how you can use the open source tools for your computer vision projects. A few words about me in case you already forgot an introduction. My name is Pavel, and I'm actually an open source maintainer and contributor. And you can see like my libraries here. Probably if you previously worked with image segmentation. Oops. Okay, working now. With image segmentation, you probably met my libraries on a GitHub. I also previously participated in Kaggle competitions, and like a half year ago, I joined the Hugging Face, and you can see like on the GitHub timeline how increased the number of contributions to open source in that. Yeah. Okay. The first, I want to talk why actually you have to consider using Hugging Face tools. And it's written here that we have like thousands of models on the hub, but actually just yesterday we crossed the 1 million models hosted on the hub. So yeah, you definitely have to try to find like the model for your particular project there. Another thing that we are creating open source libraries, and we try to make it like really simple for anyone, so you could really okay. so you could use it without spending too much time. And what is more important, we creating a documentation, blog posts, and trying to make it clear and educative. And of course, we have a huge community. We have forum, Discord, and GitHub issues. So if you faced with any issue on your project, you always can go to the community and we will try to help you. Yeah, and while the Hugging Face, I think more maybe famous for its contribution to open source in NLP, we also have a lot to for computer vision, and here you can see different tasks that you can solve with the models on the hub. Basically, it might be like depth estimation on image classification, or it might be like some more recently appeared tasks like zero-shot classification or object detection. I will cover a few of these tasks in more details. So if you're talking about the image classification, so we have more than 13,000 trained models on GitHub or on the hub. And probably you don't even need to train a model for your project. You might find the one on the hub actually, and just grab a one that's already trained by someone from the community. What we also have on the hub is object detection. We have a bunch of models for detection transformer architecture and its variations trained on the COCO data set or on some other data sets. So, for example, here on the slide, you could see that one of the most popular checkpoints here is the table transformers. It's basically like the same as a detection transformer, but trained on some custom data set. And yeah, and the second one is actually a table transformer structure recognition that might parse the table to particular cells, and then you can apply your OCR pipeline to parse the whole table. And well, we have a set of these cool models trained for specific classes. There are also foundation models that become very popular nowadays. That might be vision language models, multimodal retrieval, or some open vocabulary or zero shot for image classification or object detection. I will provide a few examples of cool models here. And the first task is the zero shot classification, when the model is pre-trained with a really huge number of image and text pairs. You probably know the most popular model here is a clip that was introduced by OpenAI, but actually there is another model which is the better clip, I would say. It's Siglip. It's had the similar architecture like vision and text transformers, but it trained with a sigmoid function instead of softmax. And yeah, you might consider these models to build your own project, or you can use this part of this model for example, multimodal, bigger multimodal model. Yep. And how this can be used? Actually, you just provide a set of the candidate labels to the model, and it will provide you with the probabilities, probabilities for each of these labels. Like on this image, we can provide a bee on a flower, bee in a hive, and bee in the sky. And you can see the probabilities for each of these labels. Yeah, another cool thing is that now become popular for zero-shot object detection. A few models here is OLVIT and OLVIT V2, which is better OLVIT actually. We have also ground in Dyna, and 2 days ago the OMDET was added. It's open vocabulary object detection model with the real-time capabilities. It somehow reused the architecture of real-time detection transformer. Okay, cool. And how actually you can use this model from the hub? The cool things here is that you can try it without like writing even a line of code or requiring to download the model on your computer, because many of these models might be, foundation models might be pretty huge in size. So on the hub, we have like on the right side this kind of widget for the model where you could try it just in a few clicks. You can upload your image there, provide, for example, candidate labels, and run a prediction. And if you like how the model perform, you can even use our serverless API for the model to make your, for example, proof of concept project. Or if you need some kind of customization, you can of course load these models. We have a really popular library, open source library called Transformers, and it has a lot of model architectures implemented there. Yeah, and if you're talking about this library, we're trying to make it, as I said previously, with a really simple API for every model, and we try to unify it across the model. So you can like have very similar API as for like object detection or image classification. So you basically need to just load the model from the hub and the image processor, which is just a 2-line of code. And then you perform like 3 standard steps: make pre-processing, inference, and post-process your detections. Yeah, and while this model is implemented in Transformers, it actually might have like really cool features that are also implemented in Transformers, which is relevant for foundation models. You can want to somehow optimize their performance because they might be really huge in size. And the first thing I want to cover is actually attention implementation, because most of these models, they are transformers, and transformers have inside this attention mechanism. It might be implemented differently. The first one is the eager implementation. So it's basically implementation based on the native PyTorch matrix multiplication. It's the most flexible one. You can use it with any GPU, for example, or CPU, or with Torch V1 or V2. But in case you want like faster performance, or you want to have like more memory efficient implementation, you might provide just attention implementation argument while loading the model, and you will switch to another one if it is accessible for this particular model. Here is actually an example how you may benefit from another attention implementations for SIGLIP model. Of course, it depends on your hardware, on your installed Torch version, and yeah, but still you might see that for batch size of 8, you might expect 1.8 acceleration for SIGLIP. Yeah, another cool thing is that we have like quantization features out of the box. So you just need, for example, import bits and bytes config and specify whether you want to load the model in 8int or 4int, and provide this config while loading the model. And it will reduce your model size and allows you to fit in a lower GPU, for example. Yeah, and one thing we are also trying to care about is the compatibility with Torch Compile. As far as I remember, it was introduced from Torch, maybe Torch 2. It is very similar to Torch tracing and scripting, but maybe it has a bit more flexibility about control flows and this. And here's the work done by my colleague, Yoni. So you can see here that we get some experiments with the real-time detection transformer. And the non-optimized architecture that we first implement in transformers has just 29 frames per second, while yeah, even for compiled version, it was just 30 frames per second. But when we like optimize the architecture a bit and avoid some graph breaks, we can achieve with the same model, with the same actually the same quality, up to 150 frames per second. So yeah, I think that's really cool. Yeah, and of course, if you want to export the model to run it on some edge device, we have another cool library called Optimum, and in a few lines you can export the model, for example, in ONNX runtime. What to do in case the model is still too large or you are not like satisfied with the speed? Of course, you can use these great foundation models to generate your own data sets, like synthetic data sets, or use it as a pre-annotation and then refine them on some labeling platform, or use like a teacher model and distill the actually model to a smaller one that then you put on your edge device. And in case the model is implemented in transformers, it requires like really easy to fine-tune it for your specific task. We have like loss function implemented there. So you can use the very simple PyTorch loop to train it. Or of course, we have like, again, libraries like Accelerate or Trainer API. So you can train the model, distribute it on many GPUs, or yeah. And of course, you don't need to start writing it everything from scratch. We have awesome guides for you. Almost for any model, you could find the training Jupyter notebook or script in our official examples, or like in one of the repos from my colleagues here, it's Transformer tutorials and Small Vision. And one more thing I want to share with you, it's actually, I would say that's a hidden gem of the life of Hugging Face, how to integrate your project with the Hugging Face Hub. It's like two simple steps. First, you add your dependency on the Hugging Face Hub package. It's lightweight package for integration. And the second one, you add PyTorch model hub mixin to your standard PyTorch model. And just adding this one dependency, you get like three methods. The first one, to save your model to a local directory. The second one, you can push this model to the hub. And the third one, you can actually restore this model back from the hub, and it will load the configuration of the model and actually the weights, trained weights of the model. So, and as soon as the model on the hub is actually a repo, you will also get the version control of the model. You will get the download counts in case it is a public repo, and you will see how popular your project on the hub. And in addition to that, you will get a safe serialization format for your weights. So basically, instead of commonly used pickle, so the user can trust your hosted model. Yeah, and in case you actually share the model with the community, it would be nice to like provide model with some model card, for example, some snippets how to run it. And what is more exciting would be to build some demo. We can build it with a Gradio, Streamlit, or Docker and host it on the Hugging Face spaces. And again, you don't need to start from scratch in case you're not familiar with Gradio or Streamlit. There are lots of cool spaces already on the hub, so you can find some similar one. And for all these spaces, you have the shared code, so you can just clone it, modify a few lines, replace model with yours one, and push it back. And that's it, actually, and it will be hosted on the spaces. Yeah, so that's all from my side. In case, thank you for your attention. In case you have any questions, you're welcome.
Fantastic, absolutely wonderful. And a nice little Easter egg there about how to get your stuff into the hub. That was really, really cool. I heard some people going, oh, like that when you mentioned that. That's really good. We do have some time for questions. The word questions is on the board. We have some time, and we have Hannah with the cube of knowledge there. And she's ready to transport that cube to the proximity of your mouth that will enable us to hear your question, if you should feel so inspired. Do we have any questions from the room, or indeed any questions from our magnificent community? Yes, we're putting Hannah through. She's getting her steps in today as she runs up to pass the cube of power to Burhan, who is then going to transmit a question from our community right to the stage for Pava.
Yeah, we got a last second question here, right in at the wire. It says, how does Hugging Face PEFT framework improve the scalability and efficiency of fine-tuning large models on low resource hardware, and what impact do LoRa adapters have on performance and memory?
Yeah, thank you. Great question. So I'm not an expert for LoRa and PEFT library, PFT. But actually, I can say that that's really cool when you can fine-tune a huge foundation model just on one GPU. That's exciting.
Wow, fantastically technical question. That was really good. Okay, is that a thumbs up from your good self, Burhan? Any more questions from the community? No, I'm getting a head shaking there. Do we have any questions from the room? I'm going to scan once, I'm going to scan twice, I'm going to scan a last and final time. Okay, my dear friends, any more questions? No, we're good. Okay, big round of applause for Pavel. Thank you so much, Pavel Labogovsky from the wonderful people at Hugging Face. And thank you for the Easter egg there. That was really, really cool. So my goodness, time does fly when you're having fun. And if you can believe it, we have actually reached the end of YOLO Vision 24. So can we please have a huge round of applause for the team at Ultralytics for putting on this great event. Give yourselves a big round of applause, a wonderful community for being here. All of the folks tuning in online, I hope you're clapping virtually as well. We really appreciate you being here. This is an event from the community, for the community, by the community. You make it what it is, and we appreciate your time, attention, expertise, and passion so much. I would like to share a little thank you, or an enormous thank you, should I rephrase that, to our wonderful partners, to Intel, of course, who have just been magnificent throughout this entire process, and to the lovely people at Seed Studio, who've just been a huge element of this. Can we have a big round of applause for Intel and Seed Studio? Yes, fantastic. And with no further ado, we are going to welcome to the stage the main man. Can you please give it up for the founder and CEO of Ultralytics? Welcome, Glenn Jocher. Thank you. Welcome, dude, and congratulations. Do you want this mic so you can walk around?
I'll take this one, yeah. All right, thanks a lot, Oisin. And thank you, everybody, for sticking with us throughout the day, coming here to see all these amazing speakers, all these talks, and sharing this time with us. So we've got one last thing. We've gotten a lot of questions about the T-shirts and the hoodies and so on. And I think if there's one thing at Ultralytics that we value more than amazing AI models, I think it's probably amazing hoodies. And we've got a series of questions here. So we were going to ask a little bit of trivia, and 11 lucky winners are going to pick up a sweater. So let me pick up the list here. This is a mix of easy and hard. So I think if you've been paying attention today, you should be just fine. All right. So first question here. What does the O in YOLO stand for? This is a bit of a trick question. There's two ways to get this right. So, and Hannah is going to be picking out the lucky answer people. So, Hannah, who do you want to throw it to? Oh, okay.
Yeah. So the first O is only and the only ones.
That's right. That's two right answers, but you only get one sweater, I'm afraid. Oh. So, congratulations. Okay, so why don't you grab a sweater and come stand over here with me. All right. Okay, let's see. Question number 2. This one is a little harder. What year was YOLO v5 released in? Hannah?
Oh, sorry.
You said YOLO V5?
V5, that's right.
I think it was in 2020.
That's right. Yeah, very good. Okay, we're 2 for 2, so clearly the questions are too easy. But don't worry, we're going to get to some more difficult ones. Okay, number 3. What computer vision task is YOLO primarily used for? All right, watch out when Hana throws
Hello.
that so it doesn't hit you in the head, yeah?
Object detection.
That's right, object detection, yes. We've got about 5 tasks we support, but object detection accounts for, I think, 80% market share, really. So it's by far and away the most popular. Okay, let's see, question number 4. Ooh, this is a good one. This is gonna be a little trickier. In computer vision, what term is used for changing image brightness, contrast, or colors to improve model training? Oh, we got too many hands up. I guess not hard enough. Okay.
Data augmentation.
Say that again?
Data augmentation, right?
No, not quite right. No. Let's maybe try that a second time. Let's see here, Hana. Who else? Okay.
Data preprocessing?
No, that's not quite the words that we're looking for. No. Oh, now people are getting a little more scared. Okay. This was not too bad.
Image transformations?
I think, you know what, that's close enough. Yeah, I think we'll go with that one. I had data augmentation or HSV augmentation, hue, saturation, and value. But let's give that guy a sweater. I think that's pretty good. Okay, now we go back to one that's not too bad. Number 5. What meta model can be used for segmentation tasks? Oh, okay, we got... oh, wait, okay, yeah, we got to get that back. Oh, it's bouncing around a bit. All right, Hana's picking it up. Here we go.
SAM, segment
That's right.
anything model.
Segment anything model and SAM 2, segment anything model 2, yes. Okay, all right, now we're on number 6. We're halfway done. Let's see, question number 6. What metric is commonly used to evaluate the performance of object detection models like YOLO?
Mean average precision.
Exactly, very good. Yes, mean average precision. I was going to take the acronym too, MAP, but this is even better. Yeah, everybody, as you get a right answer, come down, get your sweatshirt, and let's line up here. Oh my goodness, there's quite a few people here. So move this way. Okay, number 7. Let's see. Which YOLO11 model variant is the smallest and fastest? Hana? Let's see.
White shirt.
The nano one.
That's right, correct. Okay. I think these are too easy. Okay, here we go, number 8. Number 8, which framework is used for training YOLO models? Okay, oh.
PyTorch.
Yes, that's right, PyTorch. My goodness, okay, we don't have too many left. I hope there's a difficult one here. Number 9, oh no, this one, oh, okay. Number 9, which is the latest version of YOLO?
YOLO11?
Yes, that's right,
Let's
yes.
do it.
That would have been wrong yesterday, but now it's right. Let's see.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, I think the last question is pretty tricky, but number 10, second to last question here. This is which famous object detection data set by Microsoft is frequently used for pre-training YOLO models, and what do the acronyms stand for?
Coco dataset?
That's right. And what does the acronym stand for?
What? Can you repeat?
What does the acronym stand for? So what do the letters mean? Like which words do they spell out?
The letters are common objects, common objects on context.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, good. Yeah. Common objects in context. I guess that's a bit of a tricky acronym because it's really just 3 words, but it's 4 letters. It's kind of... Okay. All right, last question. This is It's a little tricky. Probably had to have trained a few models to get this right. Oh, okay. All right. Which optimizer does YOLO v5 use by default to train models? And let's do the acronym words also. What do they stand for? Oh, this one's tricky. Oh no, we have some hands. Yeah. Okay.
Maybe SDG, stochastic descent gradient.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, you got it. Okay. Okay, next year we're gonna have to reevaluate the questions we're asking here. These are way too easy. All right, we got everybody. We got all their hoodies. Oh, these are the cool white ones. Yeah, we didn't get these ones. You guys are lucky. Yeah. You got. I'm kind of jealous. He's like, I like them better than mine. Okay.
If you are connected to these fine people on the stage, now is your chance to get that Instagram gold moment. Please do take a photograph. Remember, share it using the hashtag YV24. Make your friends, families, and enemies wildly jealous of your time here in Madrid. And indeed,
All right. Yeah, I guess let's get a picture here, guys. Let's,
yeah, for sure.
Is there space for me? Okay. Great.
All right, again, paparazzi time. Get yourself down to the front. If you need this photo, you need it in your life. Do share. YV24 is the hashtag.
All right, thank you.
Big round of applause for our winners. And thank you all for being here. You are all winners, but you are especially a winner if you have one of those gorgeous white hoodies. Bravissimo. Excellent.
Next year we'll be giving away, looks like 12. So yeah.
No, it's okay.
Thank you, everybody. Have a great night. We'll see you in a few hours.
Absolutely. See you for cocktails, amigos. Thanks so much.
It's amazing. You did such a good job. Yeah. Thanks a lot. Silence.